in that essay that Philosophy Tube based that video on, this is why I fucking hate watching YouTube videos, because they leave this stuff out. In that essay, she concedes at the end. God. Oh no. The Moon Lord, of course he knows his drugs. Oh. Can I do the rest of, ironically, can I do the rest of this stream in the fucking fetal position? Okay, we've been waiting a long time, the much awaited, because I know that these two people have beefed online for a very long time, years and years of Twitter back and forths, videos being made about, well, I guess that's more one-sided. Lance makes a lot of videos about Tim Pool, sometimes wears a beanie while he does it. Finally, Lance has ended up in the beanie bunker with Tim Pool, with two-pin din tool. Let's see how it went. Let's go!
Man named Jordan Neely.
Okay.
So we got some protests in New York City. After a homeless man named Jordan Neely died, he was put in a chokehold. The man, 3 people were trying to subdue him, and then in the effort to subdue him, the guy died. It was ruled a homicide, and now you have protesters calling for charges of this Marine. And things are starting to get a little hectic. Police are calling for help as things kind of heat up. But we're going to get into the nuances of that discussion, so I'll save a little bit. We do have news out of Russia. They're blaming the U.S. for the assassination attempt, so they claim. And we've got some news. Barstool Sports fired one of their hosts for rapping lyrics that contained an offensive word. I don't necessarily think it's fair to call what he said a slur, because he wasn't calling anybody the word, but, you know, he said the word, and then Penn Entertainment was like, you're fired, and now Dave...
Is it not a slur if you just, like, say the N-word? What? Okay.
Portnoy is like, I don't know, there's nothing I can do, I sold the company. So we'll get into that, plus a whole bunch of other stories, and we'll talk about the news. Banks collapsing. We got Paul Stanley, the lead singer, the frontman for Kiss, is kind of walking back his statement on transgender kids, and a lot to talk about. Before we get started, my friends, today's episode is brought to you by Cast Brew Coffee. Take a look at this bag right here. This is Cast Brew Coffee over at castbrew.com. And you can get your bag of Rise with Roberto Jr. and Appalachian Nights today.
It's conservatives, like, their conservative ads are so different from the left-wing ones, aren't they? Conservative ads are always get your fucking rations, your tinned food for the bunker, for the impending civil war, get your Cast Brew coffee, get your, I don't know, whatever, like, coffee beans that are funded by the American Rifle Association, I don't know, the National Rifle Association. Gold, get loads of gold, sit in a mountain of gold with some coffee and some tinned fucking rations. There you go. That's the right-wing advertising.
By going to castbrew.com. And with every purchase of Rise with Roberto Jr., you will get a picture of Roberto Jr.
It's Black Rifle coffee, yeah. Wait, are these guys different then?
He's right there in the back. He's our rooster. He's very cool, and the coffee smells really good. So if you want to support the show and support our work, go to castbrew.com. But also, don't forget to head over to timcast.com. Click that Join Us button to become a member. As a member, you'll get access to the Members Only Uncensored show, which we will have up for you tonight at about 10 p.m., which will be fun because members actually get an opportunity to submit questions and actually call into the show. So if you would like to do that, become a member at least the $25 level. If you've been a member for at least 6 months, you will be granted access to submitting these questions, a screening process that we have. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Lance from the Serfs.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm tripping balls being in this room right now. It feels like I took evil acid or something because I've been watching this show so much. Yeah. It's just like everything is here. It's wild. It's
bigger than it looks like, right?
It's bigger than it looks like. And when you're actually sitting in the room, it's actually, there's a lot more props than you ever give this place credit for. I thought there was just like some samurai swords and like the occasional gun or something, but there's like,
that's a real Civil War rifle.
There's a real Civil War musket in the
That's right, rifled musket.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah,
so like, Union Civil War, it was never used.
It's like a museum
here. Very cool. Yeah, very cool stuff. So what do you do? Who are you?
I am a leftist commentator. I do politics, comedy from a dumpster fire perspective, and I have opinions, and sometimes people like to hear those opinions, and then they tune in to listen to them.
Oh, sounds good. Yeah. All right, well, thanks for joining us. I'm sure we have a lot of opinions to go through. Yeah. We also got the exact inversion of Lance, Seamus Coughlin.
That's how they describe me on the streets. My name is
Anti-Lance?
Yeah, exactly. I thought, no, they call him the anti-Seamus, I thought. But my name's Seamus Coughlin. I make cartoons. We call them
British.
Freedom
Dahlia, thanks for membership. Really appreciate that.
Tunes. And he's British. Is that why you always got to take it to an ethnic place with me, man? Always ripping on me for being Irish. I was born here, but I make cartoons. I have a YouTube channel called Freedom Tunes. I'm also a podcaster. We uploaded a cartoon today, by the way. Y'all might want to check that one out. And I also have a stream on Rumble called Shamer. If y'all want to take a peek at that as well.
Shamer.
And we have Moon Lord himself.
I am the Moon Lord.
He knows.
No longer Weed Lord. I have evolved. I have become
He knows.
one with the essence of the
Was
vibration.
it Lance who came up with that name, Moon Lord? Was it Lance who started calling them that? Because before there was the Weed Lord, and now there's the Moon. Okay.
And the fabric of reality. So good to see you, Lance.
So good to be here.
And if you don't know, you don't know. But I am the Moon Lord. Let's get hot.
And I am Serfs.com as always, guys. Let's get to it.
Let's jump into this first.
Wait, actually,
pressing the wrong button.
This is I gotta flag this. This is the first time Ian and I have done a show together in almost a year.
Since we screamed about, I was yelling at you about religion or something.
Exactly.
Oh, right.
And
This is
alcohol,
our
I
first
think, too.
show. Yeah, this is our first
Welcome
show
back,
back.
Seamus.
Yeah,
Great
it's
to
good
be here, man. Yeah, I've evolved on my stance on religion.
What
We've
happened?
also talked off air. We've talked off air a good bit, but it's just funny that it's like I just realized this is our first episode we're both doing together because I've been seeing you for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah. We went last time we talked. We were talking about I brought up vice. I was talking about alcohol. It's your vice or whatever. I said I think that was the real point of contention, and everyone's like, Ian, you're such a dick. I was like, I was just talking to Seamus. We were just talking. Like we were
bro,
talking.
he's Irish. You can't say that.
But we were talking about.
That's racist.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but I don't really care. Do you?
Oh, yeah,
Well,
I was just
love it.
it was a discussion about alcohol because I was saying that alcohol is not inherently sinful. Like Christ turned water into wine. It was his first public miracle.
I've gone
His
through.
blood was made of wine, right?
Well,
gone
no,
through-
with transubstantiation, the properties of bread and wine remain, but it actually becomes his flesh and blood.
I've had serious problems with alcohol personally, which is probably why I was projecting issues. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just asking, like, when you actually eat the blood of Christ, is that Christ is inside you? And then, but like his blood is alcoholic. Is that why it's wine?
So the properties of bread and wine remain, but what we believe as Catholics is that it's his literal flesh and blood.
Okay.
By his body, blood, soul, and divinity.
Jesus.
So, but he's not made of bread and wine.
No, he's not literally made of bread and wine. No.
but-
Get crunk.
All right, let's read the news. Here we go.
Wait, we also have Serge Dupre. I
Sir,
didn't mention.
He already did say what's up. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I didn't really know there was supposed to be some analysis behind the body and blood of Christ. I thought it was like a symbolic thing. or like magic, I didn't know there was some kind of logic behind what would happen there. Okay. Interesting.
Man, Moonlord.
Thanks, Doc.
All right, here's the story. We got this ABC 7 New York police issue call for help. Outrage continues to grow over deadly subway chokehold encounter. They say the death of a subway rider who was put into a chokehold by a former Marine on the train has been ruled a homicide, and now activists are calling for charges to be filed. They have planned several protests and rallies on Thursday as the NYPD has issued a call for public help in their investigation. Jordan Neely, 30, died from a compression of the neck, the city's medical examiner determined Wednesday. Neely is recognizable to some New Yorkers as a Michael Jackson impersonator who regularly danced in the Times Square Transit Hub. On Monday afternoon, he was yelling and pacing back and forth on an F train in Manhattan. Witnesses and police said when he was restrained by at least 3 people, including a U.S. Marine veteran who pulled one arm tightly around his neck. A physical struggle ensued, leading to Neely losing consciousness. He was rushed to Lenox Hill Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. On Wednesday, a medical examiner determined Neely's his death was a homicide. However, that does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a homicide. Okay, that's the stupidest bit of writing I've ever heard. As a murder, they mean. Homicide means death caused by person. It doesn't mean criminal. So what they're trying to say is, though the death was ruled a homicide, it does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a murder. That is up to the Manhattan DA's office, which is investigating. But I suppose I'm probably being a little bit too harsh because you can...
if you prosecute as it can be a homicide or it can be prosecute as a homicide. It doesn't have to be. Okay, yeah. That's not...
They're not being clear here. You can make the argument there's reckless homicide, there's negligent homicide. And so what they're saying is it's not clear that he will be criminally charged. They probably just should have said They're going to say, as a part of our rigorous ongoing investigation, we will review the medical examiner's report, assess all available video and photo footage, identify and interview as many witnesses as possible, and obtain additional medical records, read a statement from a spokesperson for the DA. So we've got video coming out of New York. Protesters, I believe this was yesterday, were seen in the streets, and the police made some arrests. And we'll get into it in a little bit, but one of our reporters, Elad Eliyahu, was physically assaulted by one of the protesters and had his property destroyed while he was in the process of doing journalism. But let's just get down to brass tacks here, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of arguments about this one. This is a story of a guy who was having a mental breakdown. I guess the news that recently came out was that he was a subway performer and his mental health collapsed after his, I think his mom was killed, is what they're reporting. And after that, he kind of just lost it. And then he had been arrested 40 times. He had once punched a 67-year-old woman in the face.
Whoa.
And so as he was belligerent and on the subway, reportedly threatening people, saying that he would take it, he was ready to die and he would hurt people. This is when the three men subdued him. Reportedly, the Marine told everyone to call 911 and get the police down there. And then he ended up dying, which has resulted in the left, like AOC, whether or not people, I don't know if you consider her left, but AOC.
Yeah, she's progressive.
She said this was a public murder. And now you've got protesters calling for this guy to be arrested. They're saying he committed a murder. And I think this is actually a really good example of what is described as anarcho-tyranny.
He didn't say he would hurt anyone. I haven't read this story because it's just like, ugh.
In that you had 25 people pushed onto subway tracks in the past year. You've had like a woman get raped on a train in Philadelphia. And we don't hear a single peep from any of these politicians, from any of these activists, until someone actually stops the guy. If you go back 7 years...
Kills him, right?
Yeah,
Kills him. He killed him.
Sure.
Yeah.
So when someone is being violent and then someone else acts in self-defense of others and the person dies in the process, now there's all of a sudden calls for, okay, so this guy should be criminally charged, but there was no call for stopping the 25 people being pushed onto subway tracks. That's an ongoing and acceptable thing, I suppose.
I'm never going to sit here and try and defend people.
It's because it was caught on camera. Yeah, usually when an event is caught on camera, people have a reaction to it. Yeah, it's quite normal. And also there's the more like the possible outrages that some people think. So I guess the story right now is that this guy was like acting up a little bit on the fucking train. I don't know exactly what he was doing because already there's like mixed messages in the chat. And I don't believe any of you guys, so I'm going to wait. And this guy who was subduing him did it with a chokehold and killed him. And it's probably reasonable to say that you shouldn't fucking choke someone. Like, chokeholds are not... You can subdue someone without doing a fucking chokehold. I don't know. Shit. Oh, dear.
People pushing people on the subway tracks, that's a crime. Like, that's terrible.
Attempted murder.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if they die. So that's horrible. No one's going to be on the other side of that argument. But in terms of, like, the guy who just got killed... isn't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, doesn't, in self-defense, the proportionality of what you're doing has to be in response to the actual aggressive actions of the person, right? It has to be proportional? Is that correct? So you feel in your mind that it was a proportional response for him to choke him out to death in that situation because he was going to become such a threat to the person who choked him out.
But you made a big leap right there.
What's the leap?
You're ascribing intent to the Marine to kill.
Oh, I'm not saying he intended to kill him. I never said that, but he did end up killing him, right?
That's immaterial.
What has to be material, Tim, has to be, is he doing what he's doing?
Are you making a proportionality argument, or are you making
I'm asking you that because is what he did proportional to the...
Like, how long is it since this thing happened, right? How long has it been since this happened? Like 2 days? Again, it's going to go to trial. Like, so the only situation I think you're probably justified to be chokeholding someone is if you think that as soon as you let go, they're going to reach in for a fucking weapon and kill you or something like that. It's like something like that, right? That's maybe why someone who's panicking might like not want to let go. They didn't even charge him. So it's not going to trial. Okay, shit. That's crazy. Well, I'm going to need to look at the evidence then because I have no fucking idea what happened. I just saw the picture. That's all I've seen. And a lot of tweets. God damn it. So many tweets.
Yes.
So the threat that he was going...
Have you seen Coach Red Pill got arrested? No, I haven't seen that. You can drop it in the stream chat on Discord if you want.
Proportional to subdue someone that is threatening other people and saying he'll die in the process.
and end up killing him, even if that was
see now you're doing it again. You're ascribing intent.
No, I'm not ascribing intent. I'm
So
saying
It's not ascribing intent to say he ended up killing him. You don't need intent to kill someone in a criminal way. You can do it with like whatever reckless disregard for human life. You can do it with negligence. Like you can do all that shit. But I don't like. Apparently, there's mixed opinions on what this guy was doing before he was subdued. Are there videos of what was happening before he was fucking chokeholded, or are there witness statements, or what? Shit. Oh yeah. Well, this is a look what he looks like. Holy shit. That's fucking rough. The SBU has detained Gonzalo Lira, aka Coach Red Pill, in Kharkiv under Act 2 and 3. He's been arrested for disseminating Russian propaganda and calling for attacks upon Ukraine. Oh no, dude. Wasn't this guy like the fucking alpha male daddy-o and shit? Jesus Christ. You seen his laser pig debate? Yeah, it was very cringe. Yeah.
I'm saying the results. This is what happened. The guy's dead. He's dead, right?
Results are immaterial to the proportionality of action.
So the proportionality of action in your mind was justified to what he was doing, his actual actions.
He held the guy on the ground while he said call 911.
And killed him.
Well, he choked. No, Tim, he choked him. I know that. Why does Tim have to go with like he's intentionally just leaving that bit out? Held the guy on the ground. How did he hold him on the ground? Oh, God.
Choked him until he died.
You're doing it again.
No, you keep saying I'm doing it again. I'm saying this is the end results. I'm not saying this is what he meant to do. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't know what's in his heart. Neither do you. None of us know what he meant to do that day when he woke
absolutely.
up. Right?
If someone is threatening other people, you are allowed to subdue them.
And then would it be like an involuntary manslaughter?
So see,
No, but this is what happened. It's to the point of death. So you have.
It's not a criminal.
It's not. I'm not saying he intended to kill him. That's the difference, right? But if he ended up dying as a result of that, was that proportional?
Yes.
He needed to be killed.
No,
or he could have killed someone else.
Hold on, stop that. You can't. You keep trying to say needed to be. No.
But that's what happened.
The Marine.
That's the end result.
You're saying the Marine tried to kill him.
No, I didn't say that.
Then why?
You are saying that I'm saying that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying that's what ended up happening.
Let me respond. Then why would you say
these guys fucking hate each other? You know what the problem with this is like they're both looking at the exact same bit of evidence, and they're both like so obsessed with trying to frame it. Like maybe Tim more than Lance here, because I imagine everyone on Tim's side wants the Marine to be completely innocent and proportionate, and everyone on Lance's side wants the Marine to be a murderer, right? So Lance is going to use the language, he killed him. Did this guy need to die? Did this guy deserve like all that stuff, right? Which again, I think is slightly more honest questions because yeah, the guy did kill him. It's very feasible to say that I've only seen the pictures, right? But if you're putting someone in a chokehold, and if you're a Marine, which means you've actually probably got some training when it comes to like fucking fighting with people. I don't know if it's the same as police, because I think for cops you're not supposed to chokehold. So I don't know if it's the same with Marines. I guess Marines are maybe the other way because they are trying to kill people. I don't know. Fuck. But like, so Lance needs to emphasize the killing, and Tim like desperately needs to avoid that. So it's like he held him on the ground. He subdued him. He was neutralizing the threat. Yeah, no, he chokeholded him and killed him. Why do you keep saying that? Why does that sound like intent? Like, fuck, yeah. I think Tim is maybe a little bit mad that Lance isn't biting the intent bullet, which is quite smart of Lance, to be fair.
Needed to be killed.
Because what he did to him, his choke out ended up with the guy dying. So that was the end result. So his proportional response to what he thought was a threat was that I'm going to choke him out. I'm not trying to kill him, but I'm going to choke him out. Whether or not he dies is going to be something that we're just going to remain to be on the cards, right? This is chance. We'll leave it up to chance.
So you are making a huge leap right there.
There's no leap, Tim.
Yeah,
what he's doing is that proportional. Is choking someone with the possibility of death. With the possibility of death.
Yes,
okay, so
absolutely.
So that's
I'll tell you this. Let me tell you. So if someone tried illegally entering my home,
sure,
I will use whatever force necessary to stop them from illegally entering my home, right? I have the legal justification in the state that I live in to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from entering my home illegally. Now, you can't invite someone in, and there's actually some legal barriers here. Like, if someone actually walks up to your house and the door is open and they walk in,
I think in the United States, if someone illegally enters your home, I think you basically do have the right to just fucking clap them, don't you? Is that not true? Is it not true, like the stand your ground thing, that you have a legal right in America just to do whatever the fuck you want to get someone out of your house? But that's not the thing we're talking about here. We're talking about, so first of all, we're not talking about someone breaking into their house. We're talking about subduing someone in the outdoors. if he's saying you have a right, so I think the problem with this is like they're both just trying to. It's like a left and a right wing journalist taking one event, one piece of information, and arguing over what the headline should be, right? Both like, because both what they're both saying is truthful, right? Lance, he killed the guy. He used enough force in like the guy was in the process of subduing the guy. He killed him. Tim Pool, well, the guy was being a threat, so this person used like a force to fucking subdue him. I'm like, okay, these are both true statements, but if we're getting to the ethics of it, the question you want to ask is, yeah, I was on a train, yeah. I think if you're going to get to the ethics of it, the question is like, was the guy doing enough, and was he enough of a threat that it was reasonable to like risk killing him to subdue him? Especially because it was 3 guys, wasn't it? It was 3 guys who subdued him. I just find it hard to believe that a chokehold was the only way to stop him. I don't know.
It's actually not an illegal entry. It is to a certain degree, but it's like trespass.
Sure.
It's like your door was open, there was no obstruction, and then you'll make an argument about entering the domicile could be considered 4th degree burglary, depending on which state you're in. If they actually open the door and enter, they've now committed felony burglary. And you are entitled in West Virginia to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from illegally entering your house. That doesn't mean you just intend to actually kill someone. So in terms of we're out in the street, someone is threatening someone else. You are legally entitled to subdue them. Now,
even if that even in the act of doing that, you could kill them.
Yes, absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. Because where you're going with it is like, what act of subduing would be permitted in your mind then? Like holding his hands tightly?
One that doesn't have a possibility of death, I would say, because
give me one in your martial arts expertise.
Zero, absolutely zero.
Okay, so
Yes,
so
zero.
there's a
and
problem.
I think I can contend that no one here has any, right? Am I in a judo
I've
room?
just watched a lot of movies.
No, but
Sharp elbows.
but no, none of us have black belts. We don't know this shit. We're just a bunch of people who talk on the internet,
but now
right?
going black belts. I mean, I have hostile environment training, and I have some minimal martial arts training. Minimal. I've done some kung fu, taekwondo.
So once again, there's no experts here to talk about this. Yeah.
So certainly will contend I am not an expert. However, if someone is threatening harm against another person and 3 people find it reasonable to subdue him and the person dies, that person was in the process of committing a crime. If you lose your life in the process of committing a crime, I'm not going to blame the victims for this, right? Would you blame the victims for this?
When you're saying victims, you mean the people who killed him?
The people who are being attacked.
But were they attacked prior, or did they try to subdue him? Do we have footage before the event begins?
So in New York, for example, if you go up to someone and threaten them, you've committed a crime, right? You've committed a criminal act of violence against another person by threatening them and going up to their face, right?
And so you're saying at that point you have the ability to proportionally respond with violence.
Actually, there's a video of this. Myth Informed has it. 7 years ago, this man was called a hero for diffusing violence by putting another man in a chokehold. A man in the subway was getting up in people's faces, and he was threatening them, and another man got up behind him and put him in a chokehold, and he was put on national television, and he was celebrated as a hero for doing so. So this is what I'm talking about, anarcho-tyranny. I feel like you're latching onto this completely from a point of you don't have knowledge on proper technique for subduing an individual.
None of us do.
Nor the legal expertise.
None of us do as well.
But see that's kind of an absurd thing to just outright. Well,
people are saying he held him for 15 minutes. I find it really hard to believe that. Like, I always thought, and I'm not like a legal expert or whatever, but I always thought it would be quite reasonable to say that if there's an altercation and someone dies, I feel like that should just go to court regardless, right? Even if it was completely justified self-defense, I think you should still go to court, because I think it's just like allows citizens to know that if you are going to like do something that's going to kill someone, you know that you'll have to explain it to a fucking jury and all that, or a judge, and also just like closure for the fucking community so that they know, they at least feel like it's gone through some kind of like due process. Is there a problem with doing that though? Like with the Rittenhouse thing, I feel like a lot of conservatives were saying it shouldn't have even gone to trial because it was so obviously self-defense. But I'm like, no, if you kill 2 people, especially with a gun, it probably is reasonable from the perspective of the community and the state to put it through the legal process, just so we can say like, well, this has been vetted, this has actually been checked by a judge and a jury. Yeah, it's very basic accountability, yeah.
Look, I'm going to say this guy...
In the UK, if someone dies, there's always a trial. I think that's true, yeah. But I thought it was the case in America as well. Huh. No, wait, I don't think it is the case in the UK, is it? Wasn't there the burglar who got killed by a fucking pensioner in somewhere outside London? I don't think that ever went to trial.
Committed a murder and should go to prison, but I'm not an expert and neither are you, therefore he should be convicted.
I never said that. I'm actually asking questions because these are things that I don't fully understand about. Is it legal for him to do what he did?
Yes. That's why he wasn't
proportionally
charged.
legal.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why he wasn't charged, he was released. However, in this day and age, what's likely going to happen is anarcho-tyranny. People go out in the streets, they protest, and the police say, for political reasons, we're going to go find this guy and we're going to arrest him.
But I don't know. It depends. Unfortunately, we don't have footage of what happened before the chokehold.
That's what I'd like to know.
But if there's enough people on the train that are witness to what was happening, and they're like, "Yo, he was threatening all of us," then I think the cops are not going to mess with that guy.
And that's what was reported. And there were 3 men trying to subdue him as he fought back. So there's no debate that this guy was acting violently and threatening people, and even said he was prepared to die. At that point, you have what could be a terroristic threat. I think if a guy got on a train and screamed, "I'm going to cause harm to people," and then said he was willing to die, you'd probably want to stop him because there's signs all
under New York law, a person can only use deadly physical force if they have reason to believe that an attacker is doing or is about to do the same. That's really difficult then, because if someone goes on the train and if they say, "I'm prepared to die to like hurt you guys" or whatever, if someone says something like that, then does that give you a reason to use deadly force? If you say it like that, I don't know. Fuck, why can't they just put it to trial? Jesus Christ. I feel like it's a reasonable thing to ask. If we don't have footage, if we have to use witnesses, if there had to be an autopsy and all this shit, then why not just put it to trial? Jesus.
over the subway saying, if you see something, say something. And I suppose we could go the route of when Luke Rudkowski had that video, there was a guy in a subway with a knife stabbing people, and the cop said, "We're not going to get involved at all." And then some guy had to try and intervene himself. It's funny, that guy's a hero.
Yeah, that was, I think, oh yeah, here it is. Matt Walsh retweeted Alexandra Cortez's tweet from 6 hours ago and asking specifically, what are they supposed to do? What are people supposed to do in this situation? Are they just supposed to sit there? If someone's screaming, they're gonna hurt somebody. You just sit there and wait until they actually hurts the person and then you respond?
And I'm just curious, honest question. We have this story from the Daily Mail.
I know one of the problems as well is that like there is the reverse, because again, I think one time I've never chokeholded anyone, but I've got into I got into a fight where someone attacked me and I just like held them down and just kind of like sat on them for like a really long time, like probably like 20 minutes, because I was just like, I don't know what to do. If I get up, this person's just getting more and more angry. Like if I get up, this person's just gonna like fucking hit me or come for me again. So I don't know if there's because I know when it comes to shootings, when cops like shoot someone and they fire like center mass and all that shit and the person dies or gets like really, really badly hurt, and people are always like, there's this really brain rotten, did I sit in their neck? No, I didn't. No. But there's always like, when it comes to shootings, there's always this like wing of the reaction that's like, well, why couldn't he have just shot his leg or his arm? And it's like, bro, like people are not fucking the Terminator. Like people aren't expected to aim that well in like high fucking adrenaline situations and shit like that, even if you're really well trained. So like I get that, but I don't know how a Marine could be in a situation where all they feel like they can do is hold onto the guy's neck and crush it. Like, that's weird. I don't get that bit.
From October, 25 victims have been shoved in front of subway cars so far this year. 2 victims were killed. Where was the protest?
Well, where was the video footage of it?
There is video footage of it.
Is it public?
Yes.
Public video footage?
And I can't play it on YouTube, but there's video footage of people being pushed in front of trains. And where's AOC? Where's any of these protesters? Nowhere to be found. Anarcho-tyranny is that when the criminals do it, as explained in, what was it, Solzhenitsyn, the Gulag Archipelago, when a criminal does this act in the Soviet Union, that's just a criminal, that's what they do. But when you, the citizen, defend yourself, you knew better.
But so you're blaming AOC for not bringing attention to this specifically? So as
Blaming?
in, like, or you're saying that
criticizing.
she's hypocritical because she doesn't talk about the people being pushed in front of trains, but she's talking about this now? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying hypocritical. No, I'm saying I have a question of why now? Why only when...
Is this not just like an inevitable outcome of media that some things go viral and some things don't? And maybe this one went viral because the guy wasn't charged. I feel like if you push someone in front of a train and that's on camera, you're probably going to jail. It's probably quite clear cut. It's just like in a very insensitive way. It's just kind of boring, right? This is okay. It happens. Ugh. Anarcho-tyranny though, eh? God damn it. We got any anarcho-tyrants in chat? How do you even do It's amazing. Anarcho-tyranny. Brilliant.
And people are victimized and they defend themselves. Are we now upset about what happened on the subway?
You keep saying victimized. We're talking about a poor homeless person who
attacks people.
may have been having an episode and died in what ended up being the struggle. So why are the people who were subduing him victims? What makes them victims of this?
He assaulted them.
So you have that on camera, that he assaulted them first.
We don't know that, Tim. Apparently, yeah.
According to all the news reports and the police and the witness statements.
Can we see the footage? I want to see. I haven't seen that yet.
I think we can show the choke out.
Okay, so according to the news reports, the witnesses and the police, he went and threatened violence against people, which is assault. And
right, but you're saying he specifically threatened violence against the people who subdued him. Do we have evidence of that? It's one thing for him.
You would still have the right to subdue someone who's threatening other people, I'd imagine. What is, let's see what CNN says. Let's start from the most anti-Tim Pool source and work our way backwards, eh? So, before he was killed, he was known for his Michael Jackson dance, okay? He struggled with the trauma of his mother's murder at an early age. Killed after being held in a chokehold by a Marine veteran in a subway after Neely got on the train and shouted at passengers that he was hungry, thirsty, and fed up with having nothing. Bro, this is just like every trip on the London Underground. It's so sad. Like, okay. First thing, underfunding of mental health services, especially for homeless people. That's a bang bang, okay? Because that's a problem everywhere. A witness told Jesus Christ. A witness told CNN Neely, who was experiencing homelessness, according to a similar source, a source familiar with this case, did not harm anyone, nor did they see him armed with any weapon. The death was ruled a homicide, but it does not mean there was intent or culpability, which is a matter for the criminal justice system to consider. Last time Harper saw Neely was in 2016 when she bumped into him in the subway and saw he was experiencing homeless when he asked passengers for food. I'd never seen him like that before. Sweet soul, it's crushing people. We'll review the medical examiner's report, assess available video and photo footage, identify and interview as many witnesses as possible, obtain records. And they did all this and decided not to charge. Marine veteran hired a former Republican district attorney to represent him. Passengers not supposed to die. Too long without help. Intervention. So apparently he'd been acting erratically, did not attack anyone on the train. Okay. Where's Tim Pool getting that he attacked people? He was shouting, said he doesn't care if I die, I don't have any food. I don't care if I go to jail. I don't have any food. I'm done. Took off his coat and threw it on the floor. Repeating, he was ready to go to jail and get a life sentence. Fuck, that's like... Yelling, many passengers became uncomfortable, moved to other parts of the train car. Neely did not appear to be armed or looking to attack anyone. This is a witness who was filming it. Okay. Then a rider came up and put him in a chokehold. Neely did not interact with that passenger. So I guess the best defense for the if there is a defense of the fucking chokehold guy, it's because he maybe took this as like a terror threat. Is that where we're going from Tim Pool's perspective? Ready to go to jail. Okay. Again, you would probably need a fucking that you would need a trial to determine that. The two men, Vasquez started recording 3 or 4 minutes after the chokehold began. Holy shit. Neely stopped moving and talking. Where are you guys getting the 15 minutes from? Is this like, so at least 4 or 5? Like, this is insane. Like, if you're choking someone out and 2 other people are helping you hold them down, isn't that it? And the person didn't actually attack anyone. Isn't that like a reason to let go? Why wouldn't you let go? You got it from NYT. Yeah, I can see why people are getting. Okay. Oh, he did go for the fucking Michael look, didn't he? Choked to death in a subway car, homeless, thirsty. Several minutes. Okay. We're going to the Guardian now. We're getting maybe a little bit more reason. We're getting okay. We're still too far away from Tim Pool's sphere, aren't we? BBC, a little bit more center. Okay. Questioned and released the Marine. Wait, they released him, but they haven't. They're not actually. Wait, are people? Wait, I feel like it takes time for them to. They can still bring charges, can't they? It's not like charges are off the table. Why are people saying that? This is a day ago. Did something change? We will review the medical examiner's report, assess all available video and photo footage, identify and interview as many witnesses as possible, and obtain additional medical records. This investigation is being. Why are people saying that he just walked without shot? Fucking hell. So are we saying this is definitely. This could still go to trial, right? Why are people saying that he's just walked scot-free and shit? Yeah, they can still. Yeah. Oh god, Twitter. No one reads the fucking. No one reads the articles. Oh wait, here. Video captured former Marine holding the man down, said to have been acting around the neck for 2 minutes and 55 seconds. So we've got 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Okay. That seems if there are 2 other guys helping you hold them down, that seems excessive. Ugh. I feel like if, just from an optical perspective as well, if you have Tim Pool on one end talking about his fucking schizo theory of anarcho-tyranny, could you not just respond and be like, let's just see if it goes, let's just see what the police say. They're interviewing people, they're gathering evidence. Let's just see it. It'll probably go to trial because someone died. Yeah. You'd look so much more reasonable. So the New York Post said 15 minutes. Okay, well that's more in Tim Pool's sphere, so. That's when this came up behind Neely and took him to the ground, just keeping him there for 15 minutes. Oh, Vasquez, this guy. So this guy said he started filming after 4 minutes of choking and said it was 15. Okay. Okay. And there's them trying to, okay. This is the guy. Oh God, the internet is such a fucking mistake, guys. Jesus Christ. Okay.
To be in a train being like, I'm upset.
You're not winning an argument here.
I'm not trying to win an
You're
argument.
being
I'm
awfully
asking you.
pedantic.
Awfully pedantic.
Yes,
Why
like-
would you use pedantic in this form? As in, like, I'm trying to get to the root of this problem.
No,
right?
no. It's absurd to imply that if a guy walks up to a woman and says he's going to harm her, that another man can't protect her.
Right, and so this is why I'm asking: did he say to the people who subdued him, "I'm going to harm you.
Yes,
I'm
that's
going to
immaterial.
hurt you"?
That's immaterial to a self-defense claim in proportionality.
Okay.
If this guy was threatening people, right? And then someone said, I'm going to stop you before you hurt someone, that is legal self-defense acting in the defense of others. That makes those people who are stopping the guy threatening people the victims of a violent individual who is trying to cause harm. See, I just find it fascinating that this
Is the thing, because like this is the thing to say here is like there is obviously a world where chokeholding someone when they're being held down by other people for multiple minutes could be excessive, even if it's in defense, right? That's possible. Tim Pool is just kind of lying about what was said because he hadn't physically apparently he hadn't actually physically gone up to anyone. He said, I think the most threatening thing he said was, I'm prepared to go to jail and get a life sentence. Which could sound like you want to kill someone, but he wasn't actually physically doing the thing. And if he's clearly having a breakdown, it's like, I don't know if you have to take him at face value but still, the point if you were doing, the one time I think it's probably justified to hold someone, to chokehold someone, right? Is if you've been fucking fighting with them and you have a good reason to believe that the second you let go, they're going to like reach for a gun or a knife, or they're just much stronger than you and they're going to overpower you and kill you. That's why you would keep choking someone. Is if you have a reason to believe that they're going to kill you if you don't stop. But whether this happened here seems like it needs to get determined in court. That's the question. It's just really, it's annoying. It's like there's this event and like you have two partisans like just arguing over what the headline should be and which facts are more relevant. I'm definitely more on Lance's side here though. Tim Pool is being very weaselly. That's why it helps to read the article, because you would know that Tim Pool is exaggerating what the threat was, I think.
An effort to defend the aggressor in this circumstance. Right?
Oh, so you're suggesting that the guys, even if the guys that were choking out weren't the ones being threatened, that they're still considered a victim because they stepped in to defend other people?
Well, I'm saying outright that if you're on a train and there's a guy, you're on a train, you can't get off that train. You are trapped,
Yeah,
right?
I used to live in this area, by the way. I used to live in Flatbush. I used to take these trains every single day. I have seen this. I have seen this and worse. I have seen people in the middle of episodes where I was like, this person could potentially either harm themselves or harm me. It never crossed my mind that I need to choke them out to the point of potential death in order to protect everyone else on the train. That never even entered my mind. So that's why I'm asking you, do you have specific footage of him threatening the very people who subdued and ended up killing him?
But why does that matter?
I don't think there is footage.
But like,
There's no footage of that?
what is
Okay.
it? What
All
is
right,
it?
well then that's all I want to know.
But what does
All
that
right.
have to do with what I said? That's why I understand your thought.
Because I would think that the proportionality being that you ended up killing them, even if that was not your intent, I understand that you don't think he intended to do that, fine. But even if that was it, were they like threats to him in the immediate present? Were they on the verge of committing an act of violence towards him that required proportional violence that ended up in death?
But it's not a requirement someone threatens you for you to act in defense of others. Right? So your question is kind of
Here's a question. We got F's in chat. I think the internet's just gonna, no, it's only doing it for like a second, so don't worry about the frame drops. Okay. Nothing to see there. So I think the question it would be worth Lance asking would be, let's say someone is in a, well, you even need to do a hypothetical. You can just say someone comes onto a train and says, fuck this, I'm gonna go to jail. Let's go. Say someone says that on a train. Do you have the right to, like, Yeah, do you have the right to put them in to risk killing them? That's it. Refresh your stream. Yeah.
In an unnecessary direction. And I'll elaborate. If you're on a train and you're trapped in a box and someone is threatening violence, then yeah, you're a victim. Because
so I've been a victim multiple times. Then I was in these subways.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the craziest thing to me.
But I don't feel like a victim. I've never been hurt. I never was hurt by people who were going through those kind of episodes.
Other people have been.
I'm not saying they haven't. I'm not saying this is a good thing.
25 people were pushed in front of trains.
Okay, so these 25 people who were pushed in front of trains, how is that directly related? Were these people also going through episodes? Were they also people who were homeless? Did they have mental illness?
I mean,
were like
I would say
the fact that the guy's homeless and going through an episode, like, that doesn't really, unfortunately, that detail doesn't actually mean much in the case, right? If someone's mentally ill and having an episode, but they're trying to kill people, then that's a different story, right? Like, that does, it's, I think Lance is focusing too much on the emotional parts, which again, it's not going to work on an audience like this. The question is just like, how credible was the threat? How credible was the threat, and like, at what point in that chokehold was it really necessary for him to keep going?
Everybody shoving someone in front of a train at random is like going through an episode, you know what I mean? The correlation is that crime and murder on the subway has been increasing, or has at least been apparent in the press, but I don't see you caring about it at all until it's the aggressor who gets killed.
No one, I think, on the left is going to defend this stat that you're pulling.
Then why put a guy in prison for finally saying, stop killing people?
This is like, Tim, if I approached you today and I was like, hey, do you know what goes on in Rikers Island? Have any of you done a show on what happens in Rikers Island? How they hold people in Rikers Island? Do you know what?
Not Rikers Island specifically, but we talk about prison reform all the time.
Okay,
and how
do you know about bail reform and the fact that people die in Rikers Island waiting to have their day in court because they can't afford it?
And we talked about it.
And you've done entire shows on that. And you talked about how people literally die in prison while they're waiting for that shit?
We talked about terrible. Okay, so we actually talked about one guy who got wrongly arrested, lost his job, was kicked out of his apartment, went to Rikers for 3 months, only to be released and then told, sorry, there's nothing you can do about it. The city owes him nothing because they considered the prosecution not to be malicious. But this is the problem, man. Like, we talk about stuff like this all the time.
But the example you just gave me was not me talking about the systemic problem of people who are poor being in Rikers Island before they get to trial. They die before they're not released. You just gave me a story of someone who was released prior to that. I'm giving you an example
of a specific show we've actually talked about someone wrongly held and had their life destroyed.
Okay.
Now, of course, we can go on further and say, yes, people have died. Yes, the system is corrupt. And my point is this. When we talk about stuff like this, like, wow, in October, we talked about 25 people being pushed in front of train cars. You guys just shit all over us and ignore these problems. Then finally, when three guys...
ignoring this. I told you.
When three guys tried to stop the guy who wasn't trying to push anyone in front. What the fuck is this response? This has nothing to do with 25 people getting pushed in front of trains. There's no correlation. Wait, what? God. But I think the problem is, like, when it gets this fucking heated, like, you need to focus your points, because you only have you start talking and you only have like 3 seconds before someone like returns to the fucking prepared post-it notes. Ugh.
On the other side of this. No one is pro push people onto trains.
Where's your protest? Where's your protest?
Where's my protest?
Yeah, where's your protest?
Where's your Rikers protest?
We had it on the show, but you don't watch the show.
You did a protest? You did an actual protest. You guys stood up and then walked to the streets, or
we
what?
don't go on the streets ever,
but
right?
I'm not blaming you for not talking about that, Tim, because this is the problem of, like, you are judging someone based on absence, based on your absence of caring about something. Why haven't you talked about this, Lance? The fact that you haven't talked about this means that you don't care about that. That's not true, though.
That's not what I said.
That's the implication of what you were saying right now.
My implication is, instead of helping us deal with this when we talk about it, you make up garbage about us and then post nonsense on the internet.
When have I brought up garbage about people pushing people to trains? This is the most random example. I'm not talking
about you saying, I'm saying you don't talk about it, right? I'm not criticizing you for not talking about it. I'm saying finally, when there are people who are like, we've had 25 people pushed in front of trains, we've had 2 of them killed, I'm not going to let this person hurt somebody. It's y'all saying that person should go to prison. It's like, how is that solving the problem? You guys are making it worse.
Lance just needs one thing. Just someone died. It's probably reasonable that it can go to trial. Like, that's reasonable. Even if it's like, we're clearly self-defense, all that. I think it's quite reasonable to say that if you kill another civilian, If a civilian kills another civilian, the state and the community deserves that closure of knowing that it went through the process. That's it. That's all you have to say. Fuck. That's not like. Then Tim looks like a fucking crazy guy, just saying that this guy who did a chokehold, we don't have footage before, we don't have footage after. We need to get witness interviews. We need to get a fucking autopsy and shit. Nah, fuck it. People got pushed in front of trains, and finally, 3 brave men stood up to the person who didn't push anyone in front of a train. Dickhead, Jesus Christ.
Protests, your support for the criminals make this worse.
So our solution to this, if you're asking, when you're saying you mean the left, right? Our solution to a lot of this is that
you're speaking in support of the criminal, so I'm saying you.
Okay, so I am saying that the solution...
The guy was surely trying to push someone in front of a train inside a train. Yeah. Ugh.
To a lot of this would be investing very heavily in things like healthcare, like getting and making sure that people have access to it and not cutting the restrictions, like allowing people to have access to healthcare, not as a requirement based on how much money they have, based on their income, but allowing them to get the care they need. That would have gone a long way to preventing a problem like this and future problems that are going to happen. I have no idea what's going on with the 25 people who've been pushed in front of trains. If it happens to be because people have mental illness, this is a tangible solution that we could work towards. This is something that are you against that idea about investing heavily into mental health care, public health care? Well, then there you go.
So
that's a much better line.
So here's
right?
my issue. My issue is when this story came out in October, we talked about it. And we said, why is this happening? What are the solutions? What are the problems? When this story comes out now, you, completely ignorant of what's been going on in New York, side with the criminal. And so people like me...
Wait, you know what a good question might be here is, what crime did the homeless guy commit? Is it a crime to... Is it a crime to just like have an episode on a fucking train? I thought First Amendment, right? Like, I think maybe because he said I'm prepared to go to jail and get a life sentence, but is that a crime? Maybe belligerence at best.
Are flabbergasted that we've been focused on the issue of crime, the issue of mental health, the entire
just disturbing the peace. Yeah, okay.
time going back several years.
Because
and this is why I left New York because 2 cops got murdered outside of my apartment. And then what do we hear? Protesters in the street defending the criminals.
You keep saying criminal. I have a problem with criminalizing people who are homeless or people who are poor or people who are mentally ill.
Not the emotional. No, of course you can be a criminal if you're mentally ill. Of course you can commit crime if you're home. Like you can't. If someone's breaking into your house, you can't just be like, wait, are they autistic? I don't even know. Are they mentally ill? Are they homeless? I better fucking hold back. No, that's really weak. If you want to determine if he was okay, I'm going to say it one more time. Last time. If you want to determine if he was a criminal or if the guy who choked him was being disproportionate, just put it to trial. Just put it to trial. I don't actually know if the deceased necessarily committed any crime.
And suddenly,
I'm not saying he's a criminal for being poor. I'm saying he's a criminal because he threatened people with harm. Like incitement to violence is a crime, just like AOC says, right?
I really want to see the start of this video footage.
Bro, wait, you think the Brandenburg test is gonna? I'm prepared to go to jail for a life sentence. You think that's gonna rise up to incitement to violence, bro? Tim is a fucking. I don't know. This was like the big story, and I think if you're going on to Timcast, if a fucking black guy dies, and there's not like an arrest or a trial, and that's what everyone's talking about on Twitter and shit. Like Tim Pool is all over those stories. He was all over it with fucking Jacob Blake. He was all over it with the George Floyd story. He was all over it with probably whatever other killing there's been. Yeah. This is Tim Pool's wheelhouse. He loves the fucking outrageous Twitter storm stories. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't prepare with the few details for this, because it's not like there's even that much information about this case. There's actually not that much information. You just need to know what he said, roughly how long he was choked for, what some of the witnesses said, and what the police are saying. We learned it in 10 minutes?
I want to see the moment where he was threatening the very people who tried to take him down.
Look, either you accept that the witnesses, the media, and the police say this is what happened, or we can agree no one has any idea, so there's no point in even talking about it.
I think the interesting maybe confluence is that you were mentioning preventative measures are a way to go about it. What do you think about defensive measures? Like people should be armed and ready for this kind of thing, regardless of the prevention methods.
I mean, when it comes to defensive measures and people should be armed, I'm going to probably be on the exact opposite as the rest of you, because you're probably very pro-gun here, right? I'm just making,
Pew pew.
We don't have the same problems in Canada that you do in the United States for mass shootings, for mass gun violence, for that kind of stuff.
You have 30 million people, don't you? Is it 30 million?
Okay, so by ratio of the population, Tim. So if you compare ratio of the population, Canadians to America, we don't have mass shootings like you do. No one else does. It's a uniquely American problem. The mass shooting thing is a uniquely American thing.
Obesity is pretty heavy here.
Well, it's. I don't think it's fair to say.
I love him. I love him so much. He just has he has no consistency in his thought process. That guy, the fucking Moon Lord. They're talking about gun violence. That's a uniquely, you know what else is a uniquely American problem? Obesity. Yeah. Brilliant.
Uniquely American because there are mass shootings in many other countries.
Oh, there is, but it's a uniquely American problem that it's disproportionately happening here.
Well, mass killings aren't a uniquely American problem, but mass killings done with the use of firearms is much more uniquely American. I don't think anyone's going to debate that countries that have fewer firearms are going to have fewer people killing each other with firearms. It then becomes a
Australia has more per capita than the United States? Is that right?
Per capita?
That is not true. No country comes close to the United States.
List of countries by... No. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a mistake.
Sorry,
El
Australia.
Salvador, Venezuela.
And when you're correct,
so is it all right if I just finish my thought?
Sure.
Yeah. So my basic point...
that was way off. The United States is not the most. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th.
El Salvador.
And so of all the other countries in that list, which of them are considered part of the G20? You have to compare countries that have similar economic systems, similar economic societal structures. Yeah. The United States places number 1 when you compare them to any other G20 country.
It's true that as far as developed nations go, the United States does have a much higher rate of gun violence. I don't deny that. My argument is simply that other nations do have higher rates. Depending on the nation that you're looking at, there's still a pretty decently high homicide rate in a lot of developed countries, and there are a lot of mass killings. In the United States, those mass killings are generally carried out with firearms, but according to CDC studies, firearms are used to prevent more violent crimes each year than they're used to commit. So it's a much more complex argument than simply saying the U.S. has more firearm deaths, therefore restricting firearm ownership would prevent those.
Let me ask you too. Do you know what country has the most grenade attacks?
I only know the answer because I saw you type in it. I think it's Sweden, right?
I actually didn't type that in. I searched for...
By the way, decently high murder rate was a very clumsy...
I don't want to cheat, so I saw you type in it, but yeah.
I didn't type in Sweden. I typed in most grenade attacks by country, and Sweden is the only thing that comes up.
Wow.
And... Sweden has more grenade attacks than any other country, but grenades are illegal there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I've got a feeling
why are there grenade attacks in Sweden?
I would love to answer this question. So if we're going back to guns and the US versus Canada...
Swedes don't fuck around, eh? Don't fuck with the Swedes.
When I said that there's G20, if we look at all the G20 countries, the United States disproportionately by ratio of the population has way more gun deaths, way more gun violence. And a lot of that gun violence, by the way, is people killing themselves, just so we're completely clear.
Yeah.
Wait, what's Chud saying? How's Chud doing with this? He looks mad.
Because you don't think that idea is good. You don't like it.
But the baby's been removed from her body.
Well, that's if it was removed from her body and it was still viable. Right? And that's where the baby guillotines come in, because I don't think this happens. I don't think women...
can't even peepo chat. Oh, no.
But if you look at it in the framework of Canada has a very different set of rules for firearms than the United States does. You can still have a firearm in Canada. You just have to take a 2-day course and you get a license, and then you get gun training, and then you have the ability to buy guns. Oh. And that way, everyone has a license. They know how to use firearms properly. They're not just going to be running around the streets, pointing them, and then all that kind of shit. And you can also control for that.
But that's not what's happening in the United States. Like people just running around randomly. Like
no, I'm not saying that it is. But I'm saying that that is in my opinion, that is a better system. I'm not trying to take your guns away. Hell no. I think guns are fun. We all love shooting guns. I like having a second penis. I'm just saying that, like, at the end of the day, if you look at how it works with Canada, this could be applied to the United States federally. You could have a federal program where you have to have a 2-day gun training program. You tax the gun producers and the weapons manufacturers, and then you get them to pay for it so poor people could afford this program.
Right, but you can't do that because gun ownership is a constitutional right. Or I should say, gun ownership is a human right.
Second Amendment.
Guaranteed protected against
Second
government
Amendment.
infringement,
I'm all about training in schools. I think the public schools should have gun training for kids.
like they used to.
They used to,
Absolutely,
yeah.
yeah. Gun clubs.
I would highly advocate for more training, but you're just suggesting that you can't force it on people.
The Constitution clearly, and according to the writings of the Founding Fathers and to, I think, Heller versus D.C., gun ownership is a human right, and the Constitution protects against government infringement of that right. That being said, we got the NFA, we got the updates to the NFA in the 80s, so certainly gun rights have
Guns are a human right? No, it's a constitutional right in the United States. The Second Amendment. Second Amendment. They love guns. I don't think you're getting around that anytime soon.
been infringed to an absurd degree.
You know what?
Not to mention, back in the days when they codified the Constitution, people owned warships privately, and Halliburton, Northrop Grumman. Well, I shouldn't say Halliburton; they're a construction thing, but Northrop Grumman, Boeing, etc.
Lockheed.
These companies are private companies that build nuclear weapons. So we basically where we're at right now is that private corporations with no accountability can have the most powerful weapons of mass destruction in the world, but them and the government and it doesn't follow. Either the people have the power or they don't have the power, right? We've abdicated it to corrupt organizations.
And corporations are not people.
Right.
Let's be clear. This regarding this dude that choked the guy out, I think what's going to come up is was it adequate force or was it too much? And I feel like if he had punched the guy directly in the face, that would have been worse. Because although, if they got into a fist fight, because he could have fallen backward and hit his head. At least he was in control of the guy's body. It's really sad that the guy died, but I feel like this was like a very low level amount of force to apply to someone that was threatening to kill people or hurt people.
Why did 3 people?
God, they're just getting away with it. They're just getting away with it. I think Tim did this to Destiny as well, and I think Tim maybe knew that. Because when he had Destiny on, suddenly, Tim started talking about the Ahmaud Arbery case from like 3 years ago. Like, I wonder if Tim was just thinking, like, you know what? I'm really good at obfuscating and throwing smoke and mirrors around the death of black people for some reason. Don't worry about that. But, Destiny's usually quite prepared for these debates. So, you know what? I might just find a 3-year-old case to talk about. And Destiny's just sitting there like, bro, it's been a while. I don't know. Then obviously Tim just completely fucking obfuscated around it.
Find it necessary to
He
try
was
and
probably
stop this guy.
flailing and kicking and screaming, who knows?
So it is hard because you mentioned there's no footage prior, but something happened that resulted in 3 New York people who are likely not conservatives to decide this man must be subdued.
Yeah.
3 people.
Yeah.
So again, this I think this Marine got a Republican to represent him, didn't he? He actually did that. So he might be I don't know if he's definitely not conservative.
So when it comes to the idea of proportionality, I'm like, if 3 New Yorkers of all people were like, this guy's got to be stopped. That's kind of crazy to me.
Hey, we know that fact as well. In 10 minutes, God, we learned so much. Soy.
Because look, I'm a gun nut, right? My view is people have a right to defend themselves with a lot more force than people in New York do. But if people in New York felt they had to stop him, these people, I doubt these guys are conservative. There's like no conservatives live in New York. It's like 20% Republican, and if they are Republican, they're probably moderate right. Something must have happened, but I don't even need to sit here and say what could have or what must have. What we know, what we choose to believe, based on what the police, the media, and the witnesses have said, is that this guy was threatening people with violence and said he was prepared to lose his life over it. Three men then said this man must be subdued, and they subdued him, and then the guy died, which
Clearly.
sucks. It's unfortunate.
Did he get a cause of death?
It was a compression of the neck. Yeah. Homicide.
So you've got a massive platform here. A lot of people watch you all the time. And so what you say, obviously, and advocate for is going to affect a lot of people's lives. If this is a problem that genuinely concerns you, why isn't it something that you would frame and want to advocate for more resources for mental health access and bring that up on a regular basis? And I'm not saying, and I'm sure, okay, hold on, Tim. I'm sure you've done it before. I'm sure you've had specials before. I'm what?
We do it a lot.
Okay. Why isn't that the focus? Why isn't today, hey, by the way, everybody.
Also, unless you're watching like every Tim Pool episode for weeks on end, Tim Pool streams a lot and he talks a lot. I don't know why you would. You're giving I think when I've always noticed for myself as well, the easiest debates I ever have is when people challenge my own content, right? Is when people say like, why don't you talk about this, or why do you talk about that? Why is this your because I know my opinions more than anyone else does. I know my content better than anyone else does. Like, you're not going to win this. And if you're coming here with some fucking mad critique or some shit, like it's probably likely that it's going to be based on some like assumption that is maybe incomplete or whatever, just because that's how it goes. Because people have hate boners and shit like that. Yeah, it's really dark territory to go into.
This horrifying tragedy happened on the New York subway. We got to talk about this.
Yeah.
Here's our angle. Our angle is we need to invest in mental health. We need to invest in giving access to public health care for Americans.
First of all, when it comes to the issue of violence in this country, conservatives have been screaming about mental health for decades.
Reagan is one of the ones that like gutted the institutions in America.
Yeah, Reagan's one of the worst presidents this country's ever had. No fault divorce. How about that?
Yeah,
gun control.
Yeah.
I don't know why Republicans like that guy.
The reason that they like him is because of the way that he stood up to communism. But I totally agree that he had a lot of really bad policies, and I'm not a stan.
But conservatives have taken the stance of gun violence and mass shootings as an issue of mental health, and then the left takes the opposing.
But do they invest in that? Do they vote for it?
Well, of course not. The Republican Party's garbage.
When I look up the votes of the Republican Party, they're not voting for amendments that are actually going to like give people more access to mental health.
But that's where you have an opportunity. But you don't want to come onto a show where we say the Democratic and Republican Party should be dismantled and obliterated, and then make an argument that one side is bad. I'll sit here and be like, bro, if you want to have make a list of every single member of Congress who should be removed from office, I will put all of them, but like 4.
One problem is that when people advocate for mental health, a lot of
I'd be interested to know which 4 Tim Pool would keep in. Also, it's probably in his interest to keep out of fucking electoral politics, because god damn it. The fucking 49 state landslide, that was like, never forget the 49 state landslide. Was it 49 or was it 46? I don't know. It was a lot of states that Trump did not win. My. Hang on. Latest footage of the attack on the Kremlin. So that's just disproportionate. It's just inappropriate use of force. What else was there? There was this, wasn't there? Where the fuck was this? Turkey? This is a Russian diplomat, isn't he? Wait, that's too short. Where's the longer version? Fuck. The Black Sea Conference, yeah. Why are they... Okay, here we go. Here's a longer one. For academic purposes. Jesus. Oh no. Sorry, my buzzer just went off. Hang on. Hey, super chats, memberships, go. Okay. I like it how
It's our flag. We're gonna fight for this flag.
I like it how these how this Russian dude like tried to steal something, and then tried to appeal to negotiation and diplomacy afterwards. Is that just the default for everything? I'm gonna steal your thing. Oh no, diplomacy, negotiation, anti-war movement. Okay, bro.
Of that advocation is more drugs, that this new drug will fix your brain. But I'm of the belief that less drugs allow you to fix your, like sometimes for very
Hey, psychodynamic, how's it going?
short periods of time, you might need something to help, but then you don't want people long term. I don't want them on psycho, crazy pharmaceuticals that make them go,
Right.
Well,
and we have to bring up often this medication actually increases suicidal ideation and aggressive thoughts and things like that. But I do want to answer your question. You said, why isn't that the subject of like the show today?
Yeah, or the premise or the framing of it.
Because when we do talk about this stuff, on like a normal day when news breaks of like 25 people pushed in front of trains, or a woman was raped on a train in Philadelphia, and we're sitting here saying like, what is going on in these cities? What are the failed policies that are resulting in this? We talk about it all the time. Today, we're talking about the fact that
Why are people talking about tankies in chat? What the fuck?
protesters went out in New York and physically assaulted one of our friends and reporter because he simply filmed them, and they are demanding criminal charges of the guy who tried to stop the violent offense. See, that is anarcho-tyranny. That when you have ongoing crime,
Keep saying
when you have
anarcho-tyranny.
victimization, people being killed, and a woman being raped on a train, we talk for a year, 2 years, 3 years. When the riots happened in 2020, we had Michael Tracy's reporting showing all of the riots across the country and the mom and pop shops that were putting up signs saying, please don't hurt us. We talk about it nonstop. And then one day, someone on a train, 3 guys, say, we must stop this man. Maybe because they were like, we've seen too many people die on these train tracks before. And now we've got leftist protesters saying that guy should go to prison for it. And AOC calling it a public murder. I'm like, yo, AOC, I didn't see you call out the public murder in the subway trains. And again, maybe it's ignorance. But the problem...
Isn't that also just, okay, how many of these people are pushing people in front of fucking subway trains and getting away with it? If AOC, wait, did AOC call it murder? If she called it murder, maybe that's irresponsible because it should go to trial and shit. Like, there might be some fucking world where the guy was like saying, as soon as I get out of this chokehold, I'm going to stab you. Like, maybe that's a thing and that would change the situation. But apart from that, like, fuck. What did AOC say? Let's see. Because... I don't trust anything this person says. Let's go. Let's go. Mental health conditions. Mental health conditions. Okay. All good. Any real explanation from any official hesitating to condemn Jordan Neely, condemning complicated killing is wrong, killing the poor is wrong, killing the mentally ill is wrong. What's hard to say? Rikers, that's where Lance maybe got that from. Public murder. Yeah, okay. She did say it. Okay, well done, Tim. He got one thing right.
I see is, this is why I refer to the left as NPCs or a cult. There is complete ignorance to the problem ongoing, and then a hyperpolarization in a single moment in the wrong direction, which makes the problem worse.
You know what's so wild is the other...
You're part of that problem, Tim, because you're saying that the guy was like, you are completely misrepresenting the facts of the case already by saying that this guy presented a much larger threat than he actually did.
The side feels the exact same way. On the
Except
other,
we're not-
Like Bud Light. Did Tim Pool do Bud Light? Maybe.
Conservatives,
the opposite direction,
except
yeah.
we're not conservatives.
The exact same.
You see, that's the problem.
Okay, so
Is
Tim,
it all right if I jump in with something, right? Because I've been
He's a
reluctant.
conservative, he's a moon lord, and I'm a
Slamus.
traditionalist.
I've been reluctant to interject because I don't want to just
liberal.
dogpile. And so I didn't want to get in on it.
Oh no,
a
I'm
huge
here,
part of
I'm
that
here
argument.
for the dog
but
pile. I signed
you're
up.
not, I
I'm
promise.
sitting
I
in
promise
Ye's
you're
chair,
not.
right? This
I
is where
promise
Ye
you're
sat
not.
and Ye sit
Woof,
here. No, I'm here for the dog pile.
So-
Let's do this.
I think when you talk about mental health and trying to solve the problem of mental health in this country, that is a deceptively simple way of putting it, right? Every single person in this room would have a very different idea of how that problem should be solved. And I agree with you that right now Republicans aren't doing a whole lot to talk about mental health issues, at least with respect to whatever
New York?
mental health issue that this specific person is dealing with.
Wait.
But
New
that's
York,
because
New York is not a Republican place.
No. I totally agree with that too. But I'm saying he was saying, why don't Republicans do more to advocate for
also,
mental
like-
health treatment? My point, however, is that I think the kind of advocacy you'd see from conservatives on how to solve the problem of bad mental health in the United States would be a much different set of policy prescriptions than you would want. So one example of this,
well,
right?
actually, what Ian said.
So what Ian said, and there's a number of different directions you could take this in. My fundamental belief is that we live in a culture that encourages man to live in ways that man is not meant to live, and you just see negative health outcomes from that, both mental and physical. However, when you look at traditional psychological definitions of mental illness and how we used to treat it, back in the 1950s, you had about 500,000 people in the United States in insane asylums. By the 1980s, it's about 100,000. Okay, so without even adjusting for the increase in population size, there's a significantly lower number of people who are committed. And part of that is because the requirement to get somebody committed involuntarily to a mental health facility at that time was they can't take care of themselves. Today, they have to demonstrate that they are a danger to themselves and others first.
Does he want more people committed? I think committing someone is probably one of the most inhumane, like, fucking counterproductive things you can do unless that person is actually just like, they can't be anywhere else. It's like a last resort.
before they can be committed. Now, is someone not being able to take care of themselves necessarily the perfect indicator of whether they need to be committed to one of these institutions? I have no idea. However, what I do know is once we push the goalpost all the way in the other direction and say they have to demonstrate that they are a significant danger to themselves or others, oftentimes they don't get committed until after they've already hurt somebody. So it's a much more complicated situation than saying you just have to throw more money at this system when we don't even have a solid definition of what good mental health is and also at which point someone should be committed.
So I think the important point, going back to what I agree, this is not a conservative show, but if you are in a cult, you wouldn't know that. You would only hear what the cult says.
So here's what I have to respond to that. If an objective person, say
He's so funny. He does just live in his own little weird world where he's like still a liberal. Oh God.
Alien just showed up and looked at your channel, Tim, and went through all the videos, and you were to ask them, poll them, is this person and his views, where would you place them? Most likely they would say conservative. That's going to be my bet.
That's actually wrong.
Yes.
But more because the guests that come on
Not
tend
just
to
even
identify.
the guests, but the way they're framed, the thumbnails, the words that you put in red, and the whether or not you're supporting or going against one,
I don't
either
care
the
about
Democrats
this.
or the
Just talk
Republicans.
about
But hey,
issues.
you tell me that you guys don't like the Democrats and you don't like the Republicans. This is not a Republican.
That's also talking about debates. The most useless debate you can have is like telling someone what their ideology is and all, because people just have so much deniability and like people are so fucking nebulous with these terms, and when people cover issues, it's like especially if you're like Tim Pool, his policy stances. It's funny because if you got Tim Pool to like do a political compass or to write down some policy positions, it's very possible he would probably turn out more than the left of most of his audience, but he knows what his audience wants. And that's why whenever a fucking black person dies, Tim Pool, doesn't matter what happens, needs to take the most charitable, like obvious smoke and mirrors approach that helps the fucking, that makes the killing look at least as justified as possible. But I don't know why you wouldn't just talk about the issues. Like, I don't think people don't really like what's the best? Tim Pool concedes that he's a conservative. Okay, wow. It is weird. It is very strange that he keeps on going with this liberal thing, but
Stream. You don't want to even endorse Republicans in any way, shape, or form, or vote for them. I don't. Big no.
I don't vote on party lines
we do
personally.
like.
Okay, sure. But there's a lot of right wingers who watch you, right? So that's what I mean when I say you do have a voice and you do have an audience of right wingers who are going to vote at one point or another. 30% of your audience is right wing.
Most of the people who watch this, the largest faction is libertarian.
Okay.
The next largest would be considered traditional liberal.
Which is right wing. And again, people who call themselves traditional liberals, like classical liberals, are fucking right wing, okay?
Oh, no, I think...
but along party lines, who are the libertarians going to vote for? Not the Libertarian Party. Most likely they're going to vote for whoever...
When they come on this show and say abolish the police.
One of the two, Republican or Libertarian.
Yeah, most likely,
usually.
yes, one of the two. So that's why I say, Tim, for the people who watch you who are Republican leaning, why not frame it that way for them so that they can actually start pushing more money into that?
That's why I'm here.
That's
basically true, I think, in a lot of ways.
That's what Moonlord does.
So here's what I think. I think you're in a cult, right?
Okay.
I think the cult is derived from algorithms on social media.
Okay.
So you only surround yourself with this loud noise. We saw a really good example of this with that Sisson guy. Is that his name? Harry? I don't know.
Harry Sisson, yeah.
Sisson. Those two guys went on the Tim Dillon podcast and he said, please, no, don't clip this. Okay. I will lose followers. I can rag on Trump all the time and like people still watch the show. Seamus and I can have an argument over me being pro-choice and him being pro-life, and people still watch the show. And if I pull up all sides with 3,770 ratings, Tim Pool is a centrist. But you think I'm conservative because you live in a bubble, right?
Because I'm too far left, the Overton window is too far away, is what you're saying?
Yes. So like when I go hang out in Washington, D.C.,
right?
And I go to National Harbor.
I think if I wanted to give, based on Lance, first of all, this is such a waste of time discussing this. If I wanted to criticize something about Lance's content, like in general, because I still like Lance, like he's a cool guy, I would probably say, whoa, I just squeaked. I would probably say that my biggest criticism of someone like Lance is that he sees caricatures rather than the actual opponents. I definitely noticed that with the little back and forth with the Queen death and just like the way he reports on certain stories. It seems like he doesn't really know that much about his political opponents. Like they're just caricatures, right? You know, like the kind of people who will say that the only reason conservatives are pro-life is because they want to control women's bodies. That must be the only fucking mens rea, like their thought is like, yeah, I just want to control women's body, like, or the idea that people push anti-trans policy just because they want trans people dead, right? Like all these things, like that's, I think he often sees like more caricatures than actually what's in people's heads, and also just like a lot of exaggeration, I guess. Yeah, but we'll see.
Or I go to Baltimore, Maryland live. I'm in Baltimore.
I don't know why
places.
you do that. Washington D.C.
How did you get banned? Because I was watching the fucking Has debate. Okay. Oh yeah, I'll keep saying it. I'll answer all your questions.
See,
The people who
guy.
come up to me and are like, hey man, I'm a big fan, are not conservatives. They hate Donald Trump. In fact, I was at a poker table last week and a guy said, I just hate Donald Trump. Man, I can't stand him. I wish somebody else.
The Serfs could just say, like, you know what? I was in my Discord the other day and, like, you know what? Bunch of right wingers in there. Just like, oh, I like your content, Lance. I'm right wing. And Tim can't deny that, right? Oh, God.
Would run, but I can't vote for Joe Biden. I think you're surrounded. We talk about this.
Sorry, out of interest. We get some ones in chat if you're right wing. I know I have a few. There are a few conservatives who watch me, which I find strange, but if you consider yourself center right or right, is there anyone in chat? Fuck off, Dahlia. You are not right wing. Okay.
Quite a bit.
Sure.
If all sides has nearly 4,000 people rating me, and the end result is centrist, if I'm actively pro universal health care, not to the same degree as like Bernie Sanders, I believe in private health insurance, and I'm pro choice, I am absolutely not a conservative in this country.
I've listened to your debates on pro-choice, though. You're pro-choice from a Tim Pool's perspective. I
I'm
would say,
pro-choice from a traditional liberal perspective, as
but
traditional liberals
not
have
from
been.
what people who would define themselves as pro-choice would say, right? Like you concentrate very heavily
Right, listen.
on the 9th-month abortions and baby guillotines and stuff like that. Like
What?
Yeah. I remember watching you debate
Baby
about
guillotines?
Yeah. Okay, so baby guillotines is my own personal interpretation and joke of it. But you were talking about how women, how like disgusted you are that women may have an abortion in the 9th month, right? Or even
A viable baby.
of a viable baby
That could
and
live.
I wanted to scream at that time, being like, women who have abortions in the 9th month, they're not doing that because they got bored or all of a sudden they're like, oh, I don't care anymore. They do that because it's a fucking tragedy. Like statistically, women who are getting abortions in the 9th month, it's because there's a medical complication that could kill them. That's why they have to do it. What do you
False
mean
argument.
False. That's the real world.
I already said viable. Try again.
What are you talking about, Tim?
I already said abortion
okay.
of viable fetuses
Oh
at
my
9
God,
months.
this is ridiculous.
Do you know?
So-
do you know
Oh, fuck, this is the thing, isn't it? I didn't even know this. I might be wrong. I was glancing over this not long ago when I was doing all the abortion shit. I think it's the case that with like a late term abortion, if it's a medical complication, that usually if it's endangering the mother's life, it's also endangering the baby's life. The baby's fucked. So I think one of the late term abortions is if you're a woman with like chronic illness that gives you the symptoms of pregnancy throughout your life. It can give you and some people with chronic illnesses don't realize they're pregnant until like 26 weeks in or some like mad shit because their body's doing a lot of the same shit that would happen if they were pregnant anyway. And they might need to abort then because that same complication can endanger the baby, right? So they're basically in a situation where they're choosing one life over another, or the baby's just going to die anyway. Or the other one is like the baby is slow on their brain development is delayed to a point that it's going to like they're going to be permanently fucking brain damaged and they'll probably die anyway, and that's also threatening the mother's life as well. And then that's also, but I think it's the case that if it's a viable fetus at 9 months, or 8 months or 7 months, any like third trimester viable fetus, I think the protocol is to C-section them, isn't it? If there's any reason you need to abort a viable fetus in the third trimester, you're not actually killing them. You have to C-section them. Is that not the case? Another reason as well is just that because of the way the American system is they might not get the money for the abortion until they're in the third trimester. But that's also, I think they C-section. Well, so you wouldn't be aborting them. No, aborting in that sense means you're terminating the pregnancy. But I think it still counts as an abortion if you terminate the pregnancy. But you're just not killing the fetus. We'll see where they go with that. I'm curious.
viable means?
Yes.
It means the baby can survive on its own without medical complications.
Absolutely.
And why legalize abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months when the baby could just be delivered?
Women are not getting abortions at the 9th month for pleasure or because they want to suddenly do it for kicks. No, that doesn't happen. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy of the
or if they're just induced labor, yeah.
Because there are medical operations that could kill the mother and they need to get an abortion.
Why legalize?
I just told you that's the reason why.
That's not for viable fetuses. If the fetus is viable, it's a different situation, right? The medical complication thing and like that could kill the mother is usually going to kill the baby as well. But we're talking about viable fetus. It's a different story. We're talking about a baby that could survive if you just yeet it out.
So all right, I'll try and break it down for you. Can the baby survive? Let's talk about a baby. The baby can survive on its own, yes?
Sure.
Okay. Abortion is defined by Planned Parenthood and the law as terminating the life of the baby.
Correct.
Okay.
Why terminate the life of the baby if it can survive on its own?
Because it could kill both of them. That's why it is done at that stage.
So how do you
kill one or the other, and they have to make the tough decision at that point.
So how do you remove the fully formed 9-month baby at that point?
Oh, I don't know the science of it. I've never performed that operation before.
So shouldn't the law then be, if the baby must be removed and it is alive and capable of survival, all actions must be taken to preserve the life of the child and the mother?
I would say they'd probably choose the mother first, right?
Why?
And this is such a strange scenario. How often do you think that this happens and all of a sudden they're like, the baby could have lived. You could have done it. Why did you choose the other option? It's like, this is a tragedy of the highest order because they want to have the kid. At 9 months pregnant, a woman is on her way to give birth. So it's like, it's the worst possible fucking thing that could happen to her.
That's not always, again, I said I didn't want a dogpile, but that's it's statistically not true. There have been surveys done on women who had later abortions, and for a pretty large sum of them, it's because they were not sure whether the father of the child was willing to commit. And then when they found out he wasn't willing to commit, they would have the abortion. And so there are different stats you're going to find for different points in pregnancy. When it comes all the way along to 9 months, I don't have the statistics.
By the way, Lorna Box, you changed my stance about abortion. I was very much against it before your video. Cool. Nice one. Thanks.
Statistical data on that. However, I do know for later term abortions, there are reasons other than what is traditionally considered to be a medically necessary reason. For example, some people will say that a negative mental health outcome is a reason to abort a child later in pregnancy. So if the woman is depressed, they will list that as a reason for why the child had to be terminated to save the life of the mother, which is certainly not the case, very obviously. And to the point of what Tim is saying, when we say there's no such thing as a medically necessary abortion, the principle behind that is if there is an operation which is necessary to save the life of the mother, and then she miscarries the child as a result of that operation, which was necessary to save her life, that's not an abortion because nobody's intent was to go in there and end the life of the unborn child. And so if a woman's having complications where she has to deliver early, you deliver the child early, of course. And if you're at a point in pregnancy where the child isn't viable, that's a horrible tragedy. You still do what you can to save the child, but you can't always save the child, and we understand that. But to go in and rip the child apart to end their life is never something which is medically required, even though an early delivery may be.
But are there situations where if the baby is in, this is so harsh, in its complete form, that even trying to induce early pregnancy could kill the mother, so they have to break the baby's body apart so that they can get it out without killing the mother?
I've never heard of such a thing.
So,
and there are letters, by the way, signed by literally...
What was that question, sorry?
Pregnancy could kill the mother, so they have to break the baby's body apart so that they can get it out. Induce baby is
required, even though an early delivery may be.
But are there situations where if the baby is in, this is so harsh, in its complete form, that even trying to induce early pregnancy could kill the mother, so they have to break the baby's body apart so that they can get it out without killing the mother?
I've never heard of such a thing.
So,
and there are.
Wait, what do you mean you never heard? Isn't that with the whole, like the majority of the late abortions is because the mother's life is at risk, and even inducing labor or C-sectioning could kill the mother. So you choose one life over the other, and you just have to you just have to destroy the fetus. Yeah, I think it's like really graphic. You have to break the fucking skull and shit like that. Yeah.
But
that's the only time you would do it.
Face colon underscore
I don't
Milo
think...
face colon underscore bansex colon underscore bansex. I hate abortion debates. It's all moving goalposts.
Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that.
are letters, by the way, signed by literally thousands of doctors who have said
let me ask. Let me ask.
Wait, can I just say
scenario.
one thing? So 88% of abortions are in the first 12 weeks. 88.
Yeah.
88% of abortions. Less than 1.3% of abortions take place near the 8 to 9.
How many abortions?
Underscore Milo face underscore ban sex underscore ban sex. I hate abortion debates. It's all moving goalposts.
Oh no.
Good mocker.
Well, how many is that?
I don't know the actual numbers. This is the percentages.
13,000.
Okay, but we're talking about less than 1.3%.
Hold on, 13,000. That's the number of people who die from gun violence in the U.S. each year that aren't suicides.
Gentlemen,
so that's
I am not
13,000.
here to justify abortion when it happens as in it's
But
a good
you're
thing.
no.
I don't celebrate
Brother,
it.
you're saying it doesn't happen.
No.
You're saying
I
it doesn't
never said
happen.
it doesn't happen.
13,000 times.
I said it's extremely. There is 338 million Americans. I'm sorry. The numbers are going to be a little daunting. Yes, the numbers will be high. I'm not here to celebrate that.
I don't understand your argument then.
My argument is that there's a lot of human
13,000
beings.
people die from guns, we have a problem, right?
If 13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem. Yes, of course.
If 13,000.
The difference with the fucking abortion thing is that those abortions, I don't think Lance knows, those abortions are not like the mother just choosing whenever, the medical complications, but if the baby is but Tim is trying to hone in on the viable fetus. I don't think it's the case that they would ever like dismember a fucking viable fetus that isn't going to that isn't like risking the mother's life as well. I think the only time they do that is if the mother's life is at risk as well. That's why they do it. Fuck me, jeez.
Late-term abortions happen. Is that a problem?
These are completely different things.
Well, how so?
Okay, so if someone dies by a gun, have they been shot? Were they killed? Did they kill themselves? Was it a suicide? Was it a gang violence thing? Who knows?
That's a good question.
Can I clarify? I don't want to argue. I just want to clarify.
I need to answer this.
Well,
In the case of
but
in the case of late-term abortions, more often than not, when statistics say, and when they are polled, they say the reason that they are giving it is because it's a medical complication that could result in the death of the mother or the child.
Right. So let's. Can we make the argument then that the use of guns on people are allowed?
The use of guns of people are allowed
To end their lives is allowed.
So that's murder. You're describing murder.
So if Colorado, for instance, passes a law saying there is no medical requirement for an abortion, is it wrong to kill the baby?
You're talking about.
Say this.
Colorado, for instance, passes a law saying there is no medical requirement for an abortion. Is it wrong to kill the baby?
You're talking.
If we're talking about a viable fetus, then you should. That as far as I know, you should only do that if there's a viable reason. So here's the abortion thing. There are two arguments. One is moral, one's pragmatic. The pragmatic one's very easy. In America, I think support for first trimester abortions is quite high. When you get to second and third, it plummets. No one likes second and third term abortions unless it's like a medical necessity, unless it's the child's life or the mother's, in which case you choose to save the mother. That's it. The only other time I think is when it's a viable fetus, they would induce labor or C-section at that stage. And that's usually for very, very extraordinary medical situations, which is why it's like less than 1% of abortions. The moral thing, a bit more complicated. I guess we'll get to that when it comes up, because it probably will.
Talking about. You're trying to compare murdering someone with a gun to a woman having to make a medical decision that could basically preserve her life.
No. I said not a medical reason. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, he's talking about just choosing to whenever you want. He's saying, can you get a third term abortion just because it's like a third trimester abortion just because you're fucking one day she changes her mind, right?
The ability to have an abortion for any reason? Yes.
At 9 months.
At 9 months, I would say at 9 months, because it only happens according to the stats based on complete medical necessity. She has a right to do it.
No.
She should have a right.
Yeah, the question is whether she has a right to do it just because she wants to. I don't think anyone. He's not going to defend that, is he? I don't think anyone defends that. I don't even think doctors defend that. I think doctors say that if the fetus is viable at 9 months and you don't want to have it, like you induce labor or you C-section. I don't think that you can just fucking clap a 9-month or 8-month fetus just because you for the vibes. I don't think you can do that, can you? Is there anywhere you can do that?
Hold on. Colorado legalized abortion in up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree?
Wait, did they? Uh-oh. I think this is so unlikely. Let's see. Apply to abortions with 3 circumstances. Outpatient abortion is legal at all states of pregnancy without term restrictions. But why are they saying? Are they not saying reasons? We don't have to give reason if it was 2nd or 3rd trimester. Outpatient. What the fuck is outpatient abortion? Medically indicated termination of pregnancy up to 34 weeks is also an option for conditions such as fetal anomalies, genetic disorder, fetal demise, and or severe medical problems. So he lied. I don't think you can get a fucking 8-month abortion just because you change your mind. I don't think that's true. There's no ban, but I think Sorry guys, I'm back. Hang on. Am I? Outpatient means they were never in hospital. Oh, here it is, NPR. A rare decision now in the political spotlight. A critical piece of the brain had not developed properly. Would have seizures 70% of the time. We need to have a resuscitation order in place. She would most likely seize to death. Fearing a short and painful life for their baby. 3rd trimester abortion. That's not the question though. The question is, can you get it just for no reason? Most oppose it by the 3rd trimester. Polarizing. Not something they want to do. Some abortion rights opponents argue that women facing life-ending fetal diagnoses should still go through with the pregnancy. Well, that's cringe. Fuck off. I guess people who are pro-life would call this eugenics, though. I don't know. Maybe think about that.
I agree with that decision, yes.
So the baby could survive on its own, and the mother is legally now allowed to just end its life.
She has the right if she wanted to. You're saying so in Colorado, and
it's not a trick question. You're
I know, but I'm asking you because you're the one who brought this up. I don't know what.
It seemed from the wiki that after 6 months you need a medical reason. Yeah, that's usually what it is. Even for 2nd trimester, I think for 2nd trimester you only abort them if it's non-viable. Yeah.
Colorado specific law says. So if you were saying that in Colorado, women have the ability at 9 months to have an abortion for any reason. They can just decide that
elective, yeah.
Okay, I think they should have the right to do that, but
that's not what elective means. That's not what elective means. Elective doesn't just mean on a whim.
Stats show that they're not doing that, but they should have a legal right to do that. Yes, it's their body, it's their choice, of course.
So this is what I disagree on. I think the baby needs to be removed from.
Oh no. That's not how that works. Their body. Okay, so here's the problem with my body, my choice. Okay. I agree with it, actually, for the most part. No one has the right to use your body, okay? No one. For whatever fucking reason. You can't just go and use someone else's body without their consent. Can't do it. If I fucking beat the shit out of someone so bad that they end up in hospital, and the only way they can survive is they're wired up to my kidney, it might be, like, morally repugnant of me, but they have no right to use my body. Like, they have no right to use the state to use my body. That, however, that doesn't mean that I get a right to kill them. So when it comes to a 9-month fetus, do you guys remember the philosophy tube video with the violinist? You wake up hooked up to a violinist, and if you disconnect to them, they'll die. Can you make the choice? And everyone's like, yeah, of course you can choose to fuck them off, right? Of course you can choose to disconnect. The difference is, though, is in that essay, a lot of people don't know this, in that essay that Philosophy Tube based that video on, this is why I fucking hate watching YouTube videos, because they leave this stuff out. In that essay, she concedes at the end that just because no one has a right to your body, she also says you don't have a right to kill a viable fetus. That's a different thing. So you have the right to disconnect from that person whenever you want, even if it's your fault that they're there. But you don't have a right to smash their skull up while you do it, right? Which is why with the because a right to terminate the pregnancy isn't a right to kill a viable fetus, because people would say that a viable fetus, a conscious being, is a person. It's got rights as a person. Bit odd to not include that in the vid. Yeah, we can maybe find it. Yeah. violinist abortion essay. Judith Jarvis Thompson. Right to... If I have to fucking find it. It's quite long. I might have to find it off stream. Yeah, I think it's here. I might be wrong. I'll just go with it. So this is her at the end, the violinist person. While I'm arguing for the permissibility of abortion... Where is it? Fuck! My argument will be found unsatisfactory on 2 counts by many of those who want to regard abortion as morally permissible. First, while I do argue that abortion is not impermissible, I do not argue that it is always permissible. There may well be cases in which carrying the child to term requires only minimally decent Samaritanism of the mother, and that is a standard we must not fall below. I am inclined to think, in a merit of my account precisely, that it does not give a general yes or a general no. It allows for and supports our sense that, for example, a sick and desperately frightened 14-year-old schoolgirl pregnant due to rape may of course choose abortion, and that any law which rules this out is an insane law. And it also allows for and supports our sense that in other cases, resort to abortion is even positively indecent. It would be indecent if the woman to request an abortion, and indecent a doctor to perform it, if she is in her 7th month and wants the abortion just to avoid the nuisance of postponing a trip abroad. The very fact that the arguments I've drawn attention to treat all cases of abortion, or even all cases of abortion in which the life's mother is not at stake, as morally on par, ought to have made them suspect at the outset. Second, while I'm arguing for the permissibility of abortion in some cases, I am not arguing for the right to secure the death of the unborn child. It is easy to confuse these two things in that up to a certain point in the life of the fetus, it is not able to survive outside the mother's body. Hence, removing it from her body guarantees its death. But they are importantly different. I have argued that you are not morally required to spend 9 months in bed sustaining the life of that violinist, but to say this is by no means to say that if, when you unplug yourself, there is a miracle and he survives, you then have a right to turn around and slit his throat. You may detach yourself even if this costs him his life. You have no right to be guaranteed his death by some other means if unplugging yourself does not kill him. There are some people who will feel dissatisfied by this feature of my argument. A woman may be utterly devastated by the thought of a child, a bit of herself put out for adoption, and never seen or heard of again. She may therefore want not merely that the child is detached from her, but more that it die. Some opponents of abortion are inclined to regard this as beneath contempt, thereby showing insensitivity to what is purely a powerful source of despair. All the same, I agree that the desire for a child's death is not one which anybody may gratify, should it turn out to be possible to detach the child alive. This is like an induced labor evictionist C-section argument in the second, third trimester. For a viable fetus, this is not saying you get to kill it. This is an argument against killing a viable fetus. You realize that, right? Who wrote this? Judith Jarvis Thompson, the person who came up with the violinist analogy that Philosophy Tube used. So if you're talking about an ethical standard for abortion, it would be until they are quote unquote a person, i.e. viable, or I would say like conscious, that's my line. Until that, you do whatever you want to it. Just fucking yeet it. It's not a person, it's a parasite, okay? Once it's conscious or viable, once it's viable, once it can survive, I'll give her argument. Once it's viable, you can terminate the pregnancy, as in take the baby out and let it survive on its own, but you can't kill it. So Lance is saying that she should be able to kill it in the name of bodily autonomy. So, yeah.
From the woman, there's no reason to kill it. You know what I mean? Like you could just C-section and then put it for adoption.
But I'm telling you that doesn't happen.
But it does. But hold on. Like
you might be able to bring up anecdotes, but the stats don't say that.
But hold on. Like, why allow it to happen? I just don't understand.
But since the fetus isn't a person, it doesn't apply. No, but we're talking about a viable fetus because this essay is, and I would say this as well, this essay is saying a viable fetus is granted the rights of a person. You can't kill it. I think also, for me, life begins at, like, a person is a person because they're conscious. Like, happens at about 18 to 24 weeks, I think. The parts of the brain that relate to consciousness start to develop. So that's my line. Before that, do whatever you want to it. After then, you can terminate the pregnancy, but I don't think you can kill it. Yeah. And also, legislate. Not only is this the moral position, it's also the practical one. I don't know why people like Lance would say that you should be allowed to do a third-term abortion just because she wants to, just she should have that right, when no one defends that. Like, I don't know if we can find the polling, but the popularity of third-term abortion is insanely low. Second term, it's quite low as well. First trimester though is like much more saleable. Ugh.
Are you arguing? Wait, hold on. Are you arguing you oppose it, and you think it's morally wrong, but you think it should be legal?
I think that women should have the right to decide what they do and have bodily autonomy over their own bodies.
We're not talking about her body. We're talking.
It is her body. Of course it is. At 9 months, even if it's still inside her, it's still her body. Even if it's a viable baby, it's still her body.
We're talking about the removal of the baby. Yes.
The forceful removal of the baby, or
forceful.
So she chooses to have that. She should have the right. The woman
says the baby must be removed from my body. Why kill the baby if they're removing it?
I don't think they should do that. I would if they ask me, Lance, should I do this? I would say no, but she should have a right. Yes, of course. It's her body still. That doesn't stop.
So, like, the woman is pregnant, the baby is viable and capable of surviving on its own.
Sure.
And she says before it breaches oxygen, kill it. Do you think that should be allowed?
This is again the baby guillotines. This is why I brought that up. But what a weird scenario. This doesn't happen. This is not the real world.
But if you're saying if it doesn't happen, it doesn't solve the moral question. Is it allowed or not? Because I think Lance bit the bullet that it's okay to kill the baby at 9 months, even if it's viable, without a medical reason. Just say no. That's not okay. Like no one does that because it's really morally fucking, it's not acceptable. I don't even think it's medically acceptable to do that.
But it does. And if the argument is that it doesn't happen enough for you to care, that's fine. You're allowed to believe that. What I don't understand is it seems like your position is a rather shocked position where you recognize there is something inherently wrong with taking the life of a baby that could survive on its own, but you're also taking the tribal position of women should be allowed to do it anyway.
No. If you were to ask me, Tim, hey, Lance, do you think it's a good idea if this woman who's 9 months pregnant, suddenly she got bored with the pregnancy, she doesn't want to have it anymore, but the baby's viable? Do you think that's a good thing to do? I would be like, no, of course not.
Then why should it be allowed?
Because it's still her right. It's still her body. But bodily autonomy doesn't stop at my morality. Tim, it's not my choice. Right? It's not my, yes, but that's not my choice.
Why kill it? Why kill it?
That's her choice, not mine.
Why kill the baby?
Ask her. Ask her.
Okay. So my point is simply this. You don't need to be shocked by it. You're allowed to have that moral position. I think most people in America would prescribe that to be, would ascribe evil to that.
Sure. That's the idea. You can ascribe evil to whatever you want. That's up to you. That's your choice.
The idea that you would say
doesn't mean that she should legally be restricted.
The woman wants the baby removed, and then in the process, instead of letting the baby live, remove it but kill it. Right? There's no reason to do that. You can give the baby up for adoption. You can drop the baby off on the doorstep of a post office.
I agree with you. I'm not disputing that.
So why legalize? Even if it's one, why legalize? You see, this is the craziest thing.
Because her autonomy should not be cut off based on your morality. Because you don't think that idea is good. You don't like it.
But the baby.
We're not talking about her autonomy, though. We're talking about whether it's okay to kill a viable fetus. Because if Lance thinks a viable fetus isn't a person, because I think Lance is taking the position that the baby is not a person until it's out of the womb. Until it's out of the fucking push through the birthing canal. But then the question would be what's so special about the birthing canal? Why are you a person 1 second after you leave the birthing canal, but not 1 second before? Which is an impossible question to answer. It's like completely arbitrary. There's no logic behind it or anything. Yeah. Also, Jesus. Ooh. T, thanks for the $5. Thank you for being a leftist that isn't ideologically poisoned. Arguing what Lance is advocating will make any sane person laugh and cringe. Yeah, I don't know where this came from. Where's the optional, the on a whim fucking third trimester abortion brigade? Where did that come from? Why is that a thing? Did I miss?
That's not where we should.
I don't even think Colorado did that. I think Colorado mentioned that there has to be a medical condition.
Well, that's if it was removed from her body and it was still viable. right? And that's where the baby guillotines come in, because I don't think this happens. I don't think women on the 9th month get abortions with viable living children and then be like, I don't want it, kill it. I don't think that happens.
I mean, you don't have to think it happens, but statistically it does, because your entire argument is this only happens for reasons of the health of the mother or the health of the unborn child.
I said,
so you believe it only
I said the
happens because there's
statistics show that at the 9th month, if a woman is going to have an abortion, it's typically...
Couldn't you extend Lance's logic to parents killing infants when it's inconvenient as your body, your choice not to feed them? Yeah. Yeah, because the premise that Lance has, I don't know if Lance has thought about it, but Lance is basically saying implicitly that it's a person 1 second after it leaves the womb, and it's not a person 1 second before it leaves the birthing canal, which is not very defensible. It would basically mean that, like, it's totally okay for, like, if it's a mother's choice to just drink her baby to death at 7 months or 8 months, that would be fine as well, right? Because it's her body, her choice. There'd be nothing wrong with her doing that. Even if she did it with the explicit intent of killing the baby, right? That'd be fine.
Because it's a medical complication that could either endanger her or the child's life.
And what I am saying is there are doctors who will justify that by saying the medical complication is she is depressed. That is literally one of the reasons given in surveys of women. And another reason that is given is I didn't know if the man who I was going to be with.
Okay, but Seamus, I got to stop you because this is a nebulous argument that doesn't get anywhere, and I can respect the point.
Lance is actually right. Pregnancies aren't terminated that late until there's something seriously wrong. Yeah, I know, but the problem is that Tim Pool made him bite the bullet that it should be allowed to abort with no medical complications at 8 months, like to kill the fetus. That's what, unfortunately, Lance bit that bullet, and now we're stuck.
Point that if you go to if you try and look this up, you're going to find left-wing sources and right-wing sources that will contradict each other. So my question is strictly on the legality of terminating the life of a child. I can sit here and pull up, oh, hey, here's one. Women abort Down syndrome babies late term rather frequently. I think that's wrong. I don't think that someone's life is forfeit because they have Down syndrome. But your argument is that they do.
No, it's not. That's a strong.
No. Your argument is that women have a right to terminate a baby for any reason at any point.
Yes, they should have the bodily autonomy to make that decision.
So what I'm saying is, in the circumstance of Down syndrome, I think it is wrong to terminate a baby's life at 9 months simply for having Down syndrome, but you would agree she is legally allowed to do so.
I think she should be legally allowed to do so. Whether or not I think that's a good idea is irrelevant.
Well, then there's the clarification. I think it should be illegal.
Okay.
I think
so there are limits to how much bodily autonomy women should have.
So yes, right.
So that's your stance.
The pro-choice argument, because you're pro-abortion, right? Pro-choice traditionally in this country put limits at around like 15 to 16 weeks, meaning if the baby is dependent upon the body of the mother, then it is the body of the mother and she has final say. Yeah. If the baby is viable, it can be removed in a process that ends the pregnancy but doesn't end the life of the baby. That's kind of like the compromise where the baby gets to live and the woman no longer has to be pregnant. There seems to be this amoral argument where, but it just kill the baby anyway, which doesn't make any logical sense. That's the pro-abortion side. So if you go back to the 90s, if you go back to safe, legal, rare, et cetera, if you even look at Tulsi Gabbard in 2020, that's where I'm at. Conservatives are pro-life outright. Seamus would argue abortion in any capacity should be banned entirely. I'm in the traditional Democrat position. But you see, there is a tribal, amoral, illogical position of just let them kill the baby regardless. I don't see any logic there. I don't see how that makes sense morally or ethically or just mathematically.
Right. So you said I'm pro-abortion. What I'm against is forced birth, and I don't think the state should be forcing women to give birth against their will, which is what your position and your position is as well. So I'm against that.
I'm just gonna maybe predict if you say forced birth, like whatever, if you want to do your slogans and all that, it's fine. But like, I think the conservative response is forced birth is, well, no one forced you to get pregnant. Like, it's probably the thing. It's also, we're not talking about forced birth. We're talking about the right to kill. Okay, we've said that a million times, whatever.
I think that's creepy government shit. I don't think they should be forcing them and turning them into these viable wombs.
I completely agree. I'm against forced birth, just like you. Cool. Except my difference is that if the baby's at 8 months and can survive, they can take the baby out as if they would have an abortion, but not kill it in the process.
Yeah. If it's a viable at 8 months, is it viable?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is viable at 8 months, dude. There have been babies.
What the fuck? Of course, it's fucking viable at 8 months. Oh my! Isn't viability 24 weeks, bro? Oh, why would you get into this argument if you... Oh, shit, man. Viability is generally 23 to 24 weeks. Which would be insanely premature, but oh shit. It's rough. Oh God. My brother-in-law was born at 6 months. Wow, that's insane. Oh God, that's rough. Oh no. Okay.
Babies after 20 weeks.
Bro,
That
your
event.
whole
20 after-
position is
yeah.
that women have a right to kill the baby even if they end the pregnancy, and there's no logic there.
The logic is that I don't think you agree with forced birth at a point.
How?
How at 8 months? At 8 months, Tim Pool thinks forced birth is fucking cool and poggies.
Stop making up stupid bullshit.
But
dude.
No,
hold on.
That's what this is.
Bro.
This is 100% forced birth.
Nonsense statement, because I already said I agree with you. A woman should be able to end her pregnancy whenever she wants.
You agree with me up to 8 months,
A woman could end her pregnancy whenever she wants. Say it. Tim Pool said a woman can end her pregnancy whenever she wants.
Yeah,
Stop.
but
I demand you
aborting
say
is
it.
giving birth
because
both
you
ending a
make
pregnancy.
make up something fake. Tim Pool agrees with forced birth is a false statement. You're lying. I have already said I believe that women have a right to terminate their pregnancy up to a certain amount of time.
At 8 months is where you draw the line.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
No, I
just said that. If the baby is viable, that she
I
shouldn't
don't
have.
know what the fuck's happening. I think, okay, fuck, it's annoying because I feel like Tim Pool actually was okay with overturning Roe v. Wade because because I think Tim Pool's position is that we shouldn't allow abortion. He's okay with abortion bans now because he thinks the only way to let abortion through is to let the optional, no medical reasons 8-month pregnancy in, which is a bit of a straw man. It's weird, like appeasing his audience and shit. I think that's what he was saying, although it was very obscure. But I think everything Tim Pool's saying here is actually, I think it's fine. I think that's like the normal pro-choice position, isn't it? That a pre-viable fetus, you can do whatever you want to it, but after it's viable, you can't just kill it when there's no medical complications. When there's no... I think that's all he's saying, right? If you can terminate, that just means, yeah, that's the normal position, yeah. That's like every fucking European country when it comes to abortion. I mean, the UK is a weird one because the UK, you have to give a reason. Even if the reason is like, I'm not prepared, you still have to write that down on a form. It's just stupid. Even if it's like 6 weeks or whatever. But yeah, I think this is like, hang on. EU abortion limit. I think for the EU, isn't it like a lot of countries in the EU, some of them are first 3 months. Like a lot, like I think most EU countries are first trimester. This is the EU. First 3 months, 12 weeks, 12 weeks, 10 weeks, 12 weeks, 12 weeks, 12 weeks. 14 in France, 12, 24 in Netherlands, 22 in practice. It's all like viability. And then after that, there has to be a good reason for it. I don't know why. Where did this my body, my choice at 8 months, no medical, what the fuck? I'm dying.
Have the right to be able to terminate it.
To
right?
kill the baby.
Yes.
I said she can end the pregnancy whenever she wants.
And ending the pregnancy can be giving birth or aborting the
or
baby.
a C-section that keeps the baby
so
alive.
she has to be forced to give birth against her will in a C-section, but the baby is viable and they give it
So
off.
how do they remove
So
the
hold
baby
on,
at 8
either way, the
months?
baby comes out of her. You're saying
So,
that
so
it's
you
more
literally, so you literally want forced birth. You literally want to force women to give birth against their will.
So,
Can I just
you're saying
interject here? Can I
you're
please just
saying
make-
they should use the tools to rip apart the body and pull that out. Whereas I'm saying they should just take the
No,
baby
I'm saying
out.
she should have the right to decide what happens to her body. That's it.
Okay, but all right, either way, the child is coming out. You're making this argument about forced birth. Either way, what is in her body is going to be outside of it. The question is it okay to shove forceps into the skull of the small person who's inside of her and then tear them apart limb by limb to get them?
Conservatives love their graphic descriptions of third trimester abortions. They love it. They know every detail about the dismemberment and snapping of the fucking limbs and like drilling into the skull or whatever the fuck they do. Yeah, they do a lot of mad shit at that stage. It's a very rough process. A tiny small person. It's almost funny how fucking far they go. Like, you want to dismember a tiny small person and crush it to pieces? I'm like, yeah, fuck. And then it's like, yeah, bro. Fuck me. Oh, God.
Them out, or should we say no, that's not an acceptable way of delivering a baby, you shouldn't kill that unborn child? How is that for either way it comes out of her body? Either way the child comes out of her body. It's not as if there's one scenario where the pregnancy magically disappears and doesn't leave the body.
Let me add, forced birth is a nonsense politics statement.
But in your scenario, she's being forced to give birth against her will. Like she can't decide.
Already pregnant, dude.
I know, but
we're not talking about forcing her to do anything. She's pregnant.
But then endorse that position.
I did.
Stick by it.
I know. I reject there's no such thing as forced birth. They're saying you can't kill that baby.
Let me tell you how fascinating this is.
Because she has the baby inside her.
Is so
yes, she does.
fervent about legalizing the killing of a baby at 9 months that I can sit here and say I think women should be able to terminate their pregnancy whenever they want. Yeah. But if the baby is viable, there's no reason to kill it.
She has to be forced to give it. Then she has to be forced to give birth and then give the baby up. Is what you're saying?
Give birth. Define.
Yes. Okay. So that is forced birth, right? So she can't decide to terminate it at 8 or 9 months.
Define give birth.
You just said at 8 months if the baby is viable.
I didn't say 8 months. Define give birth. I'm trying to.
The problem is I think some people think terminate the pregnancy necessarily means kill the fetus, which it doesn't. You can terminate the pregnancy by taking the baby out and letting it survive on its own. But I think Lance thinks they mean the same thing. Define birth. Let's go!
I don't understand what you're saying by forced birth. What does birth mean?
You just said.
Do you think Tim Pool is being really abrasive to Lance? I don't think he was this combative to Destiny. Yeah, because because Lance rags on Tim Pool has been ragging on Tim Pool for years. I think he used to do a beanie show. They fight on Twitter all the time. Yeah, they fucking hate each other. Yeah.
When she is at 8 or 9 months. Okay, so she's at 8 or 9.
I said viable.
Okay, so it's viable. The baby's viable. She should have to give birth to it in some capacity. C-section, whatever.
Define birth, and I can answer your question.
Define birth.
The removal of a child into the world from a mother's womb.
So how do they do that?
The woman pushes the baby out.
So then what would you call an abortion at 8 months? Is the woman pushing the baby out?
No, it's most likely a medical procedure done by a doctor.
And what is that medical procedure?
An abortion.
But what is that?
What is an abortion?
Yes, like what?
How is it done?
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure how it's done in 8 months. I know earlier on it's usually done with a series of tools. I don't know how it's done in 8 or 9 months.
Okay, so your moral argument is forced birth. I'm trying to understand what your position is. If you don't know how an abortion is done, then are you in favor of forced birth?
Am I in favor of forced? No, I'm against forced birth.
But you think that women should have to expel the baby, right?
It's completely fine for me not to know the medical procedure of how abortion is done to stand up for the rights of a woman's body. I don't need to know how people perform abortions directly. I'm not going to lie here. I'm not going to pretend.
Removing a baby from a woman's body is birth.
Oh, so you're saying it doesn't count?
No.
It's birth of a different nature.
I don't think you have a definition, and I'm trying to understand what you mean by forced birth. But if you can't define the removal of the baby in a different way, I don't know what you're saying.
Birth, Tim, like the birth of a child.
So is a C-section a birth?
Sure. Yes, it is a form of extracting a living child that is viable to live in the real world.
That's how you define birth: extracting a living child to live in the real world.
No, I would define birth as someone giving birth. They're pushing a baby out of their body.
So I don't think women should be forced to do that, right?
You don't think women should be forced to push babies out of their body?
But the baby is in their body, so it's got to come out somehow.
So you're going to take it out with a C-section?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm trying to figure out what you mean by this.
So that would be forced birth. So she's forced to give and make a viable child, live in the real world.
I mean, when you're pregnant, the baby's going to come out of you at some point.
That's the
Either
point.
we rip
no
it
matter
apart
what
or
happens,
you give birth
the baby
naturally.
is coming out of the woman, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's no being in favor of that or not. It happens. Period.
Yes.
Okay. So what's your point?
What's my point?
Am I in favor of a natural process by which a woman has to have a baby removed from her, no matter what anyone says or does?
Your point is that at 8 or 9 months, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Tim.
You are wrong. Yes, I'll stop you right there because when you keep saying 8 or 9 months, that's not what I said over and over and over again.
Viability is after 6 months.
Viability is
that means that there's more than a 50% chance of
you're also wrong. It's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby
it's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby is viable, Tim, as soon as the baby.
You're a cesarean baby, so you weren't born. Listen, that's the fact that you were not born psychodynamic, that's the least surprising thing I've ever learned about you or anyone ever.
Is viable, then it's okay.
This explains
for
so much.
The woman, even if she doesn't want to have it anymore for whatever reason, she should have to be forced to have it extracted from her and then live. Is that correct? Is that your position?
Well, it's not forcing the woman to.
Wait, okay, here's what I want to know. If viability is generally 23, 24 weeks, why are all the abortion laws typically 12 to 14 weeks? Is that because of the procedure changing, becoming more fucking grim or whatever? Is that all it is? Why are abortion laws typically 12 to 14 weeks, but if viability is usually 23, 24 weeks? Why is that? Someone.
To have a baby live if the baby's already alive. You see what I'm saying? Like, you
Right,
can,
so you're okay.
Here's
So
a
we're talking about
I got
semantics.
I got a compromise for you. I got a compromise for you. We'll tell the mother we killed it, but we'll sneak it off and give it to someone else. Does that work for you?
No, because I still think she should have autonomy. She should have the right to do it if she wants to. Of course.
She should kill the baby after
she
it's already
shouldn't.
born?
I don't want her to kill a baby. I want her to
why
have.
do you keep saying it?
Because I want her to have the ability to choose. That's different, and that is a fundamental part of this.
The baby's out of her body, right?
Forcibly. In your scenario,
If Tim Pool asks, God, it's a good thing Tim Pool isn't like that. Like, he's definitely thought about this a lot more than Lance has, but like, it's a good thing he's not like an ultimate anti-abortion like debate bro, because he could just ask Lance when life begins. Oh God, like when personhood begins. Oh God, that would be a fucking shark attack. Because then we would actually have to be like, okay, she's allowed to fucking clap the baby at 9 months or 8 months. Why? Why? But why not? Why not 5 minutes after birth? Because personhood begins when you leave the birthing canal. Why? Oh God, that would be a horrible. Those are like the worst debates on abortion. Oh God.
No, let's say 24 weeks. The woman goes to the doctor and says, "I want this baby out of me." And the
what if she says, "I don't want to have this baby"?
I don't want to have this baby.
Okay.
Okay. And the doctor says, "I will remove it."
Okay.
Uh-oh, the baby's alive. What do we do?
So you forced her to give birth.
No. She said, "Doctor, I'd like an abortion." He says, "You got it." Step
And so
right up.
he's lying to her.
No. He does the abortion and it fails. And
An abortion is terminating a pregnancy. So there's no such thing as a trick abortion. You can't trick.
They're called failed abortions.
Failed abortions
Yes.
where doctors like trick women into taking their babies out?
No. So when they perform the abortion, as Seamus explained, they stick metal tools into the brain, scramble it up, and rip its body parts apart, and then pull it out chunk by chunk.
Okay.
When the babies are smaller, sometimes they pull them out, but the babies don't die; they survive, right? So my question is, in the instance of a failed abortion, what should be done?
A failed abortion being that the child is living, it's outside of the mother.
Yeah.
At that point, you cannot kill that child. That would be murder.
Oh, okay.
So it's murder when it's
Agreed on that point.
Right.
Yeah.
The body.
So then, where does the mother's choice come in to kill?
Before that procedure takes place,
So
she has a choice to choose what she wants to have done with her body. If she goes to a doctor and the doctor's like, I'm going to perform an abortion, which the assumption would be that I'm about to terminate the child, but then he just secretly sneaks the child out of there, that's not performing an abortion. You're just being deceptive.
Yeah, and the doctor should go to prison if they did something like that, in my opinion.
I think you go to
absolutely.
prison if you should go to prison if he performs an abortion.
Snap.
Opposite perspective.
So there's also something that none of us know, because I don't think any of us are medical doctors. The difference on the physiology of the female body giving a 9-month abortion, having that happen, or the actual birthing process, whether by C-section or natural birth, it might have vastly different consequences on the female body. So that's something to take into account.
So wait. Remember the Born Alive Act?
Yes.
That was a Republican position, wasn't it? What was that?
Yeah, so there have been a couple of different Born Alive acts in different years, but what they basically say is that if the abortion fails, it is not legal to kill the child.
Wasn't that Republicans were trying to pass a law?
Republicans were trying to pass that. That was one of the only things Obama voted on in the Senate. He voted against it.
Obama voted against it. But you would be in favor of that.
In favor of what?
The Born Alive Act.
I'm not completely familiar with it, so I'd have to read
if an
up on it
infant
first.
is born alive after an attempted abortion, it has the same protection of law and degree as a newborn.
Yeah, I would be okay with that, because at that point it's a human. If you're killing a person that is alive outside of a womb, then that's murder, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Can I ask you, this is
good.
not a gotcha.
We agree on that. That's great.
I want to ask you.
When is life? Oh no.
Okay, so
Yeah, of course.
you believe that the moment after the child is outside of the birth canal,
Sure.
that they are now endowed with human rights.
Shit.
Yes.
However, when they are inside
God.
of the mother, literally anything you do to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh no, I don't think anything is acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice, ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
But there's a child inside of her body,
Hold on.
and not
What
her.
about
Yes.
meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like I don't know what the name of the services in the United States.
Child
For-
services?
I guess
Child
DCFS
services?
would be.
Oh,
yeah.
it's her body though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
Oh shit.
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, and I see where we're going.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh,
It's her body.
It's her
if
body.
She wants to do meth. What's the problem?
oh no.
Well, first off, doing meth is illegal, period. Doesn't matter if you're doing it with a child or without a child.
Not in Oregon.
Methyl and MDMA. It's a type
Maybe
of
it's
meth.
alcohol
Wait,
then.
sorry, what?
Not crystal meth.
Crystal meth is legal in
different kinds
Oregon?
of-
No, it's
not crystal.
Hold on a second. Did I?
MDMA is a kind of meth. Methylendaxy, methamphetamine is
Yeah.
ecstasy. That's a kind of meth. There's also crystal meth, which is not legal. MDMA is legal in some places for therapy sessions. I don't know if it's legal for
Yes,
very
it is.
pregnant women.
Okay, it is.
Is it for pregnant women? I
Oregon
don't know.
decriminalized possession in
Oh,
2021.
you were right.
But I don't.
God. Oh no. The Moon Lord, of course, he knows his drugs. Oh. Oh. Can I do the rest? Ironically, can I do the rest of this stream in the fucking fetal position? Oh God. Oh, that was rough. Oh no. Okay. Okay, let's go, guys. Whew. We're halfway through, almost.
I don't know if
But
that's.
I'm just okay, dude. So like,
decriminalizing possession is different than legalizing crystal meth. You know those two things are completely different, right?
uh,
Well, it's a question of whether you can press charges.
Right,
wait,
yeah, so-
hold on.
Yeah.
What?
So when you decriminalize a small amount of drugs, that means if you're caught with that drugs by a cop, that means if you're arrested, you cannot be charged for 1 gram, 2 grams, whatever
that's
that
what
is.
legalizing is.
No, this is decriminalization, not legalization. We never said
There's no such thing-
legalization.
Legalization is a semantic term. It doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it means
Either
that
a substance is no
it means
longer
that there's no
criminal-
longer a prohibition on that product.
Okay, so if a woman does meth, she's legally allowed to have it, right?
Is she legally allowed to do it or possess it?
I mean, what's the difference?
Well, two very different things. You can be legally allowed to possess drugs and not be
It's,
legally.
again, like, Tim could go so hard here and just switch it to alcohol. Couldn't he?
allowed to take drugs, for example.
Alcohol.
So she does alcohol.
Can a woman chug a
there
fifth
we go.
of vodka while pregnant?
Yeah, she can legally.
But do you think she has a right to do so?
I think she has a right to do. Yes, she has a right
okay.
to do it. I don't agree with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And heroin?
It's illegal.
I don't think heroin's legal. I think heroin
it were
actually
legal.
was
If it were
legalized. I
legal.
think it's controlled, but I think that one specifically was oxycodone and other drugs. So
She has a right to do it. Whether or not I agree with her doing it, that's completely different. I don't agree with a woman who would have an elective abortion at 9 months. I think that is like, why the fuck would
it's
you have done
allowed.
that? But I think she has the right to do it, right?
But do you think it's ethical that she like?
I don't think it's
legal in-
ethical. No, of course not.
because some things are made legal that are unethical, in my opinion. And should those be made illegal?
I mean, that's a very broad question, right?
no,
You're talking about a lot
I'm
of
sorry.
different things.
Personal use of methamphetamine is allowed. It's a civil
If
citation.
it's unethical, then why would you make it a right? Like, I guess there are lots of unethical things we can do that aren't legal, but usually you would, whatever. I don't care. Oh God.
Like a traffic ticket, not a criminal citation. So allowed maybe is hyperbolic. It is a civil citation to be caught using methamphetamine in Oregon. You get a ticket for it, but no crime.
So I just looked up the Born Alive Act, by the way. It says this bill is deliberately misleading
Alive.
and offensive to pregnant people and doctors and nurses who provide their care. It is another attempt by anti-abortion politicians to spread misinformation as a means to get a warped political end, to ban safe and legal abortion. It's an entry point to try and make abortion illegal.
Where did you read this?
Okay,
and
well,
what
no,
source is this
hold on,
from?
no.
What's the source?
I don't care. I mean, who cares about the Born Alive Act? The question was, if an abortion happens but the baby survives, can you kill it? And Lance already said no. So we're done with that.
So he would, yeah, for sure.
So any other political arguments, anyone left, right, or otherwise trying to change that? No, it's irrelevant. Once the baby's born, it's a baby.
Yeah. It has the same rights as every other human at that point, right? It's an American.
This is an interesting. I think this falls in line with the idea of anarcho-tyranny that we were talking about. My view of the modern left is that their
Yes.
positions are nothing but chaos.
Bring back the schizoid
There's
evidence
no
board, Tim.
logical pathway towards preserving life, improving people's lives. It seems to be only. It's like yin yang. Right? There's one side that's talking about long-term planning, logical thinking, and improving the world, and one side that takes the inverse position no matter what. For instance, 25 people push in front of a subway, nobody bats an eye. 3 guys try to subdue a man, and now they want prison. That's like a weird inversion of what the law is supposed to do. The law should stop the people who are pushing people on
Oh
trains.
God, I hate how he's getting away with being so dishonest about this case. What's Tim's position going to be if it goes to trial and the guy with the fucking chokehold was found to have been using that force when the person was no longer a threat. Because it's very likely that it seems to be that that guy held that chokehold way after the dude stopped struggling. And if they can prove that, that's like victims of train abuse. Train-related crimes. We're learning so much about train-related crimes.
And protect the people on the train who are being victimized. But the left's position is the inverse of it, right?
Are you asking me for like an affirmation of that? Because if you ask me...
No, I'm just saying like that's my view.
So when you say the left's idea are all chaos, I mean, if you really wanted to boil down what the left is fighting for, especially myself, it's expanding freedom. I believe in freedom. I love freedom. I'm sure everyone here likes freedom too, right? You're all about freedom.
How do you define freedom exactly?
So for me, I believe in a democratic process where we don't have tyrants, we don't have dictators, we don't have kings or queens. We have the ability as a democracy to be able to vote for who we work for, or sorry, who our leaders are, right? Like we want to be able to vote for our president, our prime minister. I believe in that fundamentally. But my other thing is I want to expand that freedom into the workplace, because we spend about 8 hours a day every single day in our works, our jobs. I want to expand freedom
Richard
there.
Wolff,
So people who work at their jobs for 8 hours a day have the ability to vote for things in their lives, better healthcare, better working conditions, whether or not their boss is corrupt and stealing from all of them. I want to expand that. I want to expand freedom into other parts of life. That's a fundamental belief for me.
So what do you mean by stealing from them?
Stealing wages, for example.
Like actually shorting someone's check and
so the largest form of theft in America right now is wage theft. If you look,
I had it happen to me. I sued. I went to the National Labor Board and we won.
How does it happen?
As you should. So there's a ton of ways.
Not paying overtime.
Bosses simply just garnishing checks or garnishing wages, stealing tips, or thinking that tips are justification to pay them lower salaries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All of it bullshit. And when you look at theft every single, like you look at the stats, right? Cars being stolen, jewelry, all that. Wage theft blows everything out of the, like they're not even comparable. It's one down here and then it's like the other one's fucking all the way up there.
I got a story for you. So I worked at a company. I get a paycheck. I'm good at math and stuff. And so I look at it and I'm like, hey, there's a problem with my paycheck. And they go, no, it's good. And I'm like, no, it isn't. There's a problem with my paycheck. Fix it. And I very quickly was like $67 missing. I want it fixed. And I want it fixed now. And they went, give us a few minutes. Came back 15 minutes later, handed me a check. I looked at it and said, are you joking? And they were like, huh? And I was like, this is wrong. I'm not an idiot. Fix my paycheck. Went to a couple other employees. I said, let me see your paychecks. I looked and I went, come with me. Walked right to the National Labor Board in Chicago and said, this is what they did. They took our statements. We went to the company and we told them we were going to form a union because of what they had done. They fired us on the spot for doing it. We sued them. And then I'll give you air quotes in saying we won. What actually happened was after 6 months of being out of work, they said you can get retro pay, which will be $7,000 each, or we can go to fight and then they'll give you your job back. And I'm like, if they give us our job back, they're going to retaliate against us. No, that's illegal. And I was like, oh, come on. So we won the fight, but it really means they were able to fire us to stop us from forming a union.
So what would be a better example of expanding? Sorry, Seamus, you can say something.
No. I just want to make the point. I haven't seen the stats on wage theft causing more in losses than all other forms of theft combined. I'll just have to take your word for that, and I'm willing to grant that for the sake of this discussion.
True.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm willing to grant it if that is the case, and at the very least, for the sake of argument. I certainly don't agree in involuntarily democratizing all workplaces. That's probably a much longer, interesting economic discussion. Happy to engage in it with you guys too. And I suspect we would all have different views on it. I don't know if you want to go to other issues or if you want to talk about that. Because I would like to talk about that.
As well.
Budweiser.
You're going to move to Bud? Because I do want to talk about LGBTQ+.
We got to do it.
So why I'm here.
And Budweiser opens that door. Ladies and gentlemen.
Don't forget all the LGBTQ+. Don't forget it. What is it? The alphabet people. Get the talas out. Get the talas in chat. Woohoo! Let's go.
The Anheuser-Busch CEO has finally disavowed the Dylan Mulvaney ad in private to investors, though he's not made a public statement. Sales are down 26%. They're going to be giving out free cases of beer to distributors, and they've vowed to spend millions of dollars in marketing. But the boycott is particularly effective, I would say. And there's videos now coming out of people at sporting events where the Bud Light is just behind the counter totally full and everyone's buying other brands. So did Ian and Seamus both just leave at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know where they went, but
they
ran
ran
just
for
both
it.
leave.
So let's jump into this. What are your thoughts on the Budweiser thing?
My thoughts are keep going. You're doing awesome. All of you. I mean this. To every single person protesting Bud Light, fuck yes. I am so here for this. It's fucking amazing.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hell
but Budweiser sucks. Anheuser-Busch sucks. It's a massive multinational corporation.
They're
that's absorbing.
super anti-LGBTQ plus, so it's been beautiful to see. I love it. Oh, they donate so much to right-wing Republicans who push
Agreed.
anti-LGBTQ laws. So Anheuser-Busch getting taken down. Oh man, I'm so here for it. Keep going.
Me too. Absolutely. Yeah. They think that they can pay off Republicans. They can hire GOP aides, and that is going to be satisfactory for their customers who are upset with them as a brand. So clearly, what we can see, where I think we agree, is that Anheuser-Busch is a faceless corporation with no real values that is willing to spit in the faces of the little guy if it earns them a profit. They're a trash company, and nobody should buy their products. The left and the right both agree. Here, here. Unity for once. I hope they fail.
Same thing with Disney. Keep going after Disney. I'm all for
Absolutely.
it. Take Disney down. I'm all for the right wing taking on Disney. All for the right wing taking on Anheuser-Busch. Yes, of course. These are terrible fucking corporations. I'm all here for it. By the way, the Daily Mail is like the #1 source on the show, right? Like every single time you pulled it up. Because that same site that you showed me, All Sides Media Bias, it has the Daily Mail on right wing. And I know that you yourself, when you
Yeah,
pulled
they're
it
actually
up,
fantastic. The Daily Mail.
But if you use the
Temple loves the Daily Mail. Ooh.
as a primary source, you understand why I'd say that. Like
We
this-
don't use them as a primary source.
Okay.
What happens is when we pull up stories, I'll go to like CNN, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Fox News, ABC, and they'll each have like 300 words. And then you go to the Daily Mail after doing a search on key elements of the story, and the Daily Mail will have like 7 different versions of all breaking down different components. Like if you scroll down the Daily Mail, they often do these special sections where they have entirely different stories within the story, providing more context. Like for instance, this story from the Daily Mail not only talks about the current story with the CEO, but it even goes all the way into all of the context going back to the commercial that was released, the sale drop at 6% in the first week, to the video. It like covers literally every, even as a photo of the VP and her husband, how in-depth this story is. So it's like if I'm going to pull up a single article, I can pull up 5 ABC, CBS, New York Times, or I can just pull up this one that has seemingly everything in it, including Kid Rock, including John Rich, including Bud Light being poured into a dumpster.
Yeah, it's a
so
great
it's
aggregate.
It's a massive aggregator.
Yeah.
But honestly, I have no problem with y'all going after fucking Bud Light. Have a time, go nuts. I have a really big problem with what I feel on this show is a lot of anti-trans hysteria and fear-mongering that takes place.
You want to open that book?
I have that book at home. We can talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
And I'm totally comfortable talking about that book. I've read it.
Should it be in schools?
I want to talk to you about the trans issue, though, because
Right. And that's, that's why I ask about the book, because it opens
we
the door.
can get to the books and the schools, the curriculums, and everything that Florida's taken away. But you profess to be kind of like fact-based, science-based, right?
Yeah.
Like you pull up. I've noticed you want to pull up stats and figures and stuff like that.
Of course.
Why is it that you push
fact-based.
propaganda when it comes to trans people?
Like what?
I watched
that
Fresh and Fit. Sorry.
is so far beyond the pale.
Like what?
Okay, let's start with gender affirming care. Gender affirming care, you're very, very against. I've heard you call it mutilation.
I don't call it mutilation. I've never said that.
That's what you say on your show.
I do.
No, I
I
don't.
don't know if he does. I call
No,
it
I
mutilating
don't.
children.
I call it child sex change.
When you were talking about Dwayne Wade moving his family,
Someone in the crowd said, "Why are you mutilating your son?" That was a quote from someone else. I didn't say that. I call it.
but then you made
and
it-
I've explicitly said I don't take the right agitator approach of calling it mutilation because that's not effective in having a conversation. I will plainly call it a child sex change as what it is. I'm not going to call it gender affirming or mutilation because I don't think those things accurately explain what it is.
okay, so when it comes to gender affirming care, 0 to about
Are
10.
you talking about child sex change?
No, I'm talking about gender affirming care.
But
0 to
you
about
got-
10 years
you
old.
gotta define
The
it. You gotta
answer is
define it.
yes.
Why do you care about what you call it? Holy shit. He's not calling it mutilation. Like child sex change, like whatever. Is there a big deal with saying that? Bit outdated, but I don't, yeah, whatever.
Got to define it, okay? Because if you're talking about something different, tell
Okay.
us what you're talking about.
All right, so
Okay.
if someone is trans and they're young, and until they're about 10 years old before they go through puberty, gender affirming care would be in the form of you using different pronouns, preferred pronouns, and allowing them to dress differently.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Do you have a problem with that? Does anyone
Yeah.
here?
Yes, I do.
I don't.
Okay, so both of you don't.
Right.
Okay, so do you accept that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age, from 0 to about 10? There's no hormone blockers, there's no puberty blockers?
There is hormone blockers.
There's not hormone blockers at 10. I think the youngest you could, wait, who are the youngest people to get, like 14, 15, I would guess. Maybe a bit, trans youth getting puberty blockers. I think girls get puberty earlier. Telegraph says as young as 9. Is that true? I don't think so. Let's see. 800 children as young as 10. That's the Daily Mail. I don't want the Daily Mail, though. You have to start puberty to get puberty blockers. You can't get it before. That's not how they work. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. So I think you can get it for endometriosis, but that can happen if your puberty is obscenely early. I think some patients are like 13, it says here. At least 12 in Amsterdam, Netherlands. So the Dutch protocol is 12. Ugh. Yeah, but you can get blockers earlier than that if you have precocious puberty. Okay.
I don't think surgery is happening on kids under 12.
So hormone blockers aren't given to children until they go through puberty.
That's not
Yeah,
true. We actually pulled this up with Destiny. He actually called me out. I was wrong about a stat.
Okay.
What we found was 47,000 cross-sex hormones. I think it was something like 17,000 puberty blockers and like 2,000 double mastectomies for girls after the age of 13 or whatever. But
you have to. Yeah, that's not contradictory though. You have to start puberty to get blockers. Yeah,
apply to anything I just said.
Puberty blockers were preteen. Puberty blockers.
Yes, puberty blockers.
They have because they have to give them the puberty blockers before puberty starts.
Yes,
no, they don't. No, I don't think they do. I think they do it at the beginning. It's at the onset. Yeah. Because otherwise, you could just give it to them when they're like 8, just in case they get puberty at 9. Yeah, it has to be at the onset. Yeah,
right. So you're just reaffirming what I just said. From 0 to 10 till you're about to go through puberty, gender affirming care only comes in the form of using different pronouns, using different names, allowing them to dress differently, and that's it. And you don't have a problem with that.
Wait, Lupron too?
Okay, so we'll get to Lupron, but up to that point, you don't have a problem with any of this yet, right?
I'm saying,
and you agree that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age. 0 to 10.
Let me just start from the beginning so I can make sure I'm getting what you're saying right.
Yeah.
I don't care if parents call their kids names or whatever. I care about medical or surgical intervention.
Okay, so that doesn't happen until about the age of about 16. That's the average age for.
But you're wrong. Okay, like and look, we had Destiny on the show. We went into great detail about it. There are girls who are 13 who are getting this done. Yeah. And there was a study, actually it was Canadian, I believe, 12 to 17. Mm-hmm. They had several hundred surgeries performed.
Okay. So again, I said the average age. But
these things, no, I think usually blockers would be like 12 to 16. Or yeah, from 12 onwards. Maybe there'd be outliers, maybe like 11, 10, maybe if you get puberty really early, in which case you might need them anyway. I don't know. But even if you're cis. But I think HRT starts, I think the minimum age for starting HRT is 16 usually. And for surgery would be like 16, 17, 18. I think that's how it works. That's just what I've read from like glancing at stuff, but it's probably different in different places. I don't really know why you would need to get HRT or surgery before you're 16 though. If you're already on blockers, you've got the 1, 2, 3, 4 year period to make the judgment.
If you want to say that there are people who get this at 12, that could be the case.
Who would have it? I think
let's start with puberty blockers, Tim. Mm-hmm. Lupron.
That's Tim.
You both have a big problem with Lupron?
I don't know a lot about it, but I consider it a medical treatment.
Okay. Yeah, we shouldn't be giving Lupron to kids.
So you don't think you should give Lupron to kids? Why don't you want Lupron being given to trans kids?
Because it's a puberty blocker that inhibits the natural function and development of their body. And more importantly, I think my view is built upon what we've seen out of Europe already, right? So earlier on, maybe a few years ago, I was more agnostic on the issue until Sweden, Denmark, Finland abandoned this and the Tavistock Center got shut down. Mm-hmm. And the data they released said this actually caused more harm than good. And then I was like, well, okay, hey, how about that? And for some reason, in the United States, they're still hell-bent on moving forward with what we can already see from, better countries with better healthcare systems saying no to this, right?
Okay, so
the problem is those clinics, they kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater a little bit. The problem is that the procedure by which they decide someone is trans was arguably was seemed to be way too liberal. Like they were affirming too easily. Like, and then that led to a lot of detransitioning and shit like that. Like more than. Hang on, am I crashing? No? Okay. Yeah, the idea there was that it looked like they were affirming too quickly, but not because blockers were like a write-off, right? I don't think that was the case. But they kind of like the legislation just got rid of all of it in some parts.
Address those individually because I have the explanation as to why that happened. When it comes to Lupron, 0 to 10 is about the age where gender affirming care only comes in the form of different names, pronouns, stuff like that. We can all agree that's completely fine.
We can't. I mean, I disagree. I disagree. You three can agree, but I don't.
Fine. Okay, fine. But it's their show, so I just want to concentrate on
my position is more just like, I don't know, man, like social therapy stuff. They say that after puberty, desistance rates are between 65 and like 92%.
No, the desistance is not referring to detransitioning, though. The desistance that they're talking about, fuck, I hate this study so much. The desistance they're referring to happens before they get any treatment. The desistance they're talking about is people who are referred and then they don't turn up for a second appointment, which is a good thing. That's just the system giving people a chance to make their decision or like to figure out what the fuck's going on. And they don't even come for a second appointment. This isn't people desisting from blockers, it's people desisting from referrals. And actually, those stats even included patients who were already decided to have been sub-threshold for gender dysphoria. So they wouldn't have been given anything anyway, even if they wanted it. That desistance research is so misleading.
Okay, so that's completely false. I'll get to that. We have to do this.
Come on, bro.
We have to do this piece by piece first, okay?
Oh,
let's get through Lupron.
Hey,
first.
I just proved you wrong. Studies show 10 follow-up studies found desistance of 61 to 98%.
Yeah. Can you click on the Wikipedia article?
You need to. Oh God, you need. Why is it in the detransition? Oh God, it's so annoying. Ugh.
Detransition topics.
Oh, you're missing the mic. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Missing the mic, buddy.
What are the studies? Where are we talking about? I would like to know.
This was just gender non-conforming children who were like potentially referred for appointments, like just for counseling appointments, but then they didn't turn up to a second or third appointment. That's all it was. And they were classed as desisters. Often, actually, I think those stats that they're using come from like the fucking 70s and 80s. You should know this one. They use this one all the time because they're suggesting detransition rates are this higher. People are coming off blockers at this rate. Like that's not the case. If you take it to puberty blockers, regret rates for that, for gender affirming care, like medical care, once they're on it, is like really low. Ugh.
Well, if you are taking these studies specific, well, because I have each one of them written down here, and I'm quite curious. Is the Drummond study one of them? Is the Wallen study? Is Stensma, the Swedish study, a part of this? The 2011 study?
Probably, I don't know.
Well, we should know. This is incredibly important for what we're talking about.
It's not. This is 2018. This is Gender Dysphoria in Adolescents, Current Perspectives in the National Library of Medicine.
Okay, scroll down to the conclusion of this one. Just
want to get the mic again.
Oh, sorry.
You can carry it around with you.
Yeah.
Move it. I gotta get used to this.
Yeah, dog.
I know. Scroll down to the conclusion of the study.
Well, yeah. I mean, I want to at least skim some of the what the numbers and reference are to, like the reference.
While you're skimming, when I think of a little kid
like
being
outcomes,
like a little boy being
psychiatric
like
disorders.
I'm a girl. The parent, I would hope that the parent would be like, you can pretend to be whatever you want. You can be an actor. You can play a girl. Mm-hmm. But I get afraid when a mom's like, he said he's a girl. That means he's trans.
Right. So for this, it's not a process. It doesn't exist in which someone can say, hey, I'm a boy, I'm a girl. And then they go into a doctor's office and like, well, take some Lupron. It's you do years and years of consultation between a doctor and between like a therapist and between the patient itself.
I'm just going to read this.
Sure, of course.
Adolescence is a crucial time for identity and psychosexual development in young people with gender identity concerns. The outcomes of GDC have been discussed in terms of its persistence and desistance. For most children with GDC, whether GD will persist or desist will probably be determined between the ages of 10 and 13 years, although some may need more time. Evidence from the 10 available prospective follow-up studies from childhood to adolescence, reviewed in the study by Ristori and Steensma, indicate that for
This is the one. Yeah, this is the one they always cite, Steensma. Yeah. It examined, first of all, 127 adolescents who displayed various levels of dysphoria as children. Researchers found that 80 of the children had desisted by 15, 16. The problem with the methodology here was they defined anyone who didn't return to the clinic as desisting. So 52 of them were desisters because they didn't send back questionnaires. Not because they were given, 38 of them were sub-threshold for GID. This is like the go-to. This is like the conservatives, they fucking love this one because they're used to hearing that detransition rates are really low, which they are. But they use this desistance number, which is like, makes them think, like it gives you this image in your head of a kid going on blockers and getting HRT and then being like, no, wait, fuck that. Like, no, desisting is when you are referred for like a talking appointment and you don't come back. This has nothing to do with detransition. This is actually the system doing what it's supposed to. It's filtering out the people who are just gender non-conforming. It's filtering out people who are sub-threshold for a gender identity disorder. Ugh. Oh, it's so cringe. Fuck.
Oh, it is Steensma. I was right. I asked if this was Steensma. Okay. I can answer this
80% of children who meet the criteria for GDC, but you said 2011.
Oh, so there's multiple Steensma studies. They've actually built upon each other. And the problem with the Steensma study, unfortunately, is that they actually categorized people who were not trans in that study. They didn't compare people who were trans to people who were trans and then detransitioned. They compared people in the general population.
What's your source? What's your source for that?
The actual author of the study has come out since and said that
what can I pull up to confirm that?
Okay.
Oh, God.
Because look, I pulled up a study that said a thing. You've made a counterclaim. I will pull it up.
No, absolutely.
It's not even a counterclaim. The fucking study you mentioned just said desistance. For fuck's sake, Tim. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay, so go to...
Because I don't know who Steensma is.
Okay, so, Steensma, and the problem, I'll say one more thing because I had this written down. 45.3% of the people did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as people who were detransitioning when they weren't, in fact, doing that.
Wait, so can I ask you something?
Yes, he asked for the source. Let's do things in order.
Ask Tim what desistance means. That would be really interesting.
I'm going to respond to what you just said. I need to respond to what you just said right now.
That last point is kind of important to respond to.
Okay.
We're literally talking about desistance.
Right.
If they're including people who desisted, you'd have to get the number of those who desisted.
They included people who did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as someone who was desisting. That's just someone who didn't show up again. That's
literal desistance.
No, it's not.
That's literal desistance.
Not whatsoever, Tim. That is someone who has decided they just don't want to go talk to that doctor or experience things with that doctor. They could have gone off to a different doctor. They could have done something else. But that is not someone who has verifiably said, I was trans, I'm no longer trans. So, that's just people who did not show up.
Your thing.
Okay. So go to transadvocate.com/
I'm not going to I need a study or something, not an advocacy website.
Okay,
I pulled up a scientific study for you. I'm not pulling up a nonprofit.
Good job.
Advocacy.
So this is an interview with the person who did the study in this article.
I have pulled up a scientific study for you.
And the person who did, and I'm challenging you with the person who did the fucking study. And
you're telling me to pull up an advocacy website, which is not on par with a scientific study.
An interview with, Timothy. I think an interview with the person who wrote the study is probably okay. I think that's probably okay. Tim.
But it's featuring the person who did the scientific study.
Is there a counter study saying this is not correct?
Okay. Yes. An overwhelming amount. Okay, sure.
Let me pull that up.
Okay. Can you
look, if I pull up the NIH,
sure,
and then you say go to transadvocate.com, you understand why I'm not going to do this.
Cool. Cornell University.
I'm not going to Breitbart for my source on desistance, okay?
Sounds good. Cornell University did a meta-study.
What is it?
Okay, Cornell University did a meta-study on 55 different studies. Just start looking up Cornell University meta-study on detransition. Cornell University did a meta-study on 55 different studies on detransitioning. Of those 55, they found 52 of the studies showed that people detransitioned at a rate of less than 4%. And of those people who did it, the reason they detransitioned was social stigma. That's 52 of the 55. The other 3 of those 55, they didn't show a net negative effect. There was not a single study of the 55 that Cornell University looked at that showed detransitioning or gender affirming care being a bad thing for trans people. If anything, it was a net positive. This is a meta study of a whole bunch of studies. I have another meta study.
So wait, but hold on.
But I'm trying
wanna-
to pull up a scientific study to confirm what you're saying.
Yeah, I also just want to ask a
title.
question about this too.
Sure.
So you're mentioning that this is a meta-analysis of studies
Yes.
on people who have detransitioned, but by definition, right, this is taking into account people who went through what, puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy,
each
physical surgeries.
Sure, for each study it was different things. In some of the studies, it was people who were going through puberty blockers. Some had hormone therapy, but a lot of them in one form or another had received gender affirming care. They were trans when the study first tried to identify these people, and then it looked at them years later.
And how is this sample collected? Because almost every single issue or almost every single study I've seen from trans advocates on this issue use a convenience sample rather than doing some kind of controlled randomized test for the treatment.
So this is a meta study of a whole bunch of other.
A controlled randomized test for the treatment. What does that mean? Are those just words? Does that mean like give blockers to cis kids and see how it works for them as well? Okay.
Study. So
Okay.
you would have to go between each study, because at the end of the day, I don't want to fall in this trap that me and Tim were about to do, where each of us starts saying like, well, I have a study. Well, you have a study. Well, I have a study. We could do this all day. So we should look at metadata, right? We should look at compromising data that looks over a whole bunch of studies. A second metadata.
Where is the... I'm trying to get the fucking full study for this one. This is the Steensma one that everyone harps on about. But I can't find the full thing. Hang on.
Study that I want you to look at. Regret after gender affirming surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. This went to Canada, the Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Italy, USA, Brazil, Sweden, Singapore, Germany, Norway, Ireland, Serbia, and an interview between 27 studies, 7,928 trans patients. It showed a less than 1% regret rate.
So
Also, wait, can I also mention something? Desistance and detransition.
I have another meta study.
Okay, I got to address this right now. There is a problem we are facing in that you are saying a lot of things and I can't pull up any sources. At the very least, all I did was Google searched it. I pulled up the 2 studies that were associated with it and said, here's what it says. I have not given you my personal perspective on it. You've now given me your personal view on it.
No, I've given you the studies. These are 2 meta studies. I have a third meta
What
study.
are the studies? Let me please pull them up. I can't find what you're talking about.
The first one is Cornell University. They did a meta study
What's
of
the name of it?
It's Cornell University's meta study of 72 studies on gender affirming care.
72.
Of that, 55 of the studies were directly related to detransitioning.
What meta study on?
I just want to flag that
What's the title? What's
desistance
the
and
title of the thing I can
detransitioning
look
are
up?
2 different things.
Right.
as well.
What?
Yeah, that's the... Okay, wow, the fucking right-winger is right on it. Wow.
Look up
Cornell University.
Cornell University. What does scholarly research say about the effect of gender transition or on gender trans well-being?
Oh, here we go. I found it.
Nice. And the third meta study that I want to bring up is a U.S. study. It's a 2015 U.S. transgender study.
But this isn't a scientific research paper that's peer reviewed.
No, this is a meta-analysis of scientifically researched papers.
Did you get
that are
that from
peer-reviewed.
what
Okay,
we
but
know
we
in
Against
a quote?
meta-analysis? Oh my god. Oh shit. Tim.
But hold on,
Cornell.
like, do we have a standard on why we should accept?
If you want to know their methodology, there's a click here to view the methodology thing. You can find that out for yourself right there.
But this is not a peer-reviewed scientific paper.
This is a meta-analysis, Tim.
Okay, so I
peer-reviewed
reject
scientific
it.
papers.
I reject it outright.
Okay, so if you want to reject that, I would.
Bro, next thing you're gonna do, you're gonna tell me ivermectin is some cure because of a
This has
meta-analysis.
nothing to do with it.
No, bro.
This has nothing to do with ivermectin.
You
Bro.
can't come to me when everyone tries screaming about ivermectin.
His desistance research was a meta-analysis of 10 studies. Huh. Golly, Tim.
Because of a meta-analysis that I reject and say I don't think it works.
You can go
and
this
then
way.
have someone
We're
from
not
the
talking
left
about
come to
ivermectin.
me
We're not
and
talking
now
about
claim
ivermectin.
meta-analysis is effective. No, the point is this. I said give me a study and you cannot do it.
I am on
cannot
my way to
do
give
it.
you a third meta study, a
Those aren't
combination of
studies.
studies. These
Those
are
aren't studies.
No, if we go study to study
Okay,
back and
bro.
forth, Tim, this is going to take fucking
Give
forever.
me
So
one.
let's
Give
look.
me one. One study. One study. One study. One. I'm giving you 2. Give me
No,
1.
this is embarrassing.
I've got like
Embarrassing. You
20
can't give me 1 study?
Okay.
I'm giving you 2.
Tim's fucking...
And I didn't even make an assertment.
Tim's being a bit dishonest here. Oh my god.
I Googled it and pulled up what I
You
found.
want individual studies
I have
instead of meta-analysis, which is ridiculous, but sure, here's individual studies. The mental health outcomes in transgender non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care from February 25th, 2022. This shows
Let me type it in and pull it up for you.
Yeah, but I can explain to them while you're doing your own research. Kids who receive
I need you to
puberty
tell me what the name
blockers
is so I can pull it up.
mental health outcomes in transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care, February 25th, 2022, peer-reviewed study. The findings: kids who receive puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality. Here's another individual study for you.
Hold on. That nothing to do with desistance.
Do you want to go back to desistance studies?
That's what I was asking you about. I Google search desistance.
Oh God, the problem is, I Googled this. Well done, Tim. Yeah, if you want to do the desistance argument, the study that Tim is using is all you need. I just can't find the full thing. Huh. Maybe one of you guys can help me. This is the breakdown of it, but I want the full text.
Wikipedia has two studies that say it's 61 to 98%. You said that's wrong. I said, what's your source?
Yes,
it's not wrong. It's just you need to know what desistance is. It's very important to know what desistance is.
Give me one.
I did on the spot.
You gave me a meta-analysis
we're on camera, so
that is not peer-reviewed. It's not a peer-reviewed source.
If you want to go back and forth, Tim, on single studies, like I said, this can take forever. So do
you not have a single study?
I've named you tons of studies.
No. You've given me a meta-analysis, not a single study.
A meta-analysis combines other studies. Do you understand how that works?
Yes.
So of that, the 55 studies that it looks... No, of the 55 studies that it looked at,
72 studies that have drawn a conclusion, and then someone looked at them and made a different...
Tim.
You're saying that out of 72 studies that found a conclusion...
No, 55. It looked at 72. 55 talked about detransitioning.
It was a hypothetical number.
51.
You're looking at
52, yeah.
a bunch of studies that have come to conclusions...
Of course.
That are peer-reviewed, and you're saying, but someone analyzed those.
Cornell University did.
Who from Cornell?
Click here to view our methodology, and you can learn about their methodology. You just rejected it outright when you saw it. You were like,
because
I reject this outright.
It's not a study.
It's a meta-analysis of studies. These are different things. I'm explaining that to you.
But the problem is these studies have their own conclusions you're ignoring.
They combine their conclusions to reach their findings.
Let me explain for those that want to understand what I'm trying to say. During COVID, there were a whole bunch of studies done, individual studies, peer-reviewed, that found ivermectin did not work. The right kept bringing up meta-analyses that said, actually...
Is Sci-Hub okay? Yeah? If you're in the Discord, you can just link it to me.
It does. I said, and I said this to Joe Rogan, I reject that. Show me the actual study. I do not believe this is correct. I will not afford you some benefit to come in and make the same argument to me. If you do not have a study that is peer-reviewed and cited, then I'm not going to entertain your opinions.
So when I bring up the Cornell University study, that's
not a study, it's a meta-analysis.
Yeah, of 55 peer-reviewed studies, whose conclusion of 52 came to the fact that there is a less than 4% detransition rate. If you go to r/science, Tim, you can find out. No. This
Come on. I asked you for it. You're pulling up Reddit when I'm
I'm pulling up Reddit because Cecilia, I believe her last name is pronounced Dejen, explains and downplays why you're wrong about that 80 to 85% because she's the one who actually did that study. She's the one who did the study you cited. So she explains.
This is the problem. I can't fucking get into Sci-Hub. I don't know why. If I go incog. Why not? Why is it being a dick? Oh well.
Explains why it's being misused. It is not true.
I can say this.
Tim is being so dishonest by rejecting that thing about fucking by rejecting that thing about the author's own statement. Transgender trend. Oh, this is actually the thing. I think this is it here, isn't it? Sub threshold. This used 127 patients, is that right? 127 adolescents who were referred for gender dysphoria in childhood and followed up in adolescence. We examined childhood differences among persisters and desisters and demographics. We examined contributions of childhood factors on the probability of persistence in GD into adolescence. We found a link between the intensity of GD and childhood persistence of GD, which means the more gender, as well as a higher probability of persistence among natal girls. Psychological functioning and the quality of peer relations did not predict the persistence of childhood GD. So that's getting rid of the, I guess, the social contagion idea a little bit. Intensity of early GD appears to be an important predictor of persistence of GD. I wonder what the other study says about this one. Hang on. This is the one talking about it. If someone can actually tell me with this, because I don't know. This thing here, 38 were originally designated sub-threshold, meaning they didn't even meet the criteria for a diagnosis to begin with before they stopped turning up. But if I look for sub-threshold, children who met all criteria or children did not meet all criteria were sub-threshold. Where's the number 38 coming from here? So I don't get. Oh. Desistance 60.7%. Is that like percentage of the fucking I think it's adding up these two here, right? So people were already designated as sub-threshold for gender identity disorder. Were sub-threshold for a diagnosis. And they included those as desisters, even though they weren't going to get treatment anyway. Ugh.
There are arguments about what is true all day, every day. There's arguments that M theory is...
Shoe away. Look at the chat. Shoe on head. Fucking Reddit. Oh no. Oh, shoe. Yeah, this is such a stupid conversation. I think it's probably easier for Lance to focus on one or two studies rather than the bombardment of meta stuff. Like,
and that science is unwilling to give up because too many scientists have dedicated their lives to it. So they argue that M theory is the theory, while others are coming up with like E8 Lie group theory or whatever. I totally understand that people will decide what they think is true or not. Hence, I have a bottom line standard. If the right comes at me and says, ivermectin meta-analyses prove it works, I say, don't know, don't care. We have rejected the concept of someone analyzing a collection of studies and making a determination. What our standard is, or at the very least where I'm at is, if we're going to have any basic agreement on what is or isn't, there has to be a unified standard there, which is a peer-reviewed study, which is not absolute. If I have two peer-reviewed studies and the establishment narrative, when I search for it, says 61 to 98%, I will not accept your meta-analysis opinion the same as I wouldn't for someone who believes ivermectin works, because your argument is founded upon the same basis as theirs.
Okay, so first off, the meta-analysis of ivermectin actually showed that it wasn't effective at preventing or treating COVID-19. That was the actual meta-analysis on ivermectin, so it actually would back up your own claims. Secondly, you and me can look at individual studies, and it can take a very long time, but we should look at regret after gender-affirming surgery, a systematic review, and meta-analysis of prevalence, which looks at, again, 27 studies and interviews 7,928 trans people across the world. And again, in places like Italy, USA, Brazil, you name it, that meta-analysis also found a less than 1% regret rate. You have to be able to combine multiple studies because this is something that has been so thoroughly investigated globally for so long that to ignore the science and data on this is to flagrantly...
There's not been a single large-scale randomized clinical trial for puberty blockers to treat gender dysphoria. There's not been one.
Yes. This guy doesn't just want to trans kids. He wants to trans cis people. What a fucking boy. Bro, this guy's like... he's doing the groomer thing, but like actually...
You all are very against Lupron, right?
Well, I don't know much about it.
I mean,
I
saying
just
very against is pretty strong.
Okay.
I'm typically like, we shouldn't give...
I'm saying there hasn't been one large-scale randomized clinical trial for these
like
treatments.
Lupron for when children go through like the early onset puberty,
Yeah.
and it's like an actual medical issue. Like,
Yes, of course.
That's why saying very against something is like, well, what we're talking about is, are we going to a kid who are we dealing with an actual case of, say, endocrine disruption caused by phthalates in PCBs, or are we dealing with a kid who's just playing with dolls and the parents are incorrect, right?
And in that case, you would have a long process where they would have to do interviews with, again,
Except-
professionals who would determine
right.
whether or not it's appropriate. And people who go on puberty blockers, I
that's
want to add
fine,
this,
but-
it's for a limited amount of time. They want to do it only to be able to
You're
hold
wrong.
that off. No, it isn't. If you speak to the actual doctors on this,
is
you
the
only
issue.
take it. No, Tim, let me finish the sentence. Come on. You brought me on your show. Let me finish this. You only go on puberty blockers for a short amount of time before you can be put onto HRT. They do not want to keep them on puberty blockers, and that way you avoid a lot of the potential negative side effects
We
from
had
that.
Helena Kirshner on the show, who walked into a Planned Parenthood and within minutes was given the maximum dose of testosterone.
Anecdote.
Absolutely.
Lived
So when I say lived experience
anecdote.
happens, you say it doesn't happen. I'm saying it did happen.
No, I'm saying it can happen.
And
I'm
that's-
saying you have to look at
hold on,
broader
hold on.
data.
I don't care for meta-analyses. There's just one story that I probably read in the fucking Daily Mail. Jesus Christ, Tim.
You have to look at broader
that's the
trends.
issue I take, right?
Yeah, and it wouldn't make sense if I brought up a single horror story to you and said, this is fact. It can happen.
I said we don't want that to happen.
Of course, no one wants that to happen. But
Okay,
then
so
if
it
we want
shouldn't
to
happen.
if we want to understand how this is actually taking place around the world from an actual perspective of science, we have to look at the data. We have to look at meta studies. We have to look at and analyze global understanding of this. When it comes to Lupron, by example, yes, it's true that Lupron is not FDA approved for the use of on cisgender children. There is a product that is FDA approved for use with children that is a puberty blocker, and it has been used for a long time, for generations and decades. It's Lupron. It was just being done.
No, but that's for an
cis kids.
entirely different reason. That's for an entirely
For
different
cis
reason. So
children.
to say we
For
want to
cis
prevent
children.
is to say we want to prevent a child from undergoing early onset puberty so that they can develop at a normal, healthy rate
pre-
is
8 years
entirely
old.
different.
That's about it.
Is entirely different from saying we're going to administer puberty blockers because this child feels they're a member of the opposite sex.
But whether or
that's
not-
an entirely
but
different
but
reason.
whether or
for-
not it's
because you're
use
looking
is
for a
dangerous
different.
is going to be the problem, right? You want to know
Yes.
whether or not its use is going to be dangerous on children.
And
Yes.
the reason for administering a certain treatment can render it dangerous.
Oh yeah, that Planned Parenthood story. Did he say whether that person was a child or not? Huh.
So, for example, if we have been amputating people's limbs for hundreds of years, if I go into a doctor and say, please cut my arm off because I don't want it anymore, and he cuts my arm off, that's medical malpractice. For you to jump in and go, we've been cutting people's arms off for hundreds of years. This is medically approved. People are allowed to do this.
Can I answer this?
Is not, yes, absolutely.
So what you're describing is called BIID, body identity disorder. I forget how it's spelled. It is a real phenomenon.
Dysmorphic.
Yes, it's extremely rare, but we know enough about it at this point to know that people will seek out to get operations on the black market if they have BIID. And what we found when people do that and go to the black market to have a limb removed is that it only provides a temporary amount of relief for their condition, and then it returns, and they have further complications from the fact that they now have a disability and or medical complications that come from all
My
that.
point is not about any kind of body dysmorphia about losing a limb. My point is about drawing a false conclusion by a medical treatment being allowed under circumstance A, but not being allowed under circumstance B. You're saying we allow it for kids who have hit precocious puberty, but
Yes.
then we don't allow it for kids who don't want to go through puberty because they don't want to be a member
do
of the
allow it.
opposite
It's
sex.
still not FDA approved. That's
Yeah,
different.
but you understand my point. You can't claim those things are the same.
I just Google searched it real quick. Stat in 2017, 100 out of 100 with NewsGuard. Drug use to halt puberty may cause lasting health problems. More than 10,000 adverse event reports were filed with the FDA, reflecting the experience of women who've taken Lupron, describing everything from brittle bones to faulty joints.
You know, regarding meta-analyses,
I'm worried about, giving kids things on an experimental basis.
yeah, this is a huge, long conversation, and it would be so awesome to go through each study. I would love to. It would probably take like 7 hours, 6 hours, but we could do it, but like not tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So let me ask you though,
but I want to keep down this path because I think
Yeah,
we're making good progress.
Let me
here.
ask you a question, right? Like Jazz Jennings is sterile, right?
I don't know much about Jazz Jennings.
Jazz Jennings-
She's a reality TV star, right?
Jazz Jennings.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that Jazz isn't trans. Because
That's not for us to say.
I didn't say. I said I'm concerned that Jazz is not trans, right? And the reason is Jazz is dating women now, right? So then Jazz
What does
would
that
be,
have to do with being trans?
well, Jazz would then be a biological male dating women at the age of 23.
What does that have to do with being trans?
So it has to do with whether or not Jazz made the decision for
Jazz.
themselves or the parent made it when they were 3 years old. So the question is, we want to avoid a John Money type situation, right? Where you had these two kids and the doctor told one of the young boys he was actually a girl and then forced him to live as a girl, ultimately resulting in his suicide and then the death of the brother as well. We don't want that to happen. And so that did happen already, and we know that happened. So we have to be careful about taking a 3-year-old and then raising them and telling them they're female.
It's so annoying because Tim Pool's fucking desistance study would prove his point then. It would give him what he wants. It would give him the fact that kids who are not sure about their gender identity go through a system, and the majority of them go for like one appointment and then don't come back because they don't want it, because they basically they were given space and consultation to find out if transition was for them, and most of them decided it wasn't, or they just went somewhere else later. We don't know. It's that whole thing, isn't it? Like, most gender non-conforming kids don't go on to experience gender dysphoria. It's like, well, yeah, because like there's a process to finding out whether someone is just gender non-conforming, or if they're confused, or if they're actually trans. There's a process to finding that out.
Because then if they start exhibiting traditional, gender behaviors, there may be some concern. For instance, Jazz stopped dilating. And that was the big controversy over the past few weeks, the mother going on TV saying she would force Jazz to do it. If Jazz is saying, I'm not gonna, and the mother saying, do it or I'll wring your neck, which is a quote, and then Jazz is now dating women, we're starting to see a pattern that may be concerning because it follows the John Money situation. Whether or not Jazz is trans or not, my concern is, what if? And that means there may be children who are going to be pushed down a path that ultimately leads to their suicide because their parents can't make the decision for them, but they did.
So the data overwhelmingly shows that if you give children gender affirming care, especially if you have loving and accepting parents who accept children's actual gender identity, it reduces the rates of suicide dramatically. In the case of a parent who affirms their child's gender, it can reduce suicide rates of up to 93% in some studies. It's not a case of more often than not, these are children who are approaching their parents saying they think this is something happening to them, and parents pushing back and being like, no, this is wrong. You're just a tomboy. Oh, this is not you. This is blah, blah, blah. And you don't go into a doctor and all of a sudden they're like, here's Lupron.
They do.
No, but they don't, Tim. The average amount of time. The average amount of time.
You can't say they don't when we've had the anecdotes. They do. Call it an anecdote.
It's an
anecdote. Telling you it does happen.
Of course, but that's an anecdote. We have to look at
so
data.
Don't say
science,
it doesn't
statistics.
happen.
Well, it happens, but that doesn't mean it's a broad trend.
Does it mean it's the medical standard? Yeah, doctors can do things wrong all the time.
Right, but that's okay. This is asinine. We have to talk about what actually occurs via the numbers, right? That's what matters. Like I have here the largest U.S. transgender survey ever done. It's in 2015 to 21,598 participants. And this covers people in childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. And it has all the results you're looking for.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think we're seeing the a rapid increase in the past few years
I can explain that as well.
Of young people identifying as trans?
Okay. Can I answer that
Can you
afterwards?
read the study,
Yeah,
please?
of course. So it shows the 2015 U.S. transgender survey of 21,598 participants that with hormone therapy, psychological distress for children reduces by 222%. Late adolescence, 153%. Adulthood, 81%. Suicidal ideation for children goes down 135%. For adolescents, 62%. And for adults, 21%. That is dramatic.
Is this the Stanford Medical School survey analysis done by Jack Turbin?
I don't know the person who did it. Let me pull it up. But in terms of the increase, Tim, of people,
because there was a study done by Stanford Medical School that very closely fits the description of what you've just read out there, which is very ascientific and with data that is collected poorly. Yeah, so just please find the source of that, because I want to pull that apart, but I want to be sure that I know you're talking about that study.
I'm curious as to why you think it's increasing so much.
What's that signify?
The history of left-handedness.
This is the history of left-handedness in the United States. Do you see what happens here?
It levels out. It goes up and levels out.
We used to treat people who were left-handed as satanic, as the devil, all that kind of shit. You remember that, right? And that's why there was a lot of people who didn't record themselves as being left-handed. And then when we stopped doing that after the 1880s and in the 1900s, it spiked. Now, this spike isn't because there was a whole bunch of indoctrination, or Alex Jones was like, oh, left-handed ideology, everyone has become left-handed. This has nothing to do with that. This is naturally how many left-handed people there were, and then it plateaued. We are in a situation right now where it is safer than ever for people to come out, and if they're queer, bisexual, whatever it is, and
There's
because
so
of that, they feel safer expressing that. That's why Gen Z of all
I was
generations.
concerned there was a transgenocide.
Yeah. So here's
this is the
What did he say?
right now where it is safer than ever for people to come out, and if they're queer, bisexual, whatever it is, And because of that, they feel safer expressing that. That's why Gen
wow.
Z of all
I was concerned there was a transgenocide.
Yeah. So here's
this is the actual statistics on people increasing. You can see the red one. That is Gen Z. That is the amount of people who in Gen Z, it's skyrocketing. It looks like they're identifying more than ever because their generation feels more comfortable talking about this kind of stuff.
So you don't
More
think that
media
there's
about
like
it.
a transgenocide or anything like that?
I don't think that there's a trans indoctrination that is coming through media.
Genocide, I said it.
Yes, and I'm saying that I don't think there's a trans indoctrination coming through media that is programming kids to become trans. I think that's ridiculous.
But oh god, is he gonna? Oh no, oh shit.
And if you want to change topics to talk about transgenocide, we can move on to that. But you asked me specifically why is there a spike?
Yeah.
That is why.
Okay, so my follow-up is, you think trans people feel safer than ever?
No, right now there's over 400 different bills being pushed in the United States that is directly targeting trans people.
So they don't feel safe?
Of course they don't.
So then why are they coming out if they don't feel safe?
They have more access because that generation, Generation Z, has a lot more acceptance towards trans people than older people who pass laws.
This is a very hard bullet to bite, Lance, but oh god, like the fact is that the general trend is that it's easier to come out now than it was 20, 40, 50, 30 years ago. That's just it. Just because they're like, the fact that there are a bunch of laws being passed that target trans people doesn't mean that on the whole, in the United States, especially given that most states are blue, it's easier to come out than it used to be. It's also because trans rights are improving in a lot of blue states as well, and are continuing to.
Draconian people who pass laws. The boomers are the ones running the show right now. They're still the ones in government. They're still the ones passing laws. There's very few Generation Z in government or parliament.
You want to know what I think? I think there is a transgenocide.
Okay.
And I think it's you.
Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
How so?
I mean, they're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of
I feel like they're choosing to do that rather than Lance is the one doing it. Okay.
I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization. And then puberty blockers have a very high rate. And
they can also, if they want to have kids, they can freeze their eggs and sperm beforehand. Damn. Oh, God, Tim. It's like they're both just making the shittest Oh, God.
Cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual. So these people can no longer reproduce. That's genocide.
Is this the joke you're going to go for?
Joke? You are removing these people's ability to reproduce.
Joke?
And if they're at a young age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
You guys are all weird.
No. So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not. Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's strange. That's so bizarre.
Well, she's public about it.
But see, you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
that's an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to shame.
I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
well, that it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
Talk about that? Why should we discuss whether or not she has genital feeling? That's not important. It's not. It's not in my business.
So let's focus then on the sterilizing of the individual. Are you okay with that?
Who's sterilizing people?
Jazz Jennings is sterile.
Why are we going back to Jazz Jennings? I don't know anything
famous.
about her.
Because Jazz is a famous individual on cable television.
So if she is sterile for whatever reason, what does that have to do with me? Why does that concern me? Why should I pass legislation?
The sterilization of teenagers.
This is such a weird way to frame this. Like,
you are removing teenagers' ability to have children.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a doctor, Tim. I don't have the
support
ability
it,
to do this.
right?
I support people having access to health care. Of course. Why would I want to prevent that just because some people have bigotry towards them?
Let's try again. You seem scared of this. Do you believe that parents and doctors should have the ability?
Hey, Lucian Baff with a $14.99 dollars, whatever the fuck they are. Thank you so much.
To remove the ability of a child for future reproduction.
They should have the ability to give them access to health care. Of course they should.
So why do you keep saying
you're implying that every single gender affirming care results in sterilization. That is not true at all.
I said the removal
There's
of
also people who are trans that never get bottom surgery.
You seem very scared of this. It's scaring you.
How am I afraid to?
Because you keep deflecting when I ask you. So Jazz Jennings is a specific
Deflecting.
example. Let's try it. Let's try this. Let's
Tim,
slow down and go one point at a time.
You
right?
think I'm deflecting because I don't want to keep talking about someone's genital pleasure who's a stranger? I'm saying it shouldn't concern you. It shouldn't concern anyone, Tim.
Your appeal to emotion is not going to work on me. I'm asking you a science.
I know I can appeal to your emotion.
I'm trying a logic-based question about the future of these people. I believe you are genociding them. I believe you intend on genociding autistic individuals. I genuinely believe that.
Who's autistic in this?
A large portion of trans kids are autistic, namely females. So this is an issue in that young, lesbian, autistic females are a large portion of those who are transgender.
Do you have data on this?
I mean, come on, bro. Do you have data on what you've brought up? You couldn't give me one study, but yes,
I've given you not only studies, meta studies.
you.
I've given you multiple meta studies on this. I've given you a surplus of information on this topic.
Make up six times more likely to have autism, according to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people. I
feel there could be a few reasons for that. One is just like, okay, there might be an overlap between being autistic and being trans. There might be just like, they might just go hand in hand a little bit. Also, it could also mean that maybe more trans people are diagnosed autistic because they're more likely to be put in front of a mental health, of a health professional than someone who's not trans. Fuck me, anyway.
So six times more. What's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%.
That's not how that works. That's not. You don't.
600. Sorry.
No, that's not how that works.
You're saying what percent of them?
What percentage of trans people happen to be autistic lesbians? That was your claim that a large portion are. I'm saying I don't know any statistics on that. I've never heard that before.
So the first thing I pulled up was that transgender and non-binary people are up to 6 times more likely to have autism, right?
Right, but that's not answering the question yet.
And your question is what portion of, let me Google it again. Because I thought that was sufficient and 24%.
So that's not the majority, even if that stat is true.
6 times more common, 24%.
That's still not the majority, even if that statistic was true.
Yeah, no, the majority is...
So 24% of trans people are autistic according to that data, and 6% of...
So what I think is, I think that there are people who hate people with Down syndrome, and in Iceland, they've actually publicly avowed or praised their eradication of people with Down syndrome. I think that's horrifying. Like... You can be okay with it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to believe that, right? You don't have to have the same morals as me. I just think it's wrong to genocide like people with Down syndrome. You know what I mean?
You have completely derailed this conversation. You're assuming that I'm pro people having abortions for people who have Down syndrome. When we're talking about,
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying in Iceland they've
what
stated
does this have to do with trans rights?
Right. So we see a higher rate of autistic people, autism in trans kids.
You said it makes it the majority. It does not, even based on the source you pulled up. Okay.
24%.
Okay.
I still believe that this is very much an effort. I think the left is intent on genociding trans people.
Jesus
In what
Christ.
way?
Removing their ability to reproduce.
Fucking Lance, this is so easy to get around. It's their choice. And they can fucking freeze their eggs and sperm beforehand. Oh my God. No one's forcing them to do anything.
Are they removing their ability
by
to reproduce?
By cutting off their testicles and removing their
uteruses? That is not the only operation that is done. There are trans people who maintain their same genitals as before. Right. Not everyone has to decide to get bottom surgery.
Actually, that's very few of them get bottom surgery, but okay.
And they should make.
And cross-sex hormones do have a high rate of causing sterilization.
It can, but it doesn't always. Also, and you can be trans and not get any operations at all.
So I think you are... So like I'm in favor of making sure these people can always have families and have kids, right? Your position, whether you support the moral issue of or not, results in many of them being sterile. For instance, the reason I use Jazz Jennings as an example, because this is a person on television with millions of followers who wrote a book and told kids about this journey. The journey that Jazz Jennings went on resulted in a complete inability to have a family and have children. I think that's terrifying because Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. Jazz will never have a family. Jazz, the genetics of Jazz Jennings is over. That is one of the most horrifying things to me as a human being.
Do we definitely know that Jazz Jennings wants to have kids? Do we know that Jazz Jennings didn't fucking freeze anything beforehand? Okay.
I think genocide is wrong, right?
Why should her ability to be or have reproductive function, why should that concern you?
For the same reason the Uyghur Muslims in China concern me, like human rights issues. China...
They're being forcibly sterilized. Oh, God. Yeah.
for instance,
But what if she never wants to have kids?
That's something you determine for yourself later in life.
Exactly. So why is it our business?
Because it's been removed before Jazz could have the ability
But
to
again,
make the conclusion.
that has nothing to do with us. She could decide to never want to have kids, and that's fine and valid.
Right. So my morals would be that a society protects the children because there's certain things you can't know until you're at least 24 or older when your brain is fully developed, which is why we don't allow people to drink and do certain drugs, whatever drugs are legal, until they're 21. So for me, I'm like, if you can't drink till you're 21, if there's like you can't smoke till you're 18, this society absolutely recognizes you can't drive till a certain age. That the reason that the driving age is what it is. One of the arguments made, I think it was in Illinois, is that risk taking is a lot higher in youth than it is in older people. So the argument is once you're past 16, you go through driver's ed. That helps control for the higher risk taking of younger people. So we set an age limit. For someone who's 10 years old to be put on Lupron and then cross-sex hormones, they will never develop the ability to reproduce. So in the instance of Jazz, again, a famous individual who's very influential with millions of followers, there was never the ability to reproduce developed, which caused complications. Complications aside, that's Jazz's personal business. But the puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones did sterilize Jazz, 100% sterilization. Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. So I have concerns about having children, whether they choose to or their parents choose to. I think that's genocide.
I can kind of see your argument because if
Tim Pool is so fucking stupid. Is he really going to say genocide is when people choose? When people choose to make themselves infertile? Damn. Oh god, I fucking hate internet politics. You know what? I hate it. Everyone. Why is 95+% of people who get involved in internet politics just like literally dragged out of a fucking asylum and put in front of a computer, put in front of a fucking Twitter account and put in front of YouTube? Why are they all like this? Why is there no such thing as a fucking reasonable political conversation on the internet? Why does it not happen? Why is it so fucking impossible? Ugh. I guess because normal people know better. They just watch the news. Like, oh God.
a kid was a straight kid, just a kid, and they were like a 12-year-old girl, and she was like, I don't want to have babies when I'm older. And the mom was like, okay, then we'll sterilize you right now. And they went and had the kid had a hysterectomy. I think that's illegal. I don't know, but I would imagine society needs to protect little kids from crazy parents that are like, just because a 12-year-old says they don't have babies later in life. So the fact that it is sterilizing as a byproduct, I think should be taken into account with the whole procedure.
I think that's still something that comes down to the individual and what they choose to do. And if someone is like, I want to have gender affirming care, knowing the risks, then why is that my business? It's the same thing with someone who wants to have a surgery that can have other complications. That's not my business. If someone had an appendix inflamed and they had to have their appendix out, there are potential complications that come from that, but I'm not going to prevent them from having healthcare and saying that you can't have a right to get your appendix out, because every major medical association in the United States agrees that that is the best way to treat appendicitis. And in this case, when we're talking about trans people, every single medical association in the United States agrees on gender affirming care.
Then you know what they should do?
Every single one.
You know what they should do? They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones to show that it's safe and effective. But they have not. So it's not healthcare, it's experimentation.
This is for suffering through this.
You talk about giving kids healthcare. That's not healthcare. Healthcare repairs something which is broken. You use the example of somebody's appendix not functioning properly.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yes. So what you have to do in that instance is intervene so that the body can function as it is intended to. Destroying somebody's ability to procreate is demolishing the organ that you're claiming to treat, right? You're destroying the biological function rather than helping to improve it. That's not healthcare.
I want to pull this up too. This is from University of Utah, because I was reading about this recently. It goes on to mention that hormone replacement therapy can make you sterile, and that it's important.
It can.
It's important to preserve your sperm. It says if you're trans feminine, otherwise the hormone therapy may make it impossible for you to have biological children. If someone is put on puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones as a child, they will never have the ability to preserve their reproductive functions.
So if you're put on puberty blockers, they are reversible. You can stop being on puberty blockers and you can still maintain a lot of things that you were worried about being taken away. When it comes to Jazz Jennings specifically, she's actually made statements about this because, I was just looking this up. Jazz Jennings says, I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continued to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more so, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and now living as a proud woman today. What does that have to do with me? Why would I want to take that away from someone else?
What year was did she
we're
make that
talking-
statement?
She made this on March 31st.
She made it recently because that video came out where the mom said she was going to force the dilator.
And then
into
Matt
Jazz.
Walsh went hard, and Jazz was like, "Hey, Matt," and then Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz."
There's a lot of questions around the morality of this. The left likes to defer instantly to purity arguments, which I find fascinating, considering the left typically has a low purity rating when it comes to moral foundations. For example, when you said it's really weird talking about someone's genitals, it's a purity argument, which the left typically never makes. That's why I said it's a very weird thing for you to do. Approaching this from an academic perspective, we would make a few arguments about whether or not a person can truly understand they've lost the ability to reproduce if they've never had it in the first place, the psychological and the philosophical implications of stripping away a person's ability to reproduce before they were old enough to even know what that was. So, for example, if you take an adult human, female or male, and remove their genitals by force, they will be very, very upset. Extremely upset. In fact, it's a form of torture in a lot of countries. It's meant to terrify. Whoa. If you took away their ability to feel sexual satisfaction, it's a form of torture. In fact, female circumcision is horrifying to the world. And it actually was huge controversies up in Dearborn, Michigan, because what it would do is it would result in women who are as adults could not feel anything and they were effectively used as like objects for their husbands. So in making an academic argument, we would say, Jazz Jennings does not understand, and that's fine if Jazz is happy. That's
Sorry,
great.
I'm lost. Oh, thanks, Dahlia, for the 2131. This is for suffering through this. It's okay. You know, just, oh, God. The internet is just, people are fucking mental. I don't know what to say. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. I don't think it's likely. I think this is just a very strange place to be part of. Oh, God.
Right. The argument into the greater is Jazz will never have kids. Fact statement. I think it's wrong to take away that from someone who doesn't understand what it is.
What if they don't want kids?
They will decide that when they're an adult and have assessed the circumstances. But Jazz can't actually feel any of this. Jazz can't feel. This was a study. There's a doctor who came out, did a Zoom video on it, specifically, I think, referring to Jazz, that Jazz will never experience any adult satisfaction or desire. And so the question then becomes, why did Jazz get bottom surgery? My question, why do you think Jazz got bottom surgery?
Oh, I don't have to ask that. She explained why. She said that she's satisfied with it. That should be the extent of it.
What did she say?
I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continue to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and I'm living as a proud woman today. Yes, I do struggle with mental health and always have, but it's not because I transitioned, and it's unfortunately something many LGBTQ plus people face. Why?
She had her surgery at 18. Yeah. Fuck off.
Right? Because that has a lot to do with hate and a lack of acceptance that we receive in society, like I was saying before. So to all of you speaking about our mental health reviews and calling our families abusers for supporting our transition, you are the only abusers.
So what was the purpose of the bottom surgery?
It affirmed her gender. It affirmed her gender.
What does that mean, affirmed gender?
So you have, and all of us have, a gender identity that we want to express in one way or another. And with hers, she affirmed her gender through the process of getting bottom surgery to look more and feel more like a woman.
Why do you think Jazz stopped dilating?
I don't know.
Probably because it hurt.
But if this was an important part of affirmation, you'd think Jazz would maintain it.
What do you mean dilating? Huh?
That's not for me to decide. That's someone else's own identity. So again, that's why it's weird to me to try and impose this upon someone else. Like to try and say like you're disgusted at the fact that she can't have kids or something like that. It's like, I don't know if she ever wants kids because I don't know who she is, but that's a decision for her to make between her.
Well, yeah, she could have. She could have frozen her fucking eggs, or because she just didn't want to have kids, or because she could adopt.
And her doctor has nothing to do with me.
Why would any trans child get?
No, okay. I just don't know what the relevance is to a trans. Can that happen? If you get bottom surgery, your new muscles can like dilate, and that would hurt. Okay.
bottom surgery?
Again, to affirm their gender.
So what,
As part of gender affirming care.
why
And
would,
children don't get bottom surgery, by the way. It's usually over 18.
Well, Jazz was
a minor.
17.
Yeah,
Right,
Jazz was
and
a
so
minor.
there
People can get bottom surgery at like 16, 17, I think. Yeah.
are exceptions,
And
yes,
that-
but
that-
average
the,
average age is over
Kim
18.
Petras was
like
also a teenager.
Boston's Children's Hospital has never done that on anyone under the age of 18. The average age for bottom surgery is over 18 years old,
so
overwhelmingly.
why would I just don't understand why the it's not penile inversion vaginoplasty. I don't know what it's called because Jazz didn't have a penis. What's the purpose of making the hole, the space? What's the purpose of that?
The operation is because it gives them it affirms their gender through the process of having a similar genitalia to a cis woman.
So what's the purpose of it?
I just explained that.
So the purpose of it is just feeling, just emotion.
No, the purpose of it is part of affirming who they are through a surgery that makes them look and feel more like a version of a woman that they want to be. You don't have to. There's not a template. That's not the only version a woman can be. There's other versions of how a woman can be and look, but that's the version.
The very easy answer. You don't, again, you don't need to go into the brain stuff. You can just say, is it's like, well, for whatever reason, people are caused insane levels of distress when this happens. And it seems to be the most reliable way to relieve that distress is to do these things. You can go into the brain stuff if you want, but it's generally, I feel like it's a pretty good enough reason.
That she wanted.
So what I'm trying to understand is why
Yeah, because they have dysphoria, and it seems to be the most effective way to alleviate dysphoria is to do those surgeries. So,
create
or one of the most.
a permanent wound for the purpose of a man to have sex with in order to affirm the identity of someone who can't feel any of that.
Well,
It's
first,
also not, it's not fucking, it's not for sex. It's also just for knowing it's there, right? Like, I don't think people get bottom surgery just for sex. Might be one of the reasons, but. Crowder doing discipline and respect. What?
Give me that milk. Oh, won't you cut? Give me that milk. Won't you cut? Give it to me.
Listen, watch it, chat. Fucking watch it. Okay.
first off, I have no idea about the actual sensations that people experience after these kind of surgeries, but that's not my business. And the second thing would be, I don't believe it's a wound. I believe it's an operation to have a genital change. That's it. To describe it as a wound is just very crude.
But it's factually a wound, right? I'm trying to avoid the right calls it a mutilation or an abomination. I'm not saying that.
But it's still crude to just call it a wound. After it's healed, I'm sure there's no more wounds or scars or anything.
They have to dilate for the rest of their lives because it is a wound. Like, I'm being academic. I'm not trying to be insulting to anybody. The right calls it mutilation and abomination. The reason they have to use dilators for the rest of their lives is because it is factually a wound.
But you're asking me a question that I can't answer because I'm not this individual. I don't know why someone would want to get that surgery because I'm cis and I don't experience these kind of things. But if someone wants to, but Tim, if someone wants to and it makes them feel better and improves their quality of life, then why do we have to get in the way of that?
Well, can I interject here?
My position is for adults, I agree. And I had the argument with Tom Fitton. He said it should be banned outright. So I disagree.
But overwhelmingly, when you look at the data, when it happens to children, it improves their psychological distress. It removes and lowers suicidal ideation. It shows in the data that it helps them.
That's not true, man. So the study you have here, the largest one. So first of all, as I mentioned, there have been no controlled randomized trial, but the largest study you cited there, the largest study that you cited there does not say what you think it says. The Stanford University one, it was 27,000 people who were surveyed in 2015, and then there were 2 analyses done of these studies by Jack Turbin, and he lumped data together and did a few manipulative things to get the results he wanted. But there's 2 very important things to mention, which is firstly, this study was based on convenience sampling. So they were speaking with people who were sent to them by LGBTQ advocacy groups and groups that they reached out to. So you're already not getting an unbiased population sample there. And then they were determining whether that person received puberty blockers and other such treatments or hadn't, but they didn't go over the reasons. In fact, the people who hadn't received puberty blockers or those kinds of treatments didn't receive them because they weren't allowed to. And one of the requirements for being able to receive that kind of treatment is some level of psychological stability, which means the people who weren't on puberty blockers in that study were more likely to be psychologically unstable, which we would expect to produce a higher suicide rate, but that wasn't controlled for. On top of that, the data actually shows that the men who are on estrogen were more likely to become suicidal. But what he ended up doing, that's true, what he ended up doing was lumping them together. So he said people on cross-sex hormones are less likely to commit suicide because according to the sample he had of women, that was true enough to
this is getting
overcompensate
wild.
for the increased
I don't know what the
likelihood of
fuck's going on here.
suicidality in the men. And he just threw them all together as if a man taking estrogen is the same thing as a woman taking testosterone.
I'm glazing over because of the fucking randomized control thing. Because he wants to give puberty blockers to fucking cis people. Okay.
And we could expect the same medical outcomes.
So-
and I'm saying that's bullshit.
So to respond to you, I do have a number of peer-reviewed studies related to this.
And if they're as good as that one, I'm telling you, they're trash.
Mental health outcomes in transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care. February 25th, 2022. This one shows kids who receive puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression, 73% lower odds of suicidality. Gender identity 5 years after social transition. This one is in the American Academy of Pediatrics, peer-reviewed, July 13th, 2022. Between 317 youth, they found 94% binary transgender stayed the same. Only 2.5% reverting as cisgender, 3.5% as non-binary trans. A UK 2019 study of 3,398 people who had gender-affirming care found that only 0.47% regretted it. Another one, the impacts of strong parental support for trans youth, found that parents who support trans youth, this was 433 participants, double-blind study, 93% reduction in reported suicides.
So why do
Hold on, and I think we can all have the good faith that you did as much work fact-checking those studies as you did the one I just tore apart, but I didn't have time to go into every single bit of statistical information you would bring here.
This is the problem with like you mentioned, going the studies back and forth or whatever. So that's why
Now we don't trust peer review studies. Well done, Tim. Say it.
I'm fine with. I'm not here to change your morals, right?
Oh, I know.
And that's fine. So my question would just be, why do you think it is that in Europe they've abandoned these practices?
A lot of it was...
I don't actually know if they've completely abandoned it. I thought, wait, what's actually happened in Scandinavian countries? I thought they've just raised the threshold for whether or not kids get blockers, or are they just getting rid of it completely? What's actually happened there? I think Sweden maybe banned it. Wait, did Sweden ban gender affirming care for trans youth? Sweden backtracks, restricting gender affirming care for teens. Spain bussing forward with their laws making it easier to change gender. Sweden, need for caution. They're all talking about need for caution. That's what I thought I saw. Restricting, allowing it only in rare cases. So they still allow it. They've just raised their threshold for when they give it. Okay, increase of 1,500%. Some minors who suffered from serious side effects. Yeah, it looks like they just might have overprescribed it. And now they're trying to find like a middle ground. They're not binning it completely.
Political. If you look at the history of it, especially when it came to puberty blockers and how that was handled, it was...
How much of that is political? It could be. Wouldn't surprise me, but I don't like being like, oh, how do you decide which medical decision is political and what isn't? I don't like that.
In large part a political decision that both medical groups, advocates,
because it's like it's kind of unanswerable, isn't it?
as well as pro-LGBTQ organizations outwardly protested. And especially, like, I know you're going to bring up Finland, I believe was one of the countries that did it, Sweden as well. And
The UK.
Yeah, and in a number of cases,
Denmark,
this is something in which experts in the fields of endocrinology, pediatrics, they were very opposed to it. It was politicians who were pushing for this. And so this was a political decision. This is why I don't like when politics get directly involved in medical decisions, because, I mean, like you were saying, if you want to look up the actual organizations that support this, it's every major medical association in the United States. Every one, without fail.
But they're for profit. A lot of times, if you don't get politically involved in the medical industry, they'll experiment on humans for money.
And also,
some of them are, some of them are not. If I listed them to you right now, because I have...
They'll experiment on humans for money. Oh, the way he says things is so funny. That guy should be in charge.
have the list.
He's flawless.
Some of these are not for-profit institutions just looking to make a fucking buck. Some of these are just genuinely concerned about child health care.
And some of them have various, ideological biases. This isn't always about money all the time. But if you're going to reject what Tim is saying about medical institutions no longer performing these operations in Nordic Europe because you're claiming those institutions have become political, I don't know how you could give any credibility to the American ones.
So it's not the medical...
Do you think the American model of practicing medicine is better than the model in Nordic Europe?
Let me answer your question.
Okay.
It's not the organizations themselves that have done it distinctly. It was politicians and political organizations as well as think tanks that were pushing for it. And it was a lot of experts in the field that directly wanted it not to happen, that were fighting against it.
But then why is it the case that the nation that started doing this earlier than...
I'm going to get some soy. 1 second. Brrr. Oh, yes. It's a fucking Huel day. We're having a Huel day, guys. We might be here for a while. Who knows? Solid YouTube stream. Let's go. Oh, that's good soy. Holy shit. I love it. So easy.
Any of the others was the Netherlands. They started around 1990 administering puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for children who purported to be struggling with feelings of dysphoria. And so they have some of the longest term data available on this. And what they found is that transitioning has no effect on suicidality.
That's part of the studies that I'm interested in, is the suicide stuff. Like in 2022.
I think there are some studies that say it alleviates suicidality, but some say it doesn't affect it. But I think the mental health benefits, the research is usually in favor. Suicidality is only one aspect.
They measured a bunch of people that transitioned. They were suicidal. They transitioned. Now they're not. But it's like, hey, that was 8 months ago. Like, how are you going to feel in 4 years from now? So it's hard to say like now they're no longer suicidal just because they're like, yeah, I'm not suicidal now. But like we need long-term studies.
We do need to go to super chats because we're
Oh, wait, what's muted? Am I muted or are they muted? Nothing's muted on my end. What's wrong with you guys? What? Maybe refresh your streams. Also, like the stream, assholes. Nothing's muted. Yeah, you're all insane. Like the stream. Let's get to 200. Let's bang it. Ooh. Oh, I see it. Look at that counter. Ooh.
Oh, we're way past. But I do want to ask another just question. Like, do you think the Earth is overpopulated?
No, I don't.
You don't think so?
No, I want more people.
He's so serious. Jesus Christ.
No, I don't.
You don't think so?
No, I want more people. I love people. I want more birth. I want more humans. I love everybody, man. I want more people on this planet.
But what about climate change?
Climate change is coming. It's real. It's happening right now.
But I mean,
But you're not Malthusian then?
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Isn't it kind of just going to be dropping anyway? Aren't lots of even African countries, the birth rates are slowing down? China gonna have a big problem with that. Not enough bebes. Europe kind of has that problem as well. That's part of the reason we increase immigration, actually. But
Okay,
but
so we're on the
more
same page.
people means more
Yeah.
climate change. You got more mouths to feed.
It's
you got
true.
more fuels to burn.
But more orgasms.
It would also means more scientists figuring out how to cure the carbon
That was kind of
problem.
weird, right?
More humans doesn't necessarily mean more climate change, because more humans might figure out better ways to balance out the climate.
I'll just say one last thing, and we'll go to super chats, and then I guess I want to try and get to the.
it's not like one human equals 1 unit of climate change. Depends on where they're born, right? Most of the population growth in the world right now, the highest rates come from Africa. I think it's Niger where the average fucking parent has like 9 kids or some shit. It's crazy. Or it used to be that. I don't know if it's lower. But that's not like the average person in fucking Niger has a carbon footprint that's like a fraction of someone who lives in the United States. So yeah, it's not like one-to-one with that.
Members only portion. Actually, man, I feel bad for going long. We should go to the members portion so we can do audience Q&A and stuff.
There's some big super chats in here.
I'll try and grab as many as I can, and then we'll try to we'll go straight to Q&A for the members only portion. But my attitude is I'm not a conservative. I'm pro-choice. I think, I've got my morality, but in the long term, I really don't care that leftists are sterilizing and aborting their children.
I thought you did care.
From a moral position, but I'm not a conservative like Seamus, where Seamus is very much like we have to end this because it's wrong. I'm not a conservative. If a woman is going to get an abortion at a certain age, I'm like, I disagree with it, but I'm more libertarian in the respect of like people can choose to do what they want to do. I think it's certainly wrong to sterilize kids, but the end result is the future is going to be a bunch of Christian conservatives and Muslims. And so
Jews.
it's a self.
And Mormonism.
Yes, but
Is being a Christian or a Muslim like a biological? Okay.
the Jewish population, the diaspora is like 12 million, and Christians and Muslims are billions. So
But that's happened in Israel, right? Where the more religious Jews have more children, and so they're dominating elections.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so we saw that.
That actually, I think that's kind of true, but also just because people in Israel have only been getting more radicalized since the 2000s. So.
Since the year 2000, liberals have been effectively shrinking. Gen Z is the first generation in 100 years to slightly move towards conservative in some areas. Likely not because Gen Z is becoming conservative, but because there's less liberal Gen Zers than there are conservative ones. So the end result of all of this is just like, look, man, I'm not going to convince you to vote the way I would vote. I'm not going to convince Seamus to vote that way I would vote. But it doesn't matter anyway, because in 100 years, you guys are sterilizing and aborting your kids. End of story.
Wait a minute, not you.
I'm saying from the political.
He's
left,
saying,
center,
he's saying
right.
I represent the left to him.
Do you? Do you feel like you represent
He
the
called
left?
himself a leftist.
I don't feel I represent the left. No.
Well, you called yourself a leftist.
But I'm a proud leftist. I wear that. I don't have to hide that. I don't hide my power levels. I don't wear, some kind of.
Why is Chud frowning? Why is Chud mad? What's happening from his end?
Like, not like too right or too left, just like, here is a situation.
You'd think Jazz would maintain it.
That's not for me to decide. That's someone else's own identity.
Oh,
so again, that's why it's weird to me to try and impose this upon someone else. Like to try and say like you're disgusted at the fact that she can't have kids or something like that. It's like
okay,
it's like hidden power.
My point is just this, right?
I'm just saying I'm like there's no single voice for the left. I'm not the voice of the left.
No, sure. I'm just saying the left will cease to exist. Mm-hmm. And the middle and the right will supplant it, and then the middle will become the left, and the right will stay the right.
Here's what I'll say: is that LGBTQ plus people.
This is LGBTQ plus. Every layer, get the talas in chat. Fuck, I wonder if Tim thinks that. First of all, why are Democrats why are there more Democrats in America than Republicans? This is this 49 state landslide, right? Republicans have been having more babies than Democrats for a really long time. I don't think that saved them. Yeah, people can change their politics once they're born. Easy.
We're heavily persecuted by a lot of different groups, including the Nazis at one point or another in history, and you just can't get rid of them.
And the communists.
If you and the communists.
Yeah,
if you were to get rid
Guevara,
of
man.
every single
I've looked at this thing about Che Guevara being like homophobic. I don't think there's any evidence that he was any more or less homophobic than just like the average person at the time. I don't think like this idea about him being like a raging homophobe, is that true? That he was like specifically targeting fucking gays and shit? I don't think that's true. I think there's a big myth around that. But the Soviets were not very nice to gays, I guess.
single queer, if you got rid of every single gay, every single lesbian, every single bisexual, every single trans person, if you got rid of all of them in a generation or two, they would reappear because they're a part of us. They're a part of humanity. They're a part of all of us. They just exist. They are a part of the human experience.
Yeah, but I think that chart you showed with the left-handed thing.
Yeah.
If Christians and Muslims start dominating, they're going to be repressed, right? So the idea is it's like basic math. We saw this in 2000. Liberals were having 1.45 kids and conservatives were having 2.01 kids. So conservatives were at replacement levels and liberals weren't. 20 years later, we see slightly more, for the first time ever, conservative Gen Zers in some areas. Gen Z is about...
Yeah, but Bush won the popular vote in 2004 and Republicans have never won it since. That completely goes against your example, Tim. Huh.
according to Pew, as progressive as millennials. In some areas, a little bit more progressive. In some areas, a little bit more conservative, which is shocking because every generation was skewing more progressive. This is likely due to the fact, not like I said, not that children were like, I'm conservative now, but conservatives had more kids. So it really doesn't matter what your position is if your position is less kids for the left and more kids for the right.
So you think transgender people should have more kids?
I would love it if trans people and LGBT people had children and families. That's my personal morality. But the end result is there is one faction that is pro-abortion, unrestricted, and in favor of practices which result in a substantial rate of sterilization for children. Conservatives, be it Muslim or Christian or Jewish, don't do these things. And so the future is very obviously going to be an Abrahamic conservative country.
Yeah, but we need a more scientific religion in the future. This is another 2-hour conversation, maybe.
Let's read some super chats and then we'll try to get
Why didn't this happen? I would love to know if Bush won the popular vote in 2004 and Republicans have been outbreeding liberals for like 15, 20, almost 20 years. Why are they losing? Why have they never won the popular vote since? Is it because of fraud?
Members only Q&A, straight to the Q&A. And I'll try and find some good super chat questions just to make sure. Carly says, as a woman who's had an abortion and given birth later in life, this man needs to do some research, but he sure has some balls for having this conversation on Timcast. Well, I respect it, absolutely. I thought it was a good conversation.
Serfs TV. Lance. Yeah, what is it? YouTube.com/the Serfs TV?
Yeah, everywhere social media is sold at the Serfs TV if you want to hear my musings. And I will add that while I do distinctly disagree with most of the takes of the people on this panel, they've been very friendly and very nice to me. And they put me in a nice hotel. And Ian is just as friendly in real life as everyone, led him to believe.
I'm going to the moon with you, dude.
Let me. Here's one from Marby Doug. He says, please ask your guest if he feels the same about bodily autonomy with regards to the vaccines.
Yeah, I think you should have the right whether or not you want to take the vaccine.
So you would disagree with the vaccine mandate?
A forcible vaccine mandate? I mean, for the purposes of freedom, yes, but it sucks. That's one of those, like, it sucks, but of course, I don't think people should be forced to have to take a jab against their will.
Like if the government said in order to go to school...
like a government mandated vaccine program, I disagree with, in that like every single human being is like strapped down and like, oh, I don't want to take it, but you have to, kind of thing.
But you would be okay with like every facet of society saying we require vaccines?
Oh, when there was a vaccination, like...
If you have I don't think you could be against saying if you have a business, you should be allowed to say, we don't take you if you're not vaccinated. That's probably okay.
What was the word for it? Like a segregation of people who were vaccinated and unvaccinated.
Well, like you oppose the government holding you down and vaccinating you.
Yes, I think you should have a choice whether or not you should do that. But other people should have a choice whether or not they get sick from you because you didn't vaccinate yourself. Do you
think the government should be allowed to mandate vaccines for public accommodation?
Yeah, for certain things, of course. Like we already do that for hospitals. You have to be vaccinated if you're a nurse or a doctor against a host of different things for obvious medical reasons. And I think that serves an important purpose.
So...
Same thing with travel as well, no? If you want to go to like Africa or India, you have to, or like most places in Asia, I think you have to get vaccinated. I think when I went to Dubai as a kid, I had to be vaccinated. I think it was malaria was the main thing, but yeah, you had to get a bunch of vaccines.
The military is mandatory vaccination for the same reasons.
But so your line is bodily autonomy, but not participation in society.
Well, you can choose whether or not to be a doctor. You can choose whether or not to be in the military.
Well, I mean, like going to a cafe or a movie or something, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that there are certain things where it makes sense from a scientific standpoint, where like if you're a doctor or nurse, yeah.
Actually, I'll be a hot take. I don't think... Generally, I'm not against a business doing it, but I think if you want to go to a cafe without a vaccine, I think I would generally say they shouldn't mandate it for cafes because... I just don't want to show a vaccine passport every venue I go to. And I'm quite happy that I don't have to. If I want to go to a fucking bar or a cafe or something, I just don't want to. I don't need to show anyone my fucking vaccine passport. I'm vaccinated myself. If I get ill, I'll lose like 2 days, whatever. But yeah.
That probably is something that you should be vaccinated for. It depends if that is directly going to have an impact on the broader...
Like, they're allowed to do it, but I'd rather they didn't. I'd rather you didn't have to show a vaccine passport for every... like leisure venue you went to. That would be annoying.
Society, if people get sick,
so large. But that means no bodily autonomy.
No bodily autonomy, like up to a point. You can choose whether or not to go to the movies. That's your choice. You can choose whether or not to join the military.
So that's my point, right? You don't agree with the government holding you down, but you do agree with the government excising you from society.
We already accept this. The government does that in a variety of ways already.
Right. So the limit is
We
for like
already live in that
Madison
society.
Square Garden, for instance, had a vaccine requirement, and I think Joe Rogan had to refund tickets because he set up the show before the requirement, and it was the government that imposed the requirement on all the businesses. So the vaccine mandate, there's two ways to look at it. I think what they're asking is ostracizing or excising someone from society is a vaccine mandate, right? Restricting someone's ability
you have
to...
an ability to, you have a choice to do it whether you want to or not. It's whether or not you can have convenience and pleasure in society. And it's obviously a big inconvenience if you don't get to go to see Madison Square Garden, of course.
So,
but this is a by case basis as well, right?
the government can pressure you to do it. They can take
it's a
away
pressure, for sure.
privileges and access until you do it.
Yeah, as a matter of public safety, we already allow this. The government does this in a variety of ways for a ton of different things.
I get concerned about that phrase public safety because if they're like, this common cold is very, very contagious. Hey, we have a vaccine ready for it. And I'm like, let's do some long-term studies. Vaccines can be very dangerous if they're not studied properly. So maybe that's another.
Bro. If if there was a vaccine for the common cold, everyone would take it. Common colds are so disgusting. There's just a fucking scourge. They're a blight on humanity. Everyone would take a fucking vaccine for a common cold. Conservatives would take it. I'd take it. I'd take 3 in each eyeball. I don't care.
Another conversation to have. I think it's very important not to let the medical industry govern us.
Well,
that's why we have a government.
Also, this isn't all axiomatic, right? So you could have the position that under no circumstances would you ever support the government mandating vaccines. You could be of the position that you would be in favor of it, but just not for a disease with the infection and mortality rate that COVID has. There's a lot of different approaches.
So Admar says, this guest looks like the kid of Brendan Fraser and Justin Long.
Did you get that, Brendan Fraser?
Not an insult.
My life. I've been called Brendan Fraser my entire life. It's a running meme.
Tim, I gotta
read this one.
There was a super chat.
I love how
that
they call me a
need to
kid,
read
by the way. Hey, just so everyone knows, I'm the oldest person in this room.
No, I'm
Actually,
40, I'm 44.
Oh, okay, never mind. I take that back.
I got you, dude.
I gotta read it. I gotta read this one. This is important. 1776's Life says, what is a woman?
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah.
A woman is an adult human female.
Easy enough.
Ooh. Oh. Is that the loner box argument? I think the dictionary definition is adult female person. But where's he going to go next? Oh God, that's exciting.
I agree with that.
So trans women are not women?
Oh,
Also,
they absolutely
I
are.
would answer that.
They're
What is a
adult
woman?
human females.
A woman is hot.
Trans women aren't female, they're male.
No, they're female.
So they have female gametes and whatnot?
Oh, this is actually very interesting. Do you want to talk about gametes? So in embryonic development, when you have two gametes, obviously the sperm and the egg, they combine, right? Usually it's the 23rd chromosome, the XX or the XY, that is going to determine whether or not someone becomes a male or a female. But that's not always the case. There are exceptions to this, known as people with differences of sexual development, DSDs, or intersex people.
It's like
there could be other combinations.
0.017 or something?
It's on a conservative estimate, 0.6% to 2% of the population. There is more intersex people in America than there are redheads. So there's a lot of...
God. It's not intersex people, it's intersex traits. And some intersex traits are like really, really benign and like barely noticeable. The number of actual intersex people is really, 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 really low. Like actually intersex. It's not the same as, but again, if we're going down the intersex route, I don't know. I give up. I don't actually know the best way to answer the what is a woman thing. I would say Merriam-Webster does solve it really easily for you, because Merriam-Webster says a woman is an adult female person. And by trans woman, they say a trans woman is a woman, so woman, who is identified male at birth. And when you look up female in Merriam-Webster, they say that it means someone with, it can mean someone with a gender, with a female gender identity. So let me see the thing. Where is it? Webster, female. Like they cover all ends. Merriam-Webster is a fortress of trans rights. Like they're having a gender identity that is the opposite of male, even here, of relating to or being the sex that typically, big typically there. I don't know though. I don't know what I would say. I feel like I'd rather just say that I don't give a fuck about definitions. Like definitions are not perfect.
intersex people, and
That's
there
if you
are
go with the 2%.
That's if you go. That's if you go with the
Because
2%. Seamus is completely right, but I do want to add one really interesting thing
How
about
does that
this.
mean a female is a male?
So here's the neatest part. There are individuals who have XY chromosomes, which is normally what is going to be a male, right? You develop it. It's not the only factor, by the way. It's a push and pull with hormones and other stuff like that. But there are people who have XY chromosomes. So if you looked at their bones years into the future and you analyze them, they would be genetically male, but they have a specific condition that suppresses testosterone, which makes them develop 100% like women. We are all templates. We are all templates, and based on hormones, the expression of gender, and different factors, we turn in one direction or the other towards more male or
Did you know
more
that
female.
certain drugs don't affect men and women the same way?
Exactly, and that's the interesting thing. But we can hijack this entire process if we take hormones. So if we take testosterone or estrogen, we suddenly can have traits that are more feminine or masculine. The redistribution
But it doesn't
of fat,
change.
the growth of breasts, the length of hair, all that kind of stuff. So
The
there are
socialist wants to redistribute the fat.
So here's what I'm getting to is I think it was in 1993.
Hey, we never had a Lance laugh. Based.
They passed a law in the United States that required clinical testing to be done on men and women separately because women are affected by drugs differently. And they found that painkillers, for instance, didn't work on women. And so these male doctors were all like, these women are sissies. They can't take the pain. When in reality, it's like the painkillers weren't working.
Yeah, they were being
so, and they also, in these studies, found that, the differences between males and females, you can't change through hormones. For instance, fast twitch muscle fiber, collagen in the skin, prenatal testosterone, the impact, that won't change from later in life taking hormones. So a male's not a female, female's not a male.
Well, this is the problem, though. It's like no one, like, again, you have to engage with just like each point. Like, does a trans woman think that they are biologically the same as a cis woman? No, they don't. That's why they use different terms. I guess the one question you could ask here is, oh God, I don't know where you even is like, why don't you include trans women into the category of women? Like, what are the social consequences of it? Because that's really, at the end of the day, that's all I care about. Okay, I don't really like. We can include intersex people who have like fucking XY chromosomes into women if they have Swyer syndrome. We can include all kinds of people with different conditions into the category of women who don't necessarily meet the right thing. We can include infertile women. We can include women who don't have who don't produce any eggs into the category of women. And that's still fine, because even though they are literally not doing the thing that makes them female, they can still be female. So the question would just be like, what stops you from putting trans women into there? And then that's where you get into, I don't know. There's so many ways you can address it. It's just kind of annoying. You need to just pick one and go with it. But personally, I don't think the intersex one is the best one. I think you could just focus on issues. Like, I don't think trans women are the exact same as cis women. And it makes sense that society would treat them a little bit differently as well. Like, cis women don't really need gender affirming care as kids or whatever the fuck. Like, generally they don't. Trans people are more likely to. And you would just go with that. So, okay, how does this affect, like, just think of like some of the main issues: bathrooms, prisons, sports, medical access, gendering someone in a fucking crowd.
And sex is bimodal. I think if you ask,
it's genuinely not. Any
it's
scientist,
not bimodal.
Totally is.
No, it is bimodal. Did he mishear that?
Totally is.
We've gone from the left saying that sex is bimodal to now rejecting it, or are you just incorrect?
I think I'm incorrect. Hold on.
Do you know what bimodal means?
I don't know.
It means that intersex people.
How does he not know the bimodal thing? Fuck. Oh God, that's Tim's really happy to have come across that one. Yeah, bimodal, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, it is bimodal. Why is he saying wrong? Did he hear, I think he heard binary. He must have heard binary, right?
Exist, and that there's an overlap between the two bell curves.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're totally right. This is, I'll take a big L right there.
That means that 97% of females will have statistically average female traits.
Yes, you're correct. The reason I wanted to jump on that, though, is because you're saying that just because you have XY chromosomes, that means by definition you're male. That's not true. The
opposite.
Do you know about the South African beauty queen, where she is by all there's a documentary on her. By all accounts, if you saw her, you'd be like, this is just a gorgeous, beautiful woman. She has all the parts of a woman. She has breasts. She has, a vagina, all that stuff. But she is intersex, and her chromosomes are XY. So if you looked at her genetics, she's genetically male.
And
this isn't.
But accepting that we want rights for all people, including intersex people, it doesn't change the fact that they make up a relatively small portion of society.
0.6 to 2%.
So
Right.
can I make a point
So
here?
a biological male cannot become a biological female.
No one is saying they can. No.
You just did.
No, I didn't. Not
I
whatsoever.
asked you what a woman was.
Yes, an adult human female.
And I said, is a trans woman a female? You said yes.
I said a
It's the
trans.
same way, yeah. Can a oh god, it's the contrapoise thing, isn't it? Can an adoptive parent be called a parent? Yeah, of course they can. Even though they're literally not a parent in any sense. There's no cell in their body is the fucking parent of that kid. But yeah.
Woman is a woman, and they absolutely are. This is not a gotcha.
But a woman is a female.
Cis women and trans women are different, and trans women do not say that they're cis women. They don't, and that's what makes them trans.
They say they're women.
Yeah, of course, because black women and white women are different, but they're both women.
But trans
a woman is
women,
a
Trans woman and a cis woman are different, but
you
they're
said a
both
woman is female.
women. An adult human female.
A trans woman is male. That's what makes them trans.
They are not male.
So
They're women.
I just want to make a point.
But a woman is female.
They are assigned.
Assigned.
You're assigned your gender at birth. So we're only
gender
one.
is observed.
We're two, right? We're two super chats in.
I feel like a trans woman
just
is a
wanna-
man and
Yeah.
a trans man is a woman, and they're both. You're both a trans woman and a man together.
They don't
never
see it that
stop
way.
becoming one. You always are both.
They don't see it that way.
I think the point about like intersex or some people having chromosomes that don't exactly match up with their sex is not the problem or is not a problem for what is termed the gender binary by the left.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the best way to define sex is based on gametes, the role a person plays in reproduction. And Tim mentioned gametes and not chromosomes. So I would define a female as someone whose reproductive anatomy is ordered towards gestation, and then a male is someone whose reproductive anatomy is ordered towards insemination. The operating phrase there is ordered towards, right? Because someone can have an issue with their reproductive anatomy, but it's still ordered towards something.
And recognizing the bimodal nature of human sex, meaning that overwhelmingly there's two big trees with a slight overlap in the middle.
Well, even that overlap in the middle, the vast majority of people who are intersex are basically clearly a member of one sex, but with some
Ooh, that's not
feature that
true. That's
appears
not true.
differently.
It's-
But then the problem is that is actually true. They will, like, people with Swire syndrome are intersex, but they're clearly women, right? Their chromosomes are XY, but they're clear, like everything else about them is women. People with Meyer-Rokitansky-Kuster-Hauser syndrome, they're clearly women just because even though they have fucking vaginas and shit. Like, yeah, it's but there are some in the middle where you do actually have to philosophize a little bit because they're just so ambiguous. Like, they could go either way, right? Especially you can have ovaries and a penis from birth. At that point, society kind of just needs to make a decision.
Yeah, but with one or two features that appear a bit differently.
And that's a huge problem. That's a massive problem.
But then,
people who you
okay,
genuinely can't
but then
tell
we're
are
talking
extremely,
about-
extremely rare.
I don't like the argument that we should reform society around, very, very small minorities, other than just protect the rights of. So if we're talking about, the issue of biological males going into women's bathrooms or something like that, you have an issue of the civil rights of females versus the civil rights of trans women, and that's where the conflict comes into play.
Yeah, but the conflict there is pretty easy. The majority of people who abuse women in bathrooms is cis men. Let's go after cis men for that.
Well, I think the solution is easy, just single stall bathrooms. Like,
I don't know.
you go to the
Also,
airport.
can I
Bathrooms,
ask?
the bathrooms here aren't gendered by. I want to say everyone at home, if you didn't know that, they don't gender the bathrooms here. There's
because
no
they're
signs.
single rooms.
Yeah,
That's just.
that's the way the world should
But
be.
you don't
My
really-
position has always been single.
You don't have a
room
right to be comfortable. That's not one of your rights. You could deal with it. Life is weird and uncomfortable sometimes.
Oh, no.
But
Moonlord
the
L.
bigger question is, in general, when it comes to the transgender men in sports and women in sports and things like that, is the rights of females versus the rights of trans people, and who gets supplanted.
Right, and so my answer to the
I think he's going to say, I hope he doesn't do the thing. Is he going to say that the trans women have no conceivable advantage in women's sports, even if they transition after puberty? I think it's okay to say that it's like, I don't know. I think sports scientists should be allowed to debate the trans sports thing. I think it's okay. I imagine the answers will vary for different sports, and it will also vary depending on whether or not that child transitioned before or after puberty. It's probably okay to say, okay? Don't ban me. I'm already banned.
bathroom problem would be the majority of women who are abused in bathrooms are abused by cis men, and so that we should be, if we want to protect women and go after abusers, go after cis men who attack women in bathrooms.
But how do you tell the
So-
difference between a cis man and a trans
and
woman?
I have,
Hold on, hold on,
I have
hold
to add
on.
one more part to that. Trans women are more often the victims
that
of
didn't address what I
sexual
said.
and physical abuse than they are the perpetrators.
But that didn't actually address what I said, right? It's like females and trans women, who gets supplanted? If females say we want a space free from males, period, then should they have their rights protected in having a safe space, or should trans women say no, we actually get access to the space?
do trans men take away from your experience? Do they supplant you as a man?
Me
As a cis
personally,
man?
I don't care, right?
Me too.
so-
In fact, trans men make
But
my
you're not answering the
experience
question.
way more interesting.
But you haven't answered the question.
Because you're saying supplanting their experience, right? You're taking away from women.
There are women right now
Yes.
who are saying, they're biological females saying, we do not want biological males in our space.
So should Blair White be allowed to go in that bathroom?
I think Blair White should go in the bathroom where Blair White appears to fit in most.
So why does she get a pass? Because she's very passing? Is that why?
I'm not talking about...
That's actually the correct answer. Yeah, that's the correct answer. There might be some situations where some like trans people are like insane, are like I don't know, like they look like they just fuck. I don't want to be rude, but it's whatever. It's real. Like they look like they just transitioned like 5 minutes ago, and there might be some like caution around that. But again, like it depends on each situation. Like I've showed you this before with the fucking like this happens in yeah, I told you this little funny like anecdote about swingers clubs, about how because women get into swingers clubs for free and men have to pay a full rate and couples go for a discount, they're like, it can happen where a pair of men or one man might pretend to be trans just to get in for free, and they get called out of the door because it's obvious what they're doing. But yeah, that's just like there's going to be some blurry lines there. But yeah, I think that is the difference, right? If someone looks like Blair White, they're probably going into the women's bathroom. Be very strange to do otherwise. Or Buck Angel men's bathroom. Blah, blah.
My view is Buck Angel should go in the men's room and Blair White should go in the
Hey.
women's room.
But they disagree with that. She's technically a biological male.
I
and all
think
that kind
Blair
of
White
stuff.
agrees with what I just said.
No, she does.
Yes, but
yeah.
you're taking my position, and good for you. That's woke as fuck. Hell yeah. That's based. We made
That's
progress.
why, like, I don't know if you watch the show. It's not progress. I've always had that opinion.
It's based as fuck. Hell yeah.
But I've always had that opinion. Even Cassandra Fairbanks, the editor-in-chief
trans
of
women
this
can go
company.
into women's bathrooms. Awesome.
Right.
Awesome.
I don't know.
We agree.
Yeah. So my issue is,
Hell yeah.
Seamus doesn't agree with that.
Yeah.
And Buck Angel's biologically female, but
You
Buck
think,
Angel,
you think Blair White should have to go into a man's bathroom?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that just causes more.
Oh god, what I want to know is if he thinks it would be cool to have like Buck Angel with like a fucking there's a bathroom and there's two people going into it. One is a 5-year-old girl and right behind her is Buck Angel. You think society would be okay with that? I don't know, mate. I don't know. That's weird. It's the fucking rape force field bathroom. Like the bubble that the fucking Gungans are inside in fucking Star Wars. This is what bathroom signs are to people like Seamus. No, wait, where's the fucking force field? There's not a good fucking picture of it. Yeah, here it is. This is it. This is what the male and female sign on bathrooms do. There's a woman who can get through. She just runs into safety. And then the big rapist guy like chases after her and just bounces off and goes flying. That there. See, actually that little bit of these little plumes here, those all used to be rapists. Those are the women lined up. Each one of these, that they were once men. This was a rapist who just leapt 20 feet into the air. Just that's what bathroom signs do to a conservative.
More
Yeah,
problems.
because well, I don't want to say anything that's going to get Tim's YouTube channel taken down.
Let's go to the members only show, and Seamus can then say all of his nasty Catholic things.
Well, yeah.
All right, everybody. Here's what's going to happen.
Nasty Catholic things.
Sorry, we didn't get to the super chats. I genuinely apologize. This is what happens. We go off.
The shield represents the signs on the bathrooms. The woman and man's sign on the bathroom. That's what they think, because I don't know why people think. Here's a question. If Buck Angel has to go to the woman's bathroom because he's a biological female, right? You see what Buck Angel looks like. He looks more masculine than I do. So if Buck Angel can do that, can go to the women's bathroom because that's the law, why can't I go to the women's bathroom? Couldn't I just go in and say that I'm a trans man? I never thought, do you think there's an answer to that question? Why not? How do you know I'm not? And the answer is the only way you'd ever enforce this, you go to the bathroom of your biological sex. The only way you achieve that is by genital inspections. The only way you can do it. Which, I don't know, this guy's a Catholic, so maybe.
Off, right? We're going to go to the members only chat. We're going to do audience questions. Smash the like button if you would like, and head over to timcast.com, become a member. We're going to do the members only so that Seamus can say naughty words or whatever.
Yeah.
But before we go,
That's what they call the truth.
You can follow
now.
the show at Timcast IRL on Instagram. You can follow me personally at Timcast. Lance, do you want to shout anything out?
Thank you so much for watching me and listening to my radical leftist Marxist agenda. If you want to see me anywhere else on the internet, go to everywhere social media is sold at the Serfs TV. That's at the Serfs TV. And also shout out to the leftist mafia who's watching this right now. Love all of you.
My name is Seamus Coughlin. What I'm shouting out is the St. Joseph Novena that I'm praying right now. We're on day 4. You can find that on my Twitter. I pinned it. We're praying for the working class in this country in this time of deep economic turmoil, for the unborn, and for our enemies, people we dislike, the people who got fired from Vice, Dylan Mulvaney, and that our country will return to God.
And I am Ian Crossland. I agree with you. The country will return to God. I think it is very important that we, although we will focus on the things we are saying, focus very much on the way we are saying them and find a way to communicate with people that we may disagree with. That's the root of empathy and communication and the unification of humanity moving forward. Thank you very much for coming, Lance. That was really awesome. And Tim, you're a badass. So are you, Seamus.
Not Serge, though.
No, Serge is,
No, Serge is cool.
it's like a wavelength.
That was quite intense.
I will say, Tim Pool was dishonest as fuck for the first bit. I could say Lance probably should have been more prepared with the details because it didn't take that long to find out. The abortion segment was, I'm very upset. It was really, really bad. Really not good. Oh shit. Oh god. Okay, the third bit, the trans bit, was actually good. Tim Pool was trying to be done. I think Tim Pool saying he wouldn't accept an interview from the person who did the study he was citing. I don't think that's a very good defense. And I think the smarter people, the fence sitters in his audience would have noticed that. I think the trans bit was probably fine. It's a very difficult question to navigate, so whatever. Yeah. So I think I don't know. I don't think it's actually the problem is because Lance has a reputation as a bad debater. And the only thing that's going to go around on social media and shit is the fact that he fucked up the abortion thing so hard, unfortunately. But like, it wasn't terrible. Like, he was like the detransition stuff, like he was right. And he gave all the right information. Temple was just being a little bit dishonest. Moonlord is probably the only true winner of the whole thing. Yeah, for sure. He added nothing of value, but I liked him. That's a good, yeah, it's a good assessment. I wonder if I want to, I don't know, it feels weird. I would love to talk to Lance about about my thoughts on the thing, because I think he actually did better than I expected. I expected worse. You could tell he prepared. He didn't prepare for the abortion argument because I don't think it was scheduled, but then he shouldn't have tried to have it. It's perfectly okay, especially if you're a man. Like, it's probably okay to just support women's rights and all that shit, but not to do the debates, because abortion debates are they're some of the hardest ones. They're so complicated. If you go in blind to an abortion debate, you're fucked. Like, you're just dead. It's such a difficult debate, and like, there's so many weird philosophical questions and counterexamples and hypotheticals, and there's not really, like, even personhood, there's no solid answer. There might be one that just seems more intuitively right, which is the consciousness thing for me, but then also you have to understand the medical procedures, because I think if only Lance knew that most progressive countries don't let you get an abortion at 8 months just because you feel like it. That's actually not true. That's insane. No one defends that position, but he went in and defended it because frankly, I just don't think he did much research into the abortion issue, which is, again, is fine. You can support abortion rights without, like, you can do it to your own audience and you can report on stories and shit like that. But if you're going to go and debate it, that's a very different story, you know? But, no, I think, like, as far, like, compared to Lance's previous debates, like, that was a pretty big improvement, actually, for the most part. For all the parts that he prepared for, he did well. So, yeah. I think the trans stuff he knows quite well. I just wonder if he could hone in better on it. If I was debating a conservative, I'm trying to think of how I would do this. I wonder how ethical it is or how useful it is to concede something that you don't necessarily agree with, but just to move the conversation onwards. Like, if someone said, "What is are trans women female or are they men or like biological males?" And if I just said, "Okay, fine, they're biological males who identify as women." Okay, do we gender them properly? Do we help them transition? Do we transition kids? Do we let them in the right bathrooms? Do we do the thing with sports? Like, just move the discussion on. I don't actually care. I don't care that much about what a woman is. It's a very interesting philosophical question, all that, but it's like, you're not going to have it with a hyper partisan fucking bombastic debate show, right? Or just use the adoptive parent thing. Maybe just the adoptive parent. Like, an adoptive parent is not a parent. They're not. They're not biologically a parent at all, but they're still parents. Could you just say trans women are not biologically female at all, but they're still women? Yeah, maybe. Or I'll just pretend to agree. Yeah. I think Pac-Man did it quite well. I think he said, "I don't really care much. I don't argue definitions. I argue politics." That was quite a good way to do it. Because as soon as you get into the policy discussion and the like societal implications of treating trans people like their preferred gender, then everything just moves on so much easier, I think. And you avoid the fucking metaphysical shit show. Yeah, he was talking to Michael Knowles. He was. Pac-Man very briefly stalled the genocide with that argument. Ooh. Daniel Radcliffe fell off. You talking about me? Or this? Okay, what? Okay.
Well, we still got more. We're going to do this members only uncensored thing where Seamus is going to go Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Why are you putting this all on me?
Because you're the
Isn't
Catholic.
everyone going Super Saiyan? I didn't
I
get
just
a word
agree
in
with
edgewise on air.
I just
Now
agree
you're
with
telling
him
me
in the
behind the
bathroom.
paywall I got to perform
charging
for
up.
you?
All right, Serge.
Yeah, I'm Serge.com on Twitter. This is going to be interesting. Let's go.
And the last thing I'll say is, for those they're just they aren't going to be at the members show. Lance, this is one of the best episodes I think we've ever done.
Yes,
I really do think these are the best conversations because we obviously clash and view the world differently, but this is where the conversation it needs to happen for anyone's views to evolve or to at least understand what the other person thinks. We're going to go to timcast.com. Go to the front page. It'll be live in a few minutes. We'll try to make it quick, and then we'll be up, and then Seamus will say naughty words. Thanks for hanging out.
Why are you putting this on me?
Well done. All right, good show, guys. Good show. Is Seamus going to say the T slur a bunch? I don't know. I wonder if Lance would actually tell me. Wait, he couldn't. I don't think he could talk to me for the next 2 days, though, could he? Because I don't think he can talk to a banned streamer. Oh well, we'll see.